walked wherever it was they were going. "What did he mean by that?" she asked. "Perhaps we will meet again before the change." Elaine shook her head. "It does not matter what he meant," Nynaeve said. "I am just as glad they came last night, but I am glad to have them gone, too. I hope there is a ship here." Jureen itself was a small place, all wooden houses and none more than a single story, but the white lion banner of Andor flew over it on a tall staff, and 50 of the Queen's guards held it, in red coats with long white collars beneath shining breastplates. They had been placed there, their captain said, to make a safe haven for refugees who wished to flee to Andor, but fewer such came every day. Most went to villages further downriver now, nearer Arengil. It was a good thing the 3 women had come when they did, as he expected to receive orders returning his company to Andor any day. The few inhabitants of Jureen would likely go with them, leaving what remained for brigands and the Cairienan soldiers of warring houses. Elaine kept her face hidden in the hood of her sturdy wool cloak, but none of the soldiers seemed to associate the girl with red gold hair with their daughter heir. Some asked her to stay. Egwene was not sure whether Elaine was pleased or shocked. She herself told the men who asked her that she had no time for them. It was nice, in an odd way, to be asked. She certainly had no wish to kiss any of these fellows, but it was pleasant to be reminded that some men at least thought she was as pretty as Elaine. Nynaeve slapped one man's face. That almost made Egwene laugh, and Elaine smiled openly. Egwene thought Nynaeve had been pinched, and despite the glare on her face, she did not look entirely displeased either. They were not wearing their rings. It had not taken much effort on Nynaeve's part to convince them that one place they did not want to be taken for Aes Sedai was Tyr, especially if the Black Ajah was there. Egwene had hers in her pouch with the stone Ter Angreal. She touched it often to remind herself they were still there. Nynaeve wore hers on the cord that held Lan's heavy ring between her breasts. There was a ship in Jureen, tied to the single stone dock sticking into the Erenin. Not the ship Avienda had seen, it seemed, but still a ship. Egwene was dismayed when she saw it. Twice as wide as the Blue Crane, the Darter belied its name with a bluff bow as round as its captain. That worthy fellow blinked at Nynaeve and scratched his ear when she asked if his vessel was fast.
"Fast? I am full of fancy woods from Shinar and rugs from Kandor. What need to be fast with a cargo like that? Prices only go up. Yes, I suppose there are faster ships behind me, but they'll not put in here. I would not have stopped myself if I hadn't found worms in the meat. Fool notion that they'd have meat to sell in Cairien. The Blue Crane? Aye, I saw Elisor hung up on something upriver this morning. He'll not get off soon, I'm thinking. That's what a fast ship brings you."
Nynaeve paid their fares, and twice as much again for the horses, with such a look on her face that neither Egwene nor Elaine spoke to her until long after the Darter had wallowed away from Jureen. Chapter 40. A Hero in the Night. Leaning on the rail, Mat watched the walled town of Arengil come closer as the sweeps worked the grey gull in toward the long, tarred timber docks. Protected by high stone wing walls that thrust out into the river, those docks swarmed with people, and more were leaving the ships of various sizes that lay tied all along them. Some of the people pushed barrows or pulled sledges or tall wheeled carts, all piled high with furniture and chests lashed in place, but most carried bundles on their backs, if that. Not everyone bustled. Many men and women huddled together uncertainly, and children clung crying to their legs. Soldiers in red coats and shiny breastplates kept trying to make them move off the docks into the town, but most seemed too frightened to move. Mat turned and shaded his eyes to peer at the river they were leaving. The Erenin was busier here than he had seen it south of Tarvalon, with nearly a dozen vessels underway in sight, ranging from a long, sharp-prowed splinter darting upriver against the current, pushed by 2 triangular sails, to a wide, bluff-bowed ship with square sails, still wallowing along well to the north. Nearly half the ships he could see had nothing to do with the river trade, though. 2 broad-beamed craft with empty decks were lumbering across the river toward a smaller town on the far bank, while 3 others laboured back toward Arengil, their decks packed with people like barrels of fish. The setting sun, still its own height above the horizon, shadowed a banner flying over that other town. That shore was Cairhien, but he did not need to see the banner to know it was the White Lion of Andor. There had been talk enough in the few Andoran villages where the grey gull had stopped briefly. He shook his head. Politics did not interest him.
As long as they don't try telling me again I'm an Anderman just because of some map. Burn me, they might even try to make me fight in their bloody army if this Cairhien business spreads. Following orders. Light.
With a shiver, he turned back to Arengil. Barefoot men on the grey gull were readying ropes to toss to others on the docks. Captain Malia was eyeing him from back by the tiller. The fellow had never given up his efforts to ingratiate himself with them, his attempts to learn what their important mission was. Matt had finally shown him the sealed letter and told him that he was carrying it from the daughter-heir to the Queen. A personal message from a daughter to her mother. No more. Malia had only seemed to hear the words, Queen Morghese. Matt grinned to himself. A deep coat pocket held 2 purses fatter than when he had boarded the vessel. He had enough loose coin to more than fill another 2. His luck had not been quite so good as on that first strange night when the dice and everything else had seemed to go crazy, but still, it was good enough. After the 3rd night, Malia had given up trying to show his friendliness by gambling, but his money chest was already lighter by then. It would be lighter still after Arengil. Malia had need to restock his food. Matt glanced at the people milling on the docks. If he could. Here. At any price. The grin faded as his thoughts went back to the letter. A little work with a hot knife blade, and the golden lily seal had been lifted. He had found nothing. Elaine was studying hard and making progress and eager to learn. She was a dutiful daughter, and the Amelin seat had punished her for running away and told her never to speak of it again, so her mother would understand why she could not say more. She said she had been raised to the accepted, and was that not wonderful, so soon, and she was being trusted with greater duties now, and would have to leave Tarvalon for just a short time on the service of the Amelin herself. Her mother was not to worry. It was all very well for her to tell Morghese not to worry. It was him she had landed in the soup kettle. This silly letter had to be the reason those men had come after him, but even Tom had been able to make nothing of it, though he muttered about ciphers and codes and the game of houses. Matt had the letter safe in the lining of his coat now, its seal replaced, and he was willing to bet no one would ever know. If someone wanted it badly enough to kill him for it, they might try again. I told you I'd deliver it, Nynaeve, and I bloody will, no matter who tries to stop me. Even so, he would have words to say the next time he saw those 3 irritating women, if I ever do. Light. I never thought of that. Words he did not think they would enjoy hearing. As the crewmen hurled their lines onto the dock, Tom came on deck, his instrument cases on his back and his bundle in one hand. Even with a limp, he strutted to the rail, giving the tail of his cloak little flourishes to make the coloured patches flutter, and blowing out his long white moustaches importantly. "Nobody is watching, Tom," Matt said. "I don't think they would even see a gleeman unless he had food in his hands." Tom stared at the docks. "Light. I had heard it was bad, but I did not expect this. Poor fools. Half of them look as if they are starving. It may cost us one of your purses for a room tonight, and the other for a meal, if you intend to keep on the way you've been going.
Nearly made me ill to watch you. You try eating that way where those people down there can see you, and you may have your brains battered out."
Matt only smiled at him. Malia came stumping down the deck, tugging the point of his beard as the grey gull was warped into her berth. Crewmen ran to set a gangplank, and Sanor stood guard on it, heavy arms folded across his chest in case the throng on the docks tried to board. None of them did.
"So, you will be leaving me here,"
Malia told Matt. The captain's smile was not as ready as it might have been.
"Are you certain there is nothing I can do to help further? Burn my soul, I never saw such a rabble. Those soldiers ought to clear the docks, with the sword if need be, so decent traders can do business. Perhaps Sanor can make a path through this scum to your inn for you. So you'll know where we are staying, not bloody likely. I had thought of eating before I went ashore, and maybe a game of dice to pass the time."
Malia's face went white.
"But I think I would like a steady floor under me for my next meal, so we will leave you now, Captain. It has been an enjoyable voyage."
While relief still battled consternation on the captain's face, Matt picked up his things from the deck and, using the quarterstaff as a walking stick, made his way to the gangplank with Tom. Malia followed as far as the head of the plank, murmuring regrets at their departure that jumped from real to insincere and back again. Matt was certain the man hated losing a chance to ingratiate himself with his High Lord Seaman by learning details of a pact between Andor and Tarvalon. As Matt and the Gleeman pushed through the crowds, Tom muttered,
"I know the man is far from likeable, but why do you have to keep taunting him? Wasn't it enough that you ate every scrap of what you thought would feed him all the way to Tyr? I have not been eating it all for nearly 2 days."
The hunger had simply been gone one morning, to his great relief. It had been as if Tarvalon had loosed its last hold on him.
"I've been throwing most of it over the side, and a hard job it was making sure nobody saw."
Among these drawn faces, many of them children's, it did not seem so funny any more.
"Malia deserved taunting. What about that ship yesterday? The one that was stuck on a mud bank or something? He could have stopped to help, but he would not go near it, however much they shouted."
There was a woman with long dark hair ahead who might have been pretty if she had not looked so bone-weary. Peering into the face of every man who passed her as if looking for someone, a boy little taller than her waist, and 2 girls shorter, clung to her, all crying.
All that talk about river brigands and traps. It didn't look like any trap to me.
Tom dodged around a high-wheeled cart. A cage holding 2 squealing pigs was lashed atop the canvas-covered mound, and nearly tripped over a sledge being pulled by a man and a woman.
"And you go out of your way to help people, do you? Strange how that has escaped my eye." "I'll help anyone who can pay," Matt said firmly. "Only fools in stories do something for nothing."
The 2 girls sobbed into their mother's skirts while the boy fought his tears. The woman's deep-set eyes rested on Matt for a moment, studying his face, before drifting on. They looked as if she wished she could weep too. On impulse, he dug a fistful of loose coins out of his pocket without looking to see what they were, and pressed them into her hand. She gave a start of surprise, stared at the gold and silver in her hand with incomprehension that quickly turned to a smile, and opened her mouth, tears of gratitude filling her eyes.
"Buy them something to eat,"
he said quickly, and hurried on before she could speak. He noticed Tom looking at him.
"What are you gawking at? Coin comes easily as long as I can find somebody who likes to dice."
Tom nodded slowly, but Matt was not sure he had gotten his point across.
"Bloody children's crying was getting on my nerves, that's all. Fool Gleeman will probably expect me to give gold away to every waif that comes along now. Fool."
For an uncomfortable moment he was not certain whether the last had been meant for Tom or himself. Taking himself in hand, he avoided looking at any face long enough to really see it, until he found the one he wanted, at the foot of the dock. The helmetless soldier in red coat and breastplate, urging people into the town, had the grizzled look of a squadman, an experienced leader of 10 or so. Squinting into the setting sun, he reminded Matt of Uno, though he had both his eyes. He looked almost as tired as the people he was chivying.
"Move along," he was shouting in a hoarse voice. "You can't bloody stay here. Move along. Into the town with you."
Matt stationed himself squarely in front of the soldier and put on a smile. "Your pardon, Captain, but can you tell me where I might find a decent inn? And a stable with good horses to sell. We have a long way to go come morning." The soldier eyed him up and down, examined Tom and his gleeman's cloak, then shifted back to Matt.
"Captain, is it? Well, boy, you'll have the Dark One's own luck if you find a stable to sleep in. Most of this lot are sleeping under hedges, and if you find a horse that hasn't been slaughtered for cooking, you'll likely have to fight the man who owns it to make him sell."
"Eating horse," Tom muttered disgustedly. "Has it really become that bad on this side of the river? Isn't the Queen sending food?"
"It is bad, Gleeman."
The soldier looked as if he wanted to spit.
"They're crossing over faster than the mills can grind flour, or wagons carry foodstuffs from the farms. Well, it will not last much longer. The order has come down. Tomorrow, we stop letting anyone across, and if they try, we send them back."
He scowled at the people milling on the dock as if it were all their fault, and brought the same hard look to bear on Matt.
"You are taking up space, traveller. Move along."
His voice rose to a shout again, directed at everyone within hearing.
"Move along! You cannot bloody stay here! Move along!"
Matt and Tom joined the thin stream of people, carts and sledges flowing toward the gates in the town wall, and into Arringil. The main streets were paved with flat grey stones, but they were crowded with so many people that it was difficult to see the stones under your own boots. Most appeared to be moving aimlessly, with nowhere to go, and those who had given up squatted dejectedly along the sides of the street, the lucky ones with bundled belongings in front of them, or some cherished possessions clutched in their arms. Matt saw 3 men holding clocks, and a dozen or more with silver goblets or platters. The women held children to their breasts mainly. A babble filled the air, a low, wordless hum of worry. He pushed through the crowd with a frown on his face, searching for the sign that would mark an inn. The buildings were every sort, wood and brick and stone, all cheek by jowl, with roofs of tile or slate or thatch.
"It does not sound like Morgaze,"
Tom said after a time, half to himself. His bushy eyebrows were pulled down like a white arrow pointing to his nose.
"What does not sound like her?"
Matt asked absently.
"Stopping the crossings. Sending people back. She always had a temper like lightning, but she always had a soft heart too, for anyone poor or hungry."
He shook his head. Matt saw a sign then. "The Riverman," it said, and showed a barefoot, shirtless fellow doing a jig, and turned that way, forcing an angle across the flow with the quarterstaff.
"Well, it had to be her. Who else could it be? Forget Morgaze, Tom. We've a long way to Camelin yet. First, let us see how much gold it takes to buy a bed for the night."
The common room of the Riverman looked as crowded as the street outside, and when the innkeeper heard what Matt wanted, he laughed till his chin shook.
"I am sleeping 4 to a bed now. If my own mother came to me, I could not give her a blanket by the fire."
"As you must have noticed," Tom said, his voice taking on that echoing quality, "I am a gleeman. Surely you can find at least pallets in a corner in return for me entertaining your patrons with stories and juggling, eating of fire and sleight of hand." The innkeeper laughed in his face. As Matt pulled him back into the street, Tom growled in his normal voice. "You never gave me a chance to ask after a stable. Surely I could have gotten us a place in the hayloft at least." "I have slept in enough stables and barns since leaving Emmons Field," Matt told him, "and under enough bushes too. I want a bed." But at the next 4 inns he found, the innkeeper gave him the same answer as the first. The last 2 almost threw him out bodily when he offered to dice for a bed. And when the owner of the 5th told him he could not give a pallet to the Queen herself, this at a place called the Good Queen, he sighed and asked, "What about your stable then? Surely we can bed down in the hayloft for a price."
My stable is for horses, the round-faced man said. Not that many are left in the city.
He had been polishing a silver cup. Now he opened one door of a shallow cupboard standing on top of a deep, drawed chest and placed it inside with others. None of them matched. A tooled leather dice cup sat atop the chest, just beyond the arc of the cupboard's doors.
I do not put people in there to frighten the horses, and perhaps make off with them. Those who pay me for stabling their animals want them well tended, and I've 2 of my own in there besides. There are no beds in my stable for you.
Matt eyed the dice cup thoughtfully. He pulled a gold Andorran crown out of his pocket and set it atop the chest. The next coin was a silver Tarvalon mark, then a gold one, and a gold Tyran crown. The innkeeper looked at the coins and licked his plump lips. Matt added 2 silver Iliana marks and another gold Andorran crown, and looked at the round-faced man. The innkeeper hesitated. Matt reached for the coins. The innkeeper's hand reached them first.
Perhaps just the 2 of you would not disturb the horses too greatly.
Matt smiled at him. Speaking of horses, what price for those 2 of yours? With saddles and bridles, of course.
I will not sell my horses,
the man said, clutching the coins to his chest. Matt picked up the dice cup and rattled it. Twice as much again against the horses, saddles, and bridles. He shook his coat pocket to make the loose coins rattle too, to show he had more to cover the wager. My 1 toss against the best of your 2. He almost laughed as greed lit the innkeeper's entire face. When Matt walked into the stable, the first thing he did was check along the 6 stalls with horses in them for a pair of brown geldings. They were nondescript animals, but they were his. They needed currying badly, but otherwise they seemed in good condition, especially considering that all the stablemen but one had run off. The innkeeper had been extremely disparaging of their complaints that they could no longer live on what he paid them, and he seemed to think it a crime that the one man who remained had actually had the audacity to say he was going home to bed just because he was tired from doing 3 men's work.
5 sixes,
Tom muttered behind him. The looks he cast around the stable did not seem as enthralled as they might, seeing that he had suggested it in the first place. Dust motes shone in the last light of the setting sun coming through the big doors, and the ropes used to hoist hay bales hung like vines from pulleys in the roof beams. The hayloft was dim in the gloom above.
When he threw 4 sixes and a 5 on his second toss, he thought you'd lost for sure, and so did I. You've not been winning every toss of late. I win enough.
Matt was just as relieved not to be winning every throw. Luck was one thing, but remembering that night still sent shivers down his back. Still, for one moment as he shook that dice cup, he had all but known what the pips would be. As he tossed the quarterstaff up into the loft, thunder crashed in the sky. He scrambled up the ladder, calling back to Tom.
This was a good idea. I'd think you would be happy to be in out of the rain tonight.
Most of the hay was in bales stacked against the outer walls, but there was more than enough loose for him to make a bed with his cloak over it. Tom appeared at the top of the ladder as he was pulling 2 loaves of bread and a wedge of green-veined cheese from his leather scrip. The innkeeper, his name was Gerald Flory, had parted with the food for merely enough coin to have bought one of those horses in more peaceful days. They ate while rain began drumming on the roof, washing the food down with water from their water bottles. Flory had had no wine at any price. And when they were done, Tom dug out his tinderbox and thumbed his long-stemmed pipe full of tobacco and settled back for a smoke. Matt was lying on his back, staring at the shadowed roof and wondering if the rain would break before morning. He wanted that letter out of his hands as quickly as possible, when he heard an axle creak into the stable. Rolling to the edge of the loft, he peered down. There was enough dusk left for him to see. A slender woman was straightening from the shafts of the high-wheeled cart she had just dragged in out of the rain, pulling off her cloak and muttering to herself as she shook the wet from it. Her hair was plaited in a multitude of small braids, and her silk dress, he thought it was a pale green, was elaborately embroidered across her breasts. The dress had been fine once, but now it was tattered and stained. She knuckled her back, still talking to herself in a low voice, and hurried to the stable doors to peer out into the rain. Just as hurriedly, she ducked out to pull the big doors shut, enclosing the stable in darkness. There was a rustling below, a clink and a slosh, and suddenly a small flare of light bloomed into a lantern in her hands. She looked around, found a hook on a stall post, hung the lantern, and went to dig under the roped canvas covering her cart.
"She did that quickly," Tom said softly around his pipe. "She could have set fire to the stable, striking flint and steel in the dark like that."
The woman came out with the end of a loaf of bread, which she gnawed as if it were hard and her hunger did not care.
"Is there any of that cheese left?"
Matt whispered. Tom shook his head. The woman began sniffing at the air, and Matt realized she probably smelled Tom's tobacco smoke. He was about to stand and announce their presence, when one of the stable doors opened again. The woman crouched, ready to run, as 4 men walked in out of the rain, doffing their wet cloaks to reveal pale coats with wide sleeves and embroidery across the chest, and baggy breeches embroidered down the legs. Their clothes might be fancy, but they were all big men, and their faces were grim.
"So, Eludra,"
a man in a yellow coat said,
"you did not run so fast as you thought to, eh?"
He had a strange accent to Matt's ear.
"Tammuz,"
the woman said, as if it were a curse.
"It is not enough that you caused me to be cast out of the guild with your blundering, you great ox-brain you, but now you chase after me as well."
She had the same odd way of speaking as the man.
"Do you think I am glad to see you?"
The one called Tammuz laughed.
"You are a very large fool, Eludra, which I always knew. Had you merely gone away, you could have lived a long life in some quiet place. But you could not forget the secrets in your head, eh? Did you believe we would not hear that you tried to earn your way, making what is the right of the guild alone to make?"
Suddenly there was a knife in his hand.
"It will be a great pleasure to cut your throat, Eludra."
Matt was not even aware that he had stood up until one of the doubled ropes dangling from the ceiling was in his hands, and he had launched himself out of the loft. Burn me for a bloody fool. He had only time for that one frantic thought, and then he was ploughing through the cloaked men, sending them toppling like pins in a game of bowls. The ropes slipped through his hands and he fell, tumbling across the straw-covered floor himself, coins spilling from his pockets, to end up against a stall. When he scrambled to his feet, the 4 men were already rising too, and they all had knives in their hands now.
"Light blind fool, burn me, burn me! Matt!"
He looked up, and Tom tossed his quarterstaff down to him. He snagged it out of the air just in time to knock the blade out of Tammuz's fist and thump him a sharp crack on the side of the head. The man crumpled, but the other 3 were right behind, and for a hectic moment Matt had all he could do with a whirling staff to keep knife blades away from him, wrapping knees and ankles and ribs until he could land a good blow on a head. When the last man fell, he stared at them a moment, then raised his glare to the woman.
"Did you have to choose this stable to be murdered in?"
She slipped a slim-bladed dagger back into a sheath at her belt.
"I would have helped you, but I feared that you might mistake me for one of these great buffoons if I came near with steel in my hand. And I chose this stable because the rain is wet, and so am I, and no one was watching this place."
She was older than he had thought, at least 10 or 15 years older than he, but pretty still, with large dark eyes and a small full mouth that seemed on the point of a pout.
"All getting ready for a kiss?"
He gave a small laugh and leaned on his staff.
"Well, what is done. I suppose you were not trying to bring us trouble."
Tom was climbing down from the loft, awkwardly because of his leg, and Eludra looked from him to Matt. The gleeman had put his cloak back on. He seldom let anyone see him without it, especially for the first time.
"This is like a story," she said. "I'm rescued by a gleeman and a young hero."
She frowned at the men sprawled on the stable floor.
"From these whose mothers were pigs."
"Why did they want to kill you?" Matt asked.
He said something about secrets.
The secrets, Tom said, in very nearly his performing voice, of making fireworks, unless I miss my guess. You are an illuminator, are you not? He made a courtly bow with an elaborate swirl of his cloak. I am Tom Merlin, a gleeman, as you have seen. Almost as an afterthought, he added, and this is Matt, a young man with a knack for finding trouble.
I was an illuminator, Aludra said stiffly, but this great pig Tammuz, he ruined a performance for the King of Cairhien, and nearly he destroyed the chapter house too. But me, I was mistress of the chapter house, so it was me that the guild held responsible.
Her voice became defensive.
I do not tell the secrets of the guild, no matter what that Tammuz says, but I will not let myself starve while I can make fireworks. I am no more in the guild, so the laws of the guild, they do not apply to me now.
Galdrian, Tom said, sounding almost as wooden as she had. Well, he is a dead king now, and he'll see no more fireworks.
The guild, she said, sounding tired. They all but blame me for this war in Cairhien, as if that one night of disaster, it made Galdrian die.
Tom grimaced.
It seems I can no longer remain here, she went on. Tammuz and these other oxen, they will wake soon. Perhaps this time they will tell the soldiers that I stole what I have made.
She eyed Tom and then Matt, frowning in thought, and seemed to reach a decision.
I must reward you, but I have no money. However, I have something that is perhaps as good as gold. Maybe better. We shall see what you think.
Matt exchanged glances with Tom as she went to root under the canvas covering her cart. I'll help anyone who can pay. He thought a speculative light had appeared in Tom's blue eyes. Aludra separated one bundle from a number like it, a short roll of heavy oiled cloth almost as fat as her arms would go around. Setting it down on the straw, she undid the binding cords and unrolled the cloth across the floor. 4 rows of pockets ran along the length of it, the pockets in each row larger than those in the one before. Each pocket held a wax-coated cylinder of paper just large enough for its end, trailing a dark cord, to stick out.
Fireworks, Tom said. I knew it. Aludra, you must not do this. You can sell those for enough to live 10 days or more at a good inn, and eat well every day. Well, anywhere but here, in Arengil.
Kneeling beside the long strip of oiled cloth, she sniffed at him.
Be quiet, you old one, you.
She made it sound not unkindly.
I'm not allowed to show gratitude. You think I would give you this if I had no more for selling? Attend me closely.
Matt squatted beside her, fascinated. He had seen fireworks twice in his life. Peddlers had brought them to Emmons Field at great expense to the village council. When he was 10, he had tried to cut one open to see what was inside, and had caused an uproar. Bran Alvear, the mayor, had cuffed him, Doral Barron, who had been the wisdom then, had switched him, and his father had strapped him when he got home. Nobody in the village would talk to him for a month, except for Rand and Perrin, and they mostly told him what a fool he had been. He reached out to touch one of the cylinders. Aludra slapped his hand away.
Attend me first, I say. These smallest, they will make a loud bang, but no more.
They were the size of his little finger.
These next, they make a bang and a bright light. The next, they make the bang and the light and many sparkles. The last, these were fatter than his thumb, make all of those things, but the sparkles, they are many colours, almost like a night flower, but not up in the sky.
Night flower? Matt thought.
You must be especially careful of these. You see, the fuse, it is very long.
She saw his blank look and waggled one of the long dark cords at him.
This!
Where you put the fire, he muttered. I know that.
Tom made a sound in his throat and stroked his moustaches with a knuckle as if covering a smile. Aludra grunted.
Where you put the fire? Yes. Do not stay close to any of them, but these largest, you run away from when you light the fuse. You comprehend me?
She briskly rolled up the long cloth.
You may sell these if you wish, or use them. Remember, you must never put this close to fire. Fire will make them all explode. So many as this at once, it could destroy a house, maybe.
She hesitated over retying the cords, then added,
And there is one last thing which you may have heard. Do not cut open any of these, as some great fools do, to see what is inside. Sometimes when what is inside touches air, it will explode without the need of fire. You can lose fingers, or even a hand.
I've heard that, Matt said dryly. She frowned at him as if wondering whether he meant to do it anyway, then finally pushed the rolled bundle toward him.
Here, I must go now before these sons of goats awaken.
Glancing at the still open door and the rain falling in the night beyond, she sighed.
Perhaps I will find somewhere else dry. I think I will go toward Lugard tomorrow. These pigs, they will expect me to go to Camelin, yes?
It was even further to Lugard than to Camelin, and Matt suddenly remembered that hard end of bread. And she had said she had no money. The fireworks would buy no meals until she found someone who could afford them. She had never even looked at the gold and silver that had spilled from his pockets when he fell. It glittered and sparkled among the straw in the lantern light. Ah, light, I cannot let her go hungry, I suppose. He scooped up as much as he could reach quickly. Aludra? I have plenty, you can see. I thought, perhaps... He held out the coins toward her. I can always win more. She paused with her cloak halfway around her shoulders, then smiled at Tom as she swept it the rest of the way on.
He is young yet, eh?
He is young, Tom agreed, and not half so bad as he would like to think himself. Sometimes he is not.
Matt glowered at both of them and lowered his hand. Lifting the shafts of her cart, Aludra got it turned around and started for the door, giving Tammuz a kick in the ribs as she passed. He groaned groggily.
I would like to know something, Aludra, Tom said. How did you light that lantern so quickly in the dark?
Stopping short of the door, she smiled over her shoulder at him.
You wish me to tell you all of my secrets? I am grateful, but I am not in love. That secret not even the guild knows, for it is my discovery alone. I will tell you this much. When I know how to make it work properly, and work only when I want it to, sticks will make my fortune for me.
Throwing her weight against the shafts, she pulled the cart into the rain, and the night swallowed her.
Sticks?
Matt said. He wondered if she might not be a little strange in the head. Tammuz groaned again.
Best we do the same as she-boy, Tom said. Else it's a choice between slitting 4 throats and maybe spending the next few days explaining ourselves to the Queen's guards. These look the sort who'd set them on us out of spite. And they have enough to be spiteful for, I suppose.
One of Tammuz's companions twitched as if coming to, and muttered something incomprehensible. By the time they had gathered everything and saddled the horses, Tammuz was up on his hands and knees with his head hanging, and the others were stirring and groaning too. Swinging into his saddle, Matt stared at the rain outside the open door, falling harder than ever.
A bloody hero, he said. Tom, if I ever look like acting the hero again, you kick me. And what would you have done differently?
Matt scowled at him, then pulled up his hood and spread the tail of his cloak over the fat roll tied behind the high cantle of his saddle. Even with oiled cloth, a little more protection from the rain could not hurt.
Just kick me.
He booted his horse in the ribs and galloped into the rainy night. Chapter 41. A Hunter's Oath. As the snow goose moved toward the long stone docks of Ilion, sails furled and propelled by its sweeps, Perrin stood near the stern, watching great numbers of long-legged birds wading in the tall marsh grass that all but encircled the great harbour. He recognised the small white cranes, and could guess at their much larger blue brothers, but many of the crested birds, red-feathered or rosy, some with flat bills broader than a duck's, he did not know at all. A dozen sorts of gulls swooped and soared above the harbour itself, and a black bird with a long, sharp beak skimmed just above the water, its underbeak cutting a furrow. Ships 3 and 4 times as long as the snow goose lay anchored across the expanse of the harbour, waiting their turns at the docks, or for the tides to shift so they could sail beyond the long breakwater. Small fishing boats worked close to the marsh, and in the creeks winding through it, 2 or 3 men in each dragging nets on long poles swung out from either side of the boat. The wind carried a sharp scent of salt, and did little to break the heat. The sun stood well over halfway down to the horizon, but it seemed like noon. The air felt damp. It was the only way he could think of it. Damp. His nose caught the smell of fresh fish from the boats, of old fish and mud from the marsh, and the sour stink of a large tanning yard that lay on a treeless island in the marsh grass. Captain Adara muttered something softly behind him. The tiller creaked, and the snow goose changed its course a trifle. Barefoot men at the sweeps moved as if not wanting to make a sound. Perrin did not glance at them beyond a flicker of his eye. He peered at the tannery instead, watching men scrape hides stretched on rows of wooden frames, and other men lift hides out of huge sunken vats with long sticks. Sometimes they stacked the hides on barrows, wheeling them into the long, low building at the edge of the yard. Sometimes the hides went back into the vats, with an addition of liquids poured from large stone crocks. They probably made more leather in a day than was made in Emmons Field in months, and he could see another tannery on another island beyond the first. It was not that he had any real interest in ships or fishing boats or tanning yards, or even very much in the birds, though he did wonder what those pale red ones could be fishing for with their flat bills, and some of them looked good to eat, unless he watched himself, but anything at all was better than watching the scene behind him on the deck of the Snow Goose. The axe at his belt was no defence against that. A stone wall wouldn't be defence enough, he thought. Moraine had been neither pleased nor displeased to discover that Zarine— I'll not call her Fail, whatever she wants to name herself. She is no falcon— knew she was Aes Sedai, though she had been perhaps a little upset with him for not telling her. A little upset. She called me a fool, but that was all. Then Moraine did not seem to care one way or another about Zarine being a hunter of the Horn. But once she learned the girl thought they would lead her to the Horn of Valir, once she learned he had known that too and not told her, Zarine had been more than forthcoming about both subjects with Moraine, to his mind, then her cold, dark stare had taken on a quality that made him feel as if he had been packed in a barrel of snow in the dead of winter. The Aes Sedai said nothing, but she stared too often and too hard for any comfort. He looked over his shoulder and quickly returned to studying the shoreline. Zarine was sitting cross-legged on the deck near the horses tethered between the masts, her bundle and dark cloak beside her, her narrow divided skirts neatly arrayed, pretending to study the rooftops and towers of the oncoming city. Moraine was studying Ilion too, from just ahead of the men working the sweeps, but now and then she shot a hard look at the girl from under the deep hood of her fine grey wool cloak. How can she stand wearing that? His own coat was unbuttoned and his shirt unlaced at the neck. Zarine met each Aes Sedai look with a smile, but every time Moraine turned away, she swallowed and wiped her forehead. Perrin rather admired her for managing that smile when Moraine was watching. It was a good deal more than he could do. He had never seen the Aes Sedai truly lose her temper, but he himself was at the point of wishing she would shout or rage or anything but stare at him. Like, maybe not anything. Maybe the stare was bearable. Lan sat further toward the bow than Moraine. His colour-shifting cloak was still in the saddlebags at his feet, outwardly absorbed in examining his sword blade, but making little effort to hide his amusement. Sometimes his lips appeared to quirk very close to a smile. Perrin was not certain. At times he thought it was only a shadow. Shadows could make a hammer seem to smile. Each woman obviously thought she was the object of that amusement, but the warder did not appear to mind the tight-lipped frowns he received from both of them. A few days earlier, Perrin had heard Moraine ask Lan, in a voice like ice, whether he saw something to laugh at.
"I would never laugh at you, Moraine," said I.
He had replied calmly.
"But if you truly intend to send me to Mirelle, I must become used to smiling. I hear that Mirelle tells her warders jokes. Gaidin must smile at their bondholders' quips. You have often given me quips to laugh at, have you not? Perhaps you would rather I stay with you, after all."
She had given him a look that would have nailed any other man to the mast. But the warder never blinked. Lan made cold steel seem like tin. The crew had taken to padding about their work in utter silence when Moraine and Zarine were on deck together. Captain Adara held his head tilted and looked as if he were listening for something he did not want to hear. He passed his orders in whispers instead of the shouts he had used at first. Everyone knew Moraine was Aes Sedai now, and everyone knew she was displeased. Perrin had let himself get into one shouting match with Zarine, and he was not sure which of them had said the words Aes Sedai. But the whole crew knew.
"Bloody woman!"
He was uncertain whether he meant Moraine or Zarine.
"If she is the falcon, what is the hawk supposed to be? Am I going to be stuck with two women like her? Light! No! She is not a falcon, and that is an end to it."
The only good thing he could find in all this was that with an angry Aes Sedai to worry about, none of the crew looked twice at his eyes. Loyal was nowhere in sight at the moment. The Ogier stayed in his stifling cabin whenever Moraine and Zarine were topside together. "Working on his notes," he said. He only came on deck at night to smoke his pipe. Perrin did not see how he could take the heat. Even Moraine and Zarine were better than being below decks. He sighed and kept his eyes on Ilian. The city the ship was approaching was large, as big as Cairhien or Caemlyn, the only two great cities he had ever seen, and it reared out of a huge marsh that stretched for miles like a plain of waving grass. Ilian had no walls at all, but it seemed to be all towers and palaces. The buildings were all pale stone, except for some that appeared covered with white plaster, but the stone was white and grey and reddish and even faint shades of green. Rooftops of tile sparkled under the sun with 100 different hues. The long docks held many ships, most dwarfing the Snow Goose, and bustled with the loading and unloading of cargo. There were shipyards at the far end of the city, where great ships stood in every stage from skeletons of thick wooden ribs to nearly ready to slide into the harbour. Perhaps Ilian was large enough to keep wolves at bay. They surely would not hunt in those marshes. The Snow Goose had outrun the wolves that had followed him from the mountains. He reached out for them gingerly now, and felt nothing. A curiously empty feeling, given that it was what he wanted. His dreams had been his own, for the most part, since that first night. Moraine had asked about them in a cold voice, and he had told the truth. Twice he had found himself in that odd sort of wolf dream, and both times Hopper had appeared, chasing him away, telling him he was too young yet, too new. What Moraine made of that he had no idea. She told him nothing, except to say he had best be wary.
"That's as well by me," he growled.
He was almost becoming used to Hopper being dead but not dead, in the wolf dreams at least. Behind him, he heard Captain Adara scuff his boots on the deck and mutter something, startled that anyone would speak aloud. Lines were hurled ashore from the ship. While they were still being made fast to stone posts along the docks, the slightly built captain leaped into motion, whispering fiercely to his crew. He had booms rigged to lift the horses onto the wharf almost as quickly as the gangplank was laid in place. Lan's black warhorse kicked and nearly broke the boom hoisting him. Loyal's huge, hairy, fetlocked mount needed two.
"An honour,"
Adara whispered to Moraine with a bow as she stepped onto the wide plank leading to the dock.
"An honour to have served you, Aes Sedai."
She strode ashore without looking at him, her face hidden in her deep hood. Loyal did not appear until everyone else was on the dock, and the horses too. The Ogier came thumping up the gangplank, trying to don his long coat, while carrying his big saddlebags and striped blanket roll and his cloak over one arm.
I did not know he had arrived, he rumbled breathlessly. I was rereading my...
He trailed off with a glance at Moraine. She appeared to be absorbed in watching Lan saddle Aldib, but the Ogier's ears flickered like a nervous cat's.
His notes, Perrin thought. One of these days I have to see what he is saying about all this.
Something tickled the back of his neck, and he jumped a foot before he realized he was smelling a clean herbal scent through the spices and tar and stinks of the docks. Zareen wiggled her fingers, smiling at them. "If I can do that with just a brush of my fingers, farm boy, I wonder how high you would jump if I—" He was growing a little tired of considering looks from those dark, tilted eyes.
She may be pretty, but she looks at me the way I'd look at a tool I'd never seen before, trying to puzzle out how it was made and what it is supposed to be used for.
"Zareen?" Moraine's voice was cool but unruffled. "I am called Fail," Zareen said firmly, and for a moment, with her bold nose, she did look like a falcon. "Zareen," Moraine said firmly, "it is time for our ways to part. You will find better hunting elsewhere, and safer." "I think not," Zareen said just as firmly. "A hunter must follow the trail she sees, and no hunter would ignore the trail you four leave. And I am Fail." She spoiled it a bit by swallowing, but she did not blink as she met Moraine's eyes. "Are you certain?" Moraine said softly. "Are you sure you will not change your mind, Falcon?" "I will not. There is nothing you or your stone-faced warder can do to stop me." Zareen hesitated, then added slowly, as if she had decided to be entirely truthful. "At least there is nothing that you will do that can stop me. I know a little of Aes Sedai. I know, for all the stories, that there are things you will not do. And I do not believe Stoneface would do what he must to make me give over."
"Are you sure enough of that to risk it?"
Lan spoke quietly, and his face did not change, but Zareen swallowed again.
"There is no need to threaten her, Lan,"
Perrin said. He was surprised to realize he was glaring at the warder. Moraine's glance silenced him and the warder both. "You believe you know what an Aes Sedai will not do, do you?" she said more softly than before. Her smile was not pleasant. "If you wish to go with us, this is what you must do." Lan's eyelids flickered in surprise. The two women stared at each other like falcon and mouse. But Zareen was not the falcon now. "You will swear by your hunter's oath to do as I say, to heed me, and not to leave us. Once you know more than you should of what we do, I will not allow you to fall into the wrong hands. Know that for truth, girl. You will swear to act as one of us and do nothing that will endanger our purpose. You will ask no questions of where we go or why. You will be satisfied with what I choose to tell you. All of this you will swear, or you will remain here in Ilion. And you will not leave this marsh until I return to release you if it takes the rest of your life. That I swear." Zareen turned her head uneasily, watching Moraine out of one eye. "I may accompany you if I swear?" The Aes Sedai nodded. "I will be one of you, the same as Loyal or Stoneface. But I can ask no questions. Are they allowed to ask questions?" Moraine's face lost a little of its patience. Zareen stood up straighter and held her head high. "Very well, then. I swear by the oath I took as a hunter. If I break one, I will have broken both. I swear it." "Done," Moraine said, touching the younger woman's forehead. Zareen shivered. "Since you brought her to us, Perrin, she is your responsibility."
"Mine?"
he yelped. "I am no one's responsibility but my own," Zareen nearly shouted. The Aes Sedai went serenely on as if they had never opened their mouths. "It seems you have found Min's falcon, ta'veren. I have tried to discourage her, but it appears she will perch on your shoulder whatever I do. The pattern weaves a future for you, it seems. Yet remember this. If I must, I will snip your thread from the pattern. And if the girl endangers what must be, you will share her fate."
"I did not ask for her to come along,"
Perrin protested. Moraine calmly mounted Aldib, adjusting her cloak over the white mare's saddle.
I did not ask for her.
Loyal shrugged at him and silently mouthed something, no doubt a saying about the dangers of angering Aes Sedai. You are ta'veren, Zareen said disbelievingly. Her gaze ran over his sturdy country clothes and settled on his yellow eyes. Well, perhaps. Whatever you are, she threatens you as easily as she does me. Who is Min? What does she mean? I will perch on your shoulder. Her face tightened. If you try making me your responsibility, I will carve your ears. Do you hear me? Grimacing, he slipped his unstrung bow under the saddle girths along Stepper's flank and climbed into the saddle. Restive after days on the ship, the dun lived up to his name until Perrin calmed him with a firm hand on the reins and pats to his neck.
None of that deserves an answer, he growled. Min bloody told her. Burn you, Min. Burn you too, Moraine. And Zareen.
He could never remember Rand or Mat being bullied by women on every side, or himself, before leaving Emond's Field. Nynaeve had been the only one. And Mistress Luhan, of course. She ran him and Master Luhan both, everywhere but in the smithy. And Egwene had had a way about her, though mostly with Rand. Mistress Alvia, Egwene's mother, always had a smile, but things seemed to end up being done as she wanted, too. And the women's circle had looked over everybody's shoulder. Grumbling to himself, he reached down and took Zareen by an arm. She gave a squawk and nearly dropped her bundle as he hoisted her up behind his saddle. Those divided skirts of hers made it easy for her to straddle Stepper.
Moraine will have to buy you a horse, he muttered. You cannot walk the whole way.
You are strong, blacksmith, Zareen said, rubbing her arm. But I am not a piece of iron. She shifted around, stuffing her bundle and her cloak between them. I can buy my own horse if I need one. The whole way where? Lan was already riding off the dock into the city, with Moraine and Loyal behind him. The Ogier looked back at Perrin.
No questions, remember? And my name is Perrin, Zareen. Not Big Man, or Blacksmith, or anything else. Perrin. Perrin Ebara.
And mine is Fail, shaggy hair. With something close to a snarl, he booted Stepper after the others. Zareen had to throw her arms around his waist to keep from being tossed over the dun's crupper. He thought she was laughing. Chapter 42. Easing the Badger. The hubbub of the city quickly submerged Zareen's laughter, if that was what it was, beneath all the clamour that Perrin remembered from Caemlyn and Cairhien. The sounds were different here, slower, and pitched differently, but they were the same, too. Boots and wheels and hooves on rough, uneven paving stones, cart and wagon axles squealing, music and song and laughter drifting from inns and taverns. Voices. A hum of voices like putting his head into a giant beehive. A great city. Living. From down a side street he heard the clang of hammer on anvil, and shifted his shoulders unconsciously. He missed the hammer and tongs in his hands, the white-hot metal giving off sparks as his blows shaped it. The smithy sounds faded behind, buried under the rumble of carts and wagons and the babble of shopkeepers and people in the streets. Under all the smells of people and horses, cooking and baking, and 100 scents he had found peculiar to cities, lay the smell of marsh and salt water. He was surprised the first time they came to a bridge inside the city, a low arch of stone over a waterway no more than 30 paces across, but by the third such bridge he realized that Ilion was crisscrossed by as many canals as streets, with men poling laden barges as often as plying whips to move heavy wagons. Sedan chairs wove through the crowds in the streets, and occasionally the lacquered coach of some wealthy merchant or a noble, with crest or house sign painted large on the doors. Many of the men wore peculiar beards that left their upper lip bare, while the women seemed to favour hats with wide brims and attached scarves that they wound around their necks. Once they crossed a great square, many hides in extent, surrounded by huge columns of white marble at least 15 spans tall and 2 spans thick, supporting nothing but a wreath of carved olive branches at the top of each. A huge white palace stood at either end of the square, each all columned walks and airy balconies, slender towers and purple roofs. Each reflected the other exactly at first glance, but then Perrin realised that one was just a fraction smaller in each dimension, its towers perhaps less than a pace shorter. "The King's Palace," Zareen said against his back, "and the Great Hall of the Council. It is said the first king of Ilion said the Council of 9 could have any palace they wished, just as long as they did not try to build one larger than his. So the Council copied the King's Palace exactly, but 2 feet smaller in every measurement. That has been the way of Ilion ever since. The King and the Council of 9 duel with each other, and the assemblage struggles with both, and so while they carry on their battles, the people live much as they wish, with none to look over their shoulders too much. It is not a bad way to live if you must be tied to one city. You would also like to know, I think, blacksmith, that this is the square of Tammuz, where I took the hunter's oath. I think I will end up teaching you so much, no one will notice the hay in your hair." Perrin held his tongue with an effort, resolving not to stare so openly again. No one seemed to take Loyal as anything much out of the ordinary. A few people looked at him twice, and some small children scampered along in their wake for a time, but it appeared that Ogier were not unknown in Ilion. None of the folk seemed to notice the heat or the damp either. For once, Loyal did not appear pleased with the people's acceptance. His long eyebrows drooped down on his cheeks, and his ears had wilted, though Perrin was not sure that was not just the air. His own shirt clung to him with a mixture of sweat and the damp air. "Are you afraid you'll find other Ogier here, Loyal?" he asked. He felt Zareen stir against his back and cursed his tongue. He meant to let the woman know even less than Moraine apparently meant to tell her. That way, perhaps, she would grow bored enough to leave. "If Moraine will let her go, now. Burn me. I don't want any bloody falcon perched on my shoulder, even if she is pretty." Loyal nodded. "Our stonemasons sometimes come here." He spoke in a whisper not only for an Ogier, but for anyone. Even Perrin could barely hear. "From steading Shanghai, I mean. It was masons from our steading who built part of Ilion. The palace of the assemblage, the great hall of the council, some of the others, and they always send to us when repairs need to be done. Perrin, if there are Ogier here, they will make me go back to the steading. I should have thought of it before now. This place makes me uneasy, Perrin." His ears shifted nervously. Perrin moved stepper closer and reached up to pat Loyal's shoulder. It was a long reach, above his head. Conscious of Zareen at his back, he chose his words carefully. "Loyal, I do not believe Moraine would let them take you. You have been with us a long time, and she seems to want you with us. She will not let them take you, Loyal." "Why not?" he wondered suddenly. "She keeps me because she thinks I may be important to Rand, and maybe because she doesn't want me telling what I know to anyone. Maybe that's why she wants him to stay." "Of course she would not," Loyal said in a slightly stronger voice, and his ears perked up. "I am very useful after all. She may need to travel the ways again, and she could not without me." Zareen shifted against Perrin's back, and he shook his head, trying to catch Loyal's eye. But Loyal was not looking. He seemed to have just heard what he had said, and the tufts on his ears had fallen a little. "I do hope it's not that, Perrin." The Ogier looked at the city around them, and his ears went all the way back down. "I do not like this place, Perrin." Moraine rode closer to Lan and spoke softly, but Perrin managed to catch her words. "Something is wrong in this city." The warder nodded. Perrin felt an itch between his shoulders. The Aes Sedai had sounded grim. First Loyal, and now her. What don't I see? The sun shone down on the sparkling roof tiles, made reflections from pale stone walls. Those buildings looked as if they might be cool inside. The buildings were clean and bright, and so were the people. The people. At first he saw nothing out of the ordinary. Men and women moving about their business, purposeful, but slower than he was used to further north. He thought it might be the heat and the bright sun. Then he spotted a baker's lad trotting down the street with a big tray of fresh loaves balanced on his head. The young fellow wore a grimace on his face that was nearly a snarl. A woman in front of a weaver's shop looked as if she might bite the man holding up the bright-coloured bolts for her inspection. A juggler on a corner ground his teeth and stared at the folk who tossed coins into the cap lying in front of him as if he hated them. Not everyone looked so, but it seemed to him that at least one face in 5 wore anger and hatred, and he did not think they were even aware of it. "What is the matter?" Zareen asked. "You are tensing. It is like holding onto a rock."
"Something is wrong," he told her. "I do not know what, but something is wrong."
Loyal nodded sadly and murmured about how they would make him go back. The buildings around them began to change as they rode, crossing more bridges as they crossed Ilian to its other side. The pale stone was as often undressed as polished now. The towers and palaces vanished, to be replaced by inns and warehouses. Many of the men in the streets, and some of the women, had an oddly rolling gait. They all had the bare feet he associated with sailors. The smells of pitch and hemp were strong in the air, and the scent of wood, both freshly cut and cured, with sour mud overlying both. The canal's odours changed too, making his nose wrinkle.
"Chamber pots," he thought. "Chamber pots and old privies."
It made him feel queasy.
"The Bridge of Flowers,"
Lan announced as they crossed yet another low bridge. He inhaled deeply.
"And now we are in the perfumed quarter. The Ilianas are a poetic people."
Zareen stifled a laugh against Perrin's back. As if he were suddenly impatient with the slow pace of Ilian, the warder led them quickly through the streets to an inn. 2 stories of rough, green-veined stone topped with pale green tiles. Evening was coming on, the light growing softer as the sun settled. It gave a little relief from the heat, but not much. Boys, seated on mounting blocks in front of the inn, hopped up to take their horses. One black-haired lad, about 10, asked Loyal if he were an Ogier, and when Loyal said he was, the boy said, "I did think you did be," with a self-satisfied nod. He led Loyal's big horse away, tossing the copper Loyal had given him into the air and catching it. Perrin frowned up at the inn sign for a moment before following the others in. A white-striped badger danced on its hind legs with a man carrying what seemed to be a silver shovel. "Easing the badger," it read.
"It must be some story I never heard."
The common room had sawdust on the floor, and tobacco smoke filled the air. It also smelled of wine, and fish cooking in the kitchen, and a heavy, flowered perfume. The exposed beams of the high ceiling were rough-hewn and age-dark. This early in the evening, no more than a quarter of the stools and benches were filled, by men in workmen's plain coats and vests, some with the bare feet of sailors. All of them sat clustered as close as they could manage around one table, where a pretty dark-eyed girl, the wearer of the perfume, sang to the strumming of a 12-string bittern and danced on the tabletop with swirls of her skirt. Her loose white blouse had an extremely low neck. Perrin recognised the tune, The Dancing Lass, but the words the girl sang were different from what he knew.
Ah, Lugard girl, she came to town to see what she could see. With a wink of her eye and a smile on her lip, she snagged a boy or 3. or 3, with an ankle slim and skin so pale. She caught the owner of a ship, with a soft little sigh and a gay little laugh. She's made her way so free, so free.
She launched into another verse, and when Perrin realised what she was singing, his face grew hot. He had thought nothing could shock him after seeing Tinker Girls dance, but that had only hinted at things. This girl was singing them right out. Zareen was nodding in time to the music and grinning. Her grin widened when she looked at him. "Why, farm boy, I do not think I ever knew a man your age who could still blush." He glared at her and barely stopped himself from saying something he knew would be stupid.
This bloody woman has me jumping before I can think. Light, I'll wager she thinks I never even kissed a girl.
He tried not to listen to any more of what the girl was singing. If he could not get the red out of his face, Zareen was sure to make more of it. A flash of startlement had passed across the face of the proprietress when they entered. A large, round woman with her hair in a thick roll at the back of her neck and a smell of strong soap about her. She suppressed her surprise quickly, though, and hurried to Moraine.
"Mistress Mari," she said, "I did never think to see you here today."
She hesitated, eyeing Perrin and Zareen, glanced once at Loyal, but not in the searching way she looked at them. Her eyes actually brightened at the sight of the Ogier, but her real attention was all on Mistress Mari. She lowered her voice.
"Have my pigeons now arrived safely?"
Lan she seemed to accept as a part of Moraine.
"I am sure they have, Nieda," Moraine said.
"I have been away, but I am sure Aideen has noted down everything you reported." She eyed the girls singing on the table with no outward disapproval, nor any other expression. "The badger was considerably quieter when last I was here."
"Aye, Mistress Mari, it did be that. But the louts have no gotten over the winter yet, it does seem. I have no had a fight in the badger in 10 years till the tail of this winter gone."
She nodded toward the one man not sitting near the singer, a fellow even bigger than Perrin, standing against the wall with his thick arms folded, tapping his foot to the music.
"Even Billy did have a hard time keeping them down, so I did hire the girl to take their minds from anger. From some place in Altara she'd just come."
She tilted her head, listening for a moment.
"A fair voice, but I did sing it better. Aye, and dance better too, when I did be her age."
Perrin gaped at the thought of this huge woman capering on a table, singing that song. A bit of it came through. "I'll wear no shift at all, until Zareen fisted him hard in the short ribs." He grunted. Nieda looked his way.
"I'll mix you some honey and sulphur, lad, for that throat. You'll no want to take a chill before the weather warms, no with a pretty girl like that one on your arm."
Moraine gave him a look that said he was interfering with her. "Strange that you should suffer fights," she said. "I well remember how your nephew stops such. Has something occurred to make people more irritable?" Nieda mused for a moment.
"Perhaps. It do be hard to say. The young lordlings do always come down to the docks for the wenching and carousing they can no get away with where the air does smell fresher. Perhaps they do come more often now, since the hard of the winter. Perhaps. And others do snap at each other more too. It did be a hard winter. That does make men angrier, and women as well. All that rain and cold. Why, I did wake 2 mornings to find ice in my wash basin. Not so hard as the last winter, of course, but that did be a winter for 1,000 years. Almost enough to make me believe those travellers' tales of frozen water falling from the sky."
She giggled to show how little she believed that. It was an odd sound from such a large woman. Perrin shook his head.
"She doesn't believe in snow?"
But if she thought this weather was cool, he could believe it of her. Moraine bent her head in thought, her hood shadowing her face. The girl on the table was beginning a new verse, and Perrin found himself listening in spite of himself. He had never heard of any woman doing anything remotely like what the girl was singing about, but it did sound interesting. He noticed Zareen watching him listen, and tried to pretend he had not been. "What has occurred out of the ordinary in Ilion of late?" Moraine said finally.
"I do suppose you could call Lord Bren's ascension to the Council of 9 unusual," Nieda said. "Fortune prick me, I can no remember ever hearing his name before the winter, but he did come to the city From somewhere near the Morandian border, it be rumoured, and did be raised inside a week. It do be said he be a good man, and strongest of the 9. They all do follow his lead, it be said, though he be newest and unknown. But sometimes I do have strange dreams of him. Moraine had opened her mouth to tell Nieda she had meant in the last few nights, Perrin was sure, but she hesitated and instead said, "What sort of strange dreams, Nieda?"
"Oh, foolishness, Mistress Mari, just foolishness. You do truly wish to hear it? Dreams of Lord Brend in strange places, and walking bridges, hanging in air. All fogged these dreams do be, but near every night they do come. Did you ever hear of such? Foolishness, fortune prick me. Yet it do be odd. Billy does say he does dream the same dreams. I do think he does hear my dreams and copy them. Billy do be none too bright sometimes, I do think."
"You may do him an injustice," Moraine breathed. Perrin stared at her dark hood. She had sounded shaken, even more shaken than when she thought a new false dragon had risen in Gaelden. He could not smell fear, but Moraine was frightened. It was a far more terrifying thought than Moraine angry. He could imagine her angry. He could not begin to conceive of her afraid.
"How I do maunder on," Nieda said, patting the rolled hair at the back of her neck, "as if my foolish dreams do be important."
She giggled again, a quick giggle. This was not as foolish as believing in snow.
"You do sound tired, Mistress Mari. I will show you to your rooms, and then a good meal of fresh-caught red stripe."
Red stripe?
A fish, he thought it must be. He could smell fish cooking. "Rooms," Moraine said. "Yes, we will take rooms. The meal can wait." "Ships. Nieda, what ships sail for Tyr?" "Early on the morrow. I have that which I must do tonight." Lan glanced at her, frowning.
"For Tyr, Mistress Mari?" Nieda laughed. "Why, none for Tyr. The 9 did forbid any ship to sail for Tyr a month gone now, nor any from Tyr to call here. Though I do think the sea folk pay it no mind, but there do be no sea folk ship in the harbour. It do be odd, that. The order of the 9, I do mean, and the king's silent on it, when he does always raise his voice if they but take a step without his lead. Or perhaps it be no that, exactly. All talk do be of war with Tyr. But the boatmen and wagoneers who do carry supplies to the army do say the soldiers do all look north, to Murandi."
"The paths of the shadow are tangled," Moraine said in a tight voice. "We will do what we must. The rooms, Nieda, and then we will eat that meal." Perrin's room was more comfortable than he expected, given the look of the rest of the badger. The bed was wide, the mattress soft. The door was made of tilted slats, and when he opened the windows, a breeze crossed the room carrying the smells of the harbour. And something of the canals, too, but at least it was cooling. He hung his cloak on a peg along with his quiver and axe, and propped his bow in the corner. Everything else he left in the saddlebags and blanket roll. The night might not be restful. If Moraine had sounded afraid before, it had been nothing to when she said that something must be done tonight. For an instant then, fear scent had steamed from her as from a woman announcing that she was going to stick her hand in a hornet's nest and crush them with her bare fingers.
What in the light is she up to? If Moraine is frightened, I should be terrified.
He was not, he realized. Not terrified, or even frightened. He felt excited, ready for something to happen, almost eager, determined. He recognized the feelings. They were what wolves felt just before they fought.
Burn me! I'd rather be afraid.
He was first back down to the common, except for Loyal. Nieda had arranged a large table for them, with ladder-back chairs instead of benches. She had even found a chair big enough for Loyal. The girl across the room was singing a song about a rich merchant who, having just lost his team of horses in an improbable way, had for some reason decided to pull his carriage himself. The men listening around her roared with laughter. The windows showed darkness coming on more quickly than he had expected. The air smelled as if it might be making up to rain.
"This inn has an Ogier room," Loyal said as Perrin sat down. "Apparently, every inn in Ilion has one, in hopes of gaining Ogier custom when the stonemasons come. Nieda claims it is lucky having an Ogier under the roof. I cannot think they get many. The masons always stay together when they go outside to work. Humans are so hasty, and the elders are always afraid tempers will flare and someone will put a long handle on his axe."
He eyed the men around the singer as if he suspected them of it. His ears were drooping again. The rich merchant was in the process of losing his carriage to more laughter.
"Did you find out whether any Ogier from Stedding Shangtai are in Ilion?" "There were, but Nieda said they left during the winter. She said they had not finished their work. I do not understand it. The masons would not have left work undone unless they were not paid, and Nieda said it was not that. One morning, they were just gone, though someone saw them walking down the Marado causeway in the night. Perrin, I do not like this city. I do not know why, but it makes me uneasy."
Ogier, Moraine said, are sensitive to some things. She still had her face hidden, but Nieda had apparently sent someone to buy her a light cloak of dark blue linen. The fear smell was gone from her, but her voice sounded under tight control. Lan held her chair for her. His eyes looked worried. Zareen was the last down, running her fingers through just-washed hair. The herbal scent was stronger around her than before. She stared at the platter Nieda placed on the table and muttered under her breath, "I hate fish." The stout woman had brought all the food on a small cart with shelves. It was dusty in places as if it had been hastily brought out from the storeroom in Moraine's honour. The dishes were sea-folk porcelain too, if chipped. "Eat," Moraine said, looking straight at Zareen. "Remember that any meal can be your last. You chose to travel with us, so tonight you will eat fish. Tomorrow you may die." Perrin did not recognise the nearly round white fish with red stripes, but they smelled good. He lifted two onto his plate with the serving fork and grinned at Zareen around a mouthful. They tasted good, too, lightly spiced.
"Eat your nasty fish, Falcon,"
he thought. He also thought that Zareen looked as if she might bite him.
"Do you wish me to stop the girl singing, Mistress Mari?"
Nieda asked. She was setting bowls of peas and some sort of stiff yellow mush on the table.
"So you can eat in quiet."
Staring at her plate, Moraine did not seem to hear. Lan listened a moment. The merchant had already lost, in succession, his carriage, his cloak, his boots, his gold, and the rest of his clothes, and was now reduced to wrestling a pig for its dinner, and shook his head.
"She will not bother us."
He looked close to smiling for a moment before he glanced at Moraine. Then the worry returned to his eyes.
"What is wrong?"
Zareen said. She was ignoring the fish.
"I know something is. I have not seen that much expression on you, Stoneface, since I met you."
"No questions," Moraine said sharply. "You will know what I tell you and no more."
"What will you tell me?"
Zareen demanded. The Aes Sedai smiled. "Eat your fish." The meal went on in near silence after that, except for the songs drifting across the room. There was one about a rich man whose wife and daughters made a fool of him time and again without ever deflating his self-importance, another that concerned a young woman who decided to take a walk without any clothes, and one that told of a blacksmith who managed to shoe himself instead of the horse. Zareen nearly choked laughing at that one, forgot herself enough to take a bite of fish, and suddenly grimaced as if she had put mud in her mouth.
"I won't laugh at her," Perrin told himself, "however foolish she looks. I'll show her what manners are." "They taste good, don't they?"
he said. Zareen gave him a bitter look, and Moraine a frown for interrupting her thoughts, and that was all the talk there was. Nieda was clearing away the dishes and setting an array of cheeses on the table, when a stink of something vile lifted the hackles on the back of Perrin's neck. It was a smell of something that should not be, and he had smelled it twice before. He peered about the common room uneasily. The girl still sang to the knot of listeners. Some men were strolling across the floor from the door, and Billy still leaned on the wall, tapping his foot to the sounds of the bittern. Nieda patted her rolled hair, gave the room a quick glance, and turned to push the cart away. He looked at his companions. Loyal, unsurprisingly, had pulled a book from his coat pocket and seemed to have forgotten where he was. Zareen, absently rolling a piece of white cheese into a ball, was eyeing first Perrin, then Moraine, then him again, while trying to pretend she was not. It was Lan and Moraine he was really interested in, though. They could sense a Murdral or a Trolloc or any shadow spawn before it came closer than a few hundred paces, but the Aes Sedai was staring distantly at the table in front of her, and the warder was cutting a chunk of yellow cheese and watching her. Yet the smell of wrongness was there, as at Jara and the edge of Remen, and this time it was not going away. It seemed to be coming from something within the common room. He studied the room again. Billy against the wall, some men crossing the floor, the girl singing on the table, all the laughing men sitting around her. Men crossing the floor? He frowned at them. 6 men with ordinary faces walking toward where he was sitting. Very ordinary faces. He was just starting to re-inspect the men listening to the girl, when suddenly it came to him that the stink of wrongness was rolling from the 6. Abruptly, they had daggers in their hands, as if they had realized he had seen them. "They have knives!" he roared, and threw the cheese platter at them. The common erupted into confusion. Men shouting, the singer screaming, Nieda shouting for Billy, everything happening at once. Lan leaped to his feet, and a ball of fire darted from Moraine's hand, and Loyal snatched up his chair like a club, and Zareen danced to one side, cursing. She had a knife in her hand too, but Perrin was too busy to notice much of what anyone else did. Those men seemed to be looking straight at him, and his axe was hanging from a peg up in his room. Seizing a chair, he ripped off a thick chair leg that ran up to make one side of the ladder back, hurled the rest of the chair at the men, and set about him with his long bludgeon. They were trying to reach him with their naked steel, as if Lan and the others were only obstacles in their way. It was a tight tangle where all he could manage was to knock blades away from him, and his wilder swings threatened Lan and Loyal and Zareen as much as any of his 6 attackers. From the corner of his eye, he saw Moraine standing to one side, frustration on her face. They were all so mixed together that she could do nothing without endangering friend as well as foe. None of the knife-wielders as much as glanced at her. She was not between them and Perrin. Panting, he managed to crack one of the ordinary-looking men across the head so hard that he heard bones splinter, and abruptly realized they were all down. It all seemed to him to have gone on for a quarter of an hour or more, but he saw that Billy was just halting, his large hands working as he stared at the 6 men sprawled dead on the floor. Billy had not even had time to reach the fight before it was done. Lan wore a face even grimmer than usual. He began searching the bodies thoroughly, but with a quickness that spoke of distaste. Loyal still had his chair raised to swing. He gave a start and set it down with an embarrassed grin. Moraine was staring at Perrin, and so was Zareen as she retrieved her knife from the chest of one of the dead men. That stench of wrongness was gone, as if it had died with them. "Grey men," the Aes Sedai said softly, "and after you." "Grey men?" Nieda laughed, both loud and nervously. "Why, Mistress Mari, next you'll say you do believe in boggles and bugbears and fetches, and old Grim riding with the black dogs in the wild hunt." Some of the men who had been listening to the songs laughed too, though they looked as uneasily at Moraine as at the dead men. The singer stared at Moraine as well, her eyes wide. Perrin remembered that one ball of fire before everything grew too jumbled. One of the grey men had a somewhat charred look about him, and gave off a sickly sweet burned smell. Moraine turned from Perrin to the stout woman. "A man may walk in the shadow," the Aes Sedai said calmly, "without being shadow-spawn." "Oh, aye, dark friends." Nieda put her hands on generous hips and frowned at the corpses. Lan had finished his searching. He glanced at Moraine and shook his head as if he had not really expected to find anything. "More likely thieves, though I did never hear of thieves bold enough to come right into an inn. I did never have even one killing in the Badger before. Billy, clear these out into a canal and put down fresh sawdust. The back way, mind. I do not want the watch putting their long noses into the Badger." Billy nodded as if eager to be useful after failing to take a hand earlier. He grabbed a dead man by the belt in either hand and carried them back toward the kitchen. "Aes Sedai," the dark-eyed singer said, "I did not mean to offend with my common songs." She was covering the exposed part of her bosom, which was most of it, with her hands. "I can sing others, if you would so like." "Sing whatever you wish, girl," Moraine told her. "The White Tower is not so isolated from the world as you seem to think. And I have heard rougher songs than you would sing." Even so, she did not look pleased that the common now knew she was Aes Sedai. She glanced at Lan, gathered the linen cloak around her, and started for the door. The warder moved quickly to intercept her, and they spoke quietly in front of the door, but Perrin could hear as well as if they whispered right next to him.
"Do you mean to go without me?" Lan said. "I pledged to keep you whole, Moraine, when I took your bond."
"You have always known there were some dangers you are not equipped to handle, my Gaideen. I must go alone."
"Moraine!"
She cut him off. "Heed me, Lan. Should I fail, you will know it, and you will be compelled to return to the White Tower. I would not change that even if I had time. I do not mean you to die in a vain attempt to avenge me. Take Perrin with you. It seems the Shadow has made his importance in the pattern known to me, if not clear. I was a fool. Rand is so strongly Taviran that I ignored what it must mean that he had two others close by him. With Perrin and Mat, the Amelin may still be able to affect the course of events. With Rand loose, she will have to. Tell her what has happened, my Gaideen."
"You speak as if you are already dead,"
Lan said roughly. "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, and the Shadow darkens the world. Heed me, Lan, and obey, as you swore to." With that, she was gone. Chapter 43. Shadow Brothers. The dark-eyed girl climbed back on her table and started singing again, in an unsteady voice. The tune was one Perrin knew as Mistress Aenora's Rooster, and though the words were different once more, to his disappointment, and embarrassment that he was disappointed, it actually was about a rooster. Mistress Luhan herself would not have disapproved.
"Light! I'm getting as bad as Mat."
None of the listeners complained. Some of the men did look a bit disgruntled, but they seemed to be as anxious about what Moraine might approve as the singer was. No one wished to offend an Aes Sedai, even with her gone. Billy came back and hoisted 2 more grey men. A few of the men listening to the song glanced at the corpses and shook their heads. One of them spat on the sawdust. Lan came to stand in front of Perrin.
"How did you know them, blacksmith?"
he asked quietly.
"Their taint of evil is not strong enough for Moraine or me to sense. Grey men have walked past 100 guards without being noticed, and warders among them."
Very conscious of Zareen's eyes on him, Perrin tried to make his voice even softer than Lan's.
I smelled them. I've smelled them before, at Jara and at Remen, but it always vanished. They were gone before we got there, both times."
He was not sure whether Zareen had overheard or not. She was leaning forward, trying to listen, and trying to appear not to at the same time.
"Following Rand, then. Following you now, blacksmith."
The warder gave no visible sign of surprise. He raised his voice to a more normal level.
"I'm going to look around outside, blacksmith. Your eyes might see something I miss."
Perrin nodded. It was a measure of the warder's worry that he asked for help.
Ogier, your folks see better than most, too. Oh. Ah,
Loyal said.
Well, I suppose I could take a look, too.
His big round eyes rolled sideways toward the 2 grey men still on the floor.
I would not think any more of them were out there. Would you?
What are we looking for, Stoneface? Zareen said. Lan eyed her a moment, then shook his head as if he had decided not to say something.
Whatever we find, girl. I will know it when I see it.
Perrin thought about going upstairs for his axe, but the warder made for the door, and he was not wearing his sword.
He hardly needs it,
Perrin thought grumpily.
He is almost as dangerous without it as with.
He held onto the chair leg as he followed. It was a relief to see that Zareen still had her knife in her hand. Thick black clouds were roiling overhead. The street was as dark as late twilight, and empty of people who had apparently not waited to be caught in the rain. One fellow was running across a bridge down the street. He was the only person Perrin saw in any direction. The wind was picking up, blowing a rag along the uneven paving stones. Another, caught under the edge of one of the mounting blocks, flapped with a small snapping sound. Thunder grumbled and rolled. Perrin wrinkled his nose. There was a smell of fireworks on that wind.
No, not fireworks exactly.
It was a burned sulphur sort of smell. Almost. Zareen tapped the chair leg in his hands with her knife blade. You really are strong, big man. You tore that chair apart as if it were made of twigs. Perrin grunted. He realized he was standing straighter and deliberately made himself slouch.
Fool girl.
Zareen laughed softly, and suddenly he did not know whether to straighten or stay as he was.
Fool.
This time he meant it for himself.
You're supposed to be looking. For what?
He did not see anything but the street, did not smell anything but the almost burned sulphur scent. And Zareen, of course. Loyal appeared to be wondering what it was he was looking for, too. He scratched a tufted ear, peered one way down the street, then the other, then scratched the other ear. Then he stared up at the roof of the inn. Lan appeared from the alleyway beside the inn and moved out into the street, eyes studying the darker shadows along the buildings.
Maybe he missed seeing something,
Perrin muttered, though he found it hard to believe, and turned toward the alley.
I am supposed to be looking, so I'll look. Maybe he did miss something.
Lan had stopped a little way down the street, staring at the paving stones in front of his feet. The warder started back toward the inn, walking quickly, but peering at the street ahead of him as if following something. Whatever it was led straight to one of the mounting blocks, almost beside the inn door. He stopped there, staring at the top of the grey stone block. Perrin decided to abandon going down the alley. It stank as much as the canals in this part of Ilion, for one thing, and walked over to Lan instead. He saw what the warder was staring at right away. Pressed into the top of the stone mounting block were 2 prints, as if a huge hound had rested its forepaws there. The smell that was almost burned sulphur was strongest here.
Dogs don't make footprints in stone. Light, they don't.
He could make out the trail Lan had followed, too. The hound had trotted up the street as far as the mounting block, then turned and gone back the way it had come, leaving tracks in the stone as if they had been a ploughed field.
They just don't.
Darkhound,
Lan said, and Zareen gasped. Loyal moaned softly. For an Ogier.
A darkhound leaves no mark on dirt, blacksmith. Not even on mud. But stone is another matter. There hasn't been a darkhound seen south of the Mountains of Doom since the Trolloc Wars. This one was hunting for something, I'd say. And now that it has found it, it has gone to tell its master.
Me? Perrin thought. Grey men and darkhounds hunting me? This is crazy.
Are you telling me Nieda was right? Zareen demanded in a shaky voice. Old Grim is really riding with the wild hunt? Light. I always thought it was just a story.
Don't be a complete fool, girl, Lan said harshly. If the Dark One were free, we'd all be worse than dead by now. He peered off down the street the way the tracks went. But Darkhounds are real enough. Almost as dangerous as Madral. And harder to kill.
Now you bring fetches into it, Zareen muttered. Grey men, fetches, Darkhounds. You had better lead me to the Horn of Valir, farm boy. What other surprises do you have waiting for me?
No questions, Lan told her. You still know little enough that Moraine will release you from your oath if you swear not to follow. I'll take that oath myself, and you can go now. You would be wise to give it.
You will not frighten me away, Stoneface, Zareen said. I do not frighten easily. But she sounded frightened, and smelled it too.
I have a question, Perrin said, and I want an answer. You didn't sense this Darkhound, Lan, and neither did Moraine. Why not?
The warder was silent for a time.
The answer to that, Blacksmith, he said grimly at last. Maybe more than you or I, either one, want to know. I hope the answer does not kill us all. You three get what sleep you can. I doubt we will stay the night in Elian, and I fear we have hard riding ahead. What are you going to do? Perrin asked. I am going after Moraine, to tell her about the Darkhound. She can't be angry with me for following for that. Not when she would not know it was there until it took her throat.
The first big drops of rain splattered on the paving stones as they went back inside. Billy had removed the last of the dead grey men and was sweeping up the sawdust where they had bled. The dark-eyed girl was singing a sad song about a boy leaving his love. Mistress Luhan would have enjoyed it greatly. Lan ran ahead of them, across the common room and up the stairs, and by the time Perrin reached the second floor, the warder was already starting back down, buckling his sword belt on, colour-shifting cloak hanging over his arm, as if he hardly cared who saw it.
If he is wearing that in a city...
Loyal's shaggy hair almost brushed the ceiling as he shook his head.
I do not know if I can sleep, but I will try. Dreams will be more pleasant than staying awake.
Not always, Loyal, Perrin thought as the Ogier went on down the hall. Zareen seemed to want to stay with him, but he told her to go to sleep, and firmly shut the slatted door in her face. He stared at his own bed reluctantly as he stripped down to his underbreeches.
I have to find out,
he sighed, and crawled onto the bed. Rain drummed down outside, and thunder boomed. The breeze across his bed carried some of the rain's coolness, but he did not think he would need any of the blankets at the foot of the mattress. His last thought before sleep claimed him was that he had forgotten to light a candle again, though the room was dark.
Careless. Mustn't be careless. Carelessness ruins the work.
Dreams tumbled through his head. Darkhounds chasing him. He never saw them, but he could hear their howling. Fades and grey men. A tall, slender man flashed into them again and again, in richly embroidered coat and boots with gold fringe. Most of the time he held what seemed to be a sword, shining like the sun, and laughed triumphantly. Sometimes the man sat on a throne, and kings and queens grovelled before him. These felt strange, as if they were not really his dreams at all. Then the dreams changed, and he knew he was in the wolf dream he sought. This time he had hoped for it. He stood atop a high, flat-topped stone spire, the wind ruffling his hair, bringing 1,000 dry scents and a faint hint of water hidden in the far distance. For an instant, he thought he had the form of a wolf, and fumbled at his own body to make sure what he saw was really him. He wore his own coat and breeches and boots. He held his bow, and his quiver hung at his side. The axe was not there.
Hopper? Hopper! Where are you?
The wolf did not come. Rugged mountains surrounded him, and other tall spires separated by arid flats and jumbled ridges, and sometimes a large plateau rising with sheer sides. Things grew, but nothing lush. Tough, short grass, bushes wiry and covered with thorn, and other things that even seemed to have thorns on their fat leaves. Scattered, stunted trees twisted by the wind. Yet wolves could find hunting even in this land. As he peered at this rough land, a circle of darkness suddenly blanked out a part of the mountains. He could not have said whether the darkness was right in front of his face or halfway to the mountains, but he seemed to be seeing through it and beyond. Matt, rattling a dice cup. His opponent stared at Matt with eyes of fire. Matt did not seem to see the man, but Perrin knew him.
Matt! He shouted. It's Baalzamon! Light, Matt! You're dicing with Baalzamon!
Matt made his toss, and as the dice spun, the vision faded, and the dark place was dry mountains again.
Hopper?
Perrin turned slowly, looking in every direction. He even looked up in the sky.
He can fly now.
Where clouds promised a rain, the ground far below the spire top would drink up as soon as it fell.
Hopper?
A darkness formed among the clouds, a hole into somewhere else. Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine stood looking at a huge metal cage, with a raised door held on a heavy spring. They stepped in and reached up together to loose the catch. The barred door snapped down behind them. A woman with her hair all in braids laughed at them, and another woman all in white laughed at her. The hole in the sky closed, and there were only clouds.
Hopper! Where are you?
He called.
I need you! Hopper!
And the grizzled wolf was there, alighting on the spire top as if he had leaped from somewhere higher.
Dangerous. You have been warned, young bull. Too young. Too new yet. I need to know, Hopper. You said there were things I must see. I need to see more. Know more.
He hesitated, thinking of Matt, of Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine.
The strange things I see here. Are they real?
Hopper's sending seemed slow, as if it were so simple the wolf could not understand the need to explain it, or how to. Finally, though, something came.
What is real is not real. What is not real is real. Flesh is a dream, and dreams have flesh. That doesn't tell me anything, Hopper. I do not understand.
The wolf looked at him, as if he had said he did not understand that water was wet.
You said I had to see something, and you showed me Baalzamon and Lanfear. Heartfang, Moon Hunter. Why did you show me, Hopper? Why did I have to see them? The last hunt comes.
Sadness filled the sending, and a sense of inevitability.
What will be, must be. I do not understand. The last hunt? What last hunt? Hopper! Grey men came to kill me tonight. The not dead hunt you? Yes! Grey men! After me! And a darkhound was right outside the inn. I want to know why they are after me. Shadow Brothers.
Hopper crouched, looking to either side as if he almost expected an attack.
Long since we have seen the Shadow Brothers. You must go, young bull. Great danger. Flee the Shadow Brothers. Why are they after me, Hopper? You do know. I know you do. Flee, young bull.
Hopper leaped, forepaws hitting Perrin's chest, knocking him back over the edge.
Flee the Shadow Brothers.
The wind rushed in his ears as he fell. Hopper and the edge of the spire top dwindled above him.
Why, Hopper? He shouted. I have to know why! The last hunt comes.
He was going to hit. He knew it.
The ground below rushed up at him, and he tensed against the crushing impact that... He started awake, staring at the candle flickering on the small table beside the bed. Lightning flashes lit the window, and thunder rattled it.
What did he mean? The last hunt, he mumbled. I did not light any candle.
You talk to yourself. And thrash in your sleep? He jumped and cursed himself for not having noticed the herbal scent in the air. Zareen sat on a stool at the edge of the candlelight, elbow on her knee, chin on her fist, watching him. You are Taviran, she said as if ticking off a point. Stoneface thinks those odd eyes of yours can see things his can't. Grey men want to kill you. You travel with an Aes Sedai, a warder, and an Ogier. You free caged Aiel and kill white cloaks. Who are you, farm boy? The Dragon Reborn? Her voice said that was the most ridiculous thing she could think of, but he still shifted uneasily. Whoever you are, big man, she added, you could do with a little more hair on your chest. He twisted around, cursing, and scrabbled one of the blankets over him to his neck.
Light, she keeps making me jump like a frog on a hot rock.
Zareen's face was at the edge of shadows. He could not see her clearly, except when lightning shone through the window, the harsh illumination casting its own shadow across her strong nose and high cheekbones. Suddenly, he remembered Min saying he should run from a beautiful woman. Once he had recognized Lanfear in that wolf dream, he had thought Min must mean her. He did not think it was possible for a woman to be any more beautiful than Lanfear. But she was just in a dream. Zareen was sitting there, staring at him with those dark, tilted eyes, considering, weighing.
What are you doing here? He demanded. What do you want?
Who are you? She threw back her head and laughed. I am Fail, farm boy. A hunter of the horn. Who do you think I am? The woman of your dreams? Why did you jump that way? You would think I had goosed you. Before he could find words, the door crashed back against the wall, and Moraine stood in the doorway, her face as pale and grim as death. Your wolf dreams tell as truly as a dreamer's, Perrin. The Forsaken are loose, and one of them rules in Ilion. Chapter 44. Hunted. Perrin climbed off the bed and started dressing, not caring whether Zareen was watching or not. He knew what he intended to do, but he asked Moraine anyway.
Do we leave?
Unless you want to make closer acquaintance with Samael, she said dryly. Thunder crashed overhead as if to punctuate her sentence, and lightning flashed. The Aes Sedai barely glanced at Zareen. Stuffing his shirt-tail into his breeches, he suddenly wished he had his coat and cloak on. Naming which one of the Forsaken it was made the room seem cold.
Ba'alzamon isn't bad enough. We have to have the Forsaken loose, too. Light, does it even matter if we find Rand now? Is it too late?
But he kept dressing, stamping his feet into his boots. It was that or give up, and Two Rivers folk were not known for giving up. Samael? Zareen said faintly. One of the Forsaken. Rules... Light. Do you still wish to follow? Moraine said softly. I would not make you stay here, not now. But I will give you one last chance to swear to go another way than I. Zareen hesitated, and Perrin paused with his coat half on. Surely no one would choose to go with people who had incurred the wrath of one of the Forsaken. Not now that she knew something of what they faced.
Not unless she has a very good reason.
For that matter, anyone who heard one of the Forsaken was loose should already be running for a seafolk ship and asking passage to the other side of the Aiel Waste, not sitting there, thinking. No, Zareen said finally, and he began to relax. Nope, I will not swear to go another way. Whether you lead me to the Horn of Valir or not,
Not even whoever does find the horn will have a story such as this. I think this story will be told for the ages, Aes Sedai, and I will be part of it.
No, Perrin snapped. That is not good enough. What do you want?
I have no time for this bickering, Moraine broke in. Any moment, Lord Brend may learn that one of his Darkhounds is dead. You can be sure he will know that means a warder, and he will come looking for the Guidene's Aes Sedai. Do you mean to sit here until he discovers where you are? Move, you foolish children! Move! She vanished down the hall before he could open his mouth. Zarine did not wait either, running from the room without her candle. Perrin hastily gathered his things and dashed for the back stairs, still buckling his axe belt around his waist. He caught up to Loyal going down, the Ogier trying to stuff a wood-bound book into his saddlebags, and put on his cloak at the same time. Perrin gave him a hand with the cloak while they both ran down the stairs, and Zarine caught the pair of them before they could dash out into the pouring rain. Perrin hunched his shoulders against the wet and ran for the stable across the storm-darkened yard without waiting to pull up the hood of his cloak.
She has to have a reason. Being in a bloody story isn't reason enough for any but a madwoman.
The rain soaked his shaggy curls, laying them flat around his head before he darted through the stable door. Moraine was there before them, in an oiled cloak still beaded with rain, and Nieda holding a lantern for Lan to finish saddling the horses. There was an extra, a bay gelding with an even stronger nose than Zarine's. "I will send pigeons every day," the stout woman was saying. "No one will suspect me. Fortune prick me, even white cloaks do speak well of me." "Listen to me, woman," Moraine snapped. "This is not a white cloak or a dark friend I speak of. You will flee this city and make anyone you care for flee with you. For a dozen years you have obeyed me. Obey me now." Nieda nodded, but reluctantly, and Moraine growled with exasperation.
"The bay is yours, girl," Lan said to Zarine. "Get on his back. If you do not know how to ride, you must learn by doing, or take my offer."
Putting one hand on the high pommel, she vaulted easily into the saddle. "I was on a horse once, Stoneface, now that I think of it." She twisted around to tie her bundle behind her.
"What did you mean, Moraine?"
Perrin demanded as he tossed his saddlebag across Stepper's back.
"You said he would find out where I am. He knows! The Grey Men!"
Nieda giggled, and he wondered irritably how much she really knew or believed among the things she said she did not believe in. Samael did not send the Grey Men. Moraine mounted Aldib with a cool, straight-backed precision, almost as if there were no hurry. The Darkhound was his, however. I believe it followed my trail. He would not have sent both. Someone wants you, but I do not think Samael even knows you exist. Yet. Perrin stopped with one foot in the stirrup, staring at her, but she seemed more concerned with patting her mare's arching neck than with the questions on his face.
"As well I went after you,"
Lan said, and the Aes Sedai sniffed loudly. "I could wish you were a woman, Guideen. I would send you to the tower as a novice to learn to obey." He raised an eyebrow and touched the hilt of his sword, then swung into his saddle, and she sighed. "Perhaps it is as well you are disobedient. Sometimes it is well. Besides, I do not think Shiriam and Swan Sanche together could teach you obedience."
"I do not understand,"
Perrin said.
"I seem to be saying that a great deal, and I'm tired of it. I want some answers I can understand."
He pulled himself the rest of the way up, so Moraine would not be looking down at him. She had enough advantage without that.
"If he did not send the Grey Men, who did? If a Murdral, or another Forsaken—"
He stopped to swallow.
"Another Forsaken! Light! If somebody else sent them, why did they not tell him? They're all dark friends, aren't they? And why me, Moraine? Why me? Rand is the bloody dragon reborn."
He heard the gasps from Zarine and Nieda, and only then realized what he had said. Moraine's stare seemed to skin him like the sharpest steel.
"Hasty bloody tongue! When did I stop thinking before I speak?"
It seemed to him it had happened when he first felt Zarine's eyes watching him. She was watching him now, with her mouth hanging open. "You are sealed to us now," Moraine told the bold-faced woman. "There is no turning back for you." ever. Zareen looked as if she wanted to say something, and was afraid to, but the Aes Sedai had already turned her attention elsewhere. Niada, flee Ilion tonight. In this hour. And hold your tongue even better than you have held it all these years. There are those who would cut it out for what you could say. Before I could even find you. Her hard tone left doubts as to exactly how she meant that, and Nieda nodded vigorously as if she had heard it both ways. As for you, Perrin, the white mare moved closer, and he leaned back from the Aes Sedai despite all he could do. There are many threads woven in the pattern, and some are as black as the shadow itself. Take care one of them does not strangle you. Her heels touched Aldib's flanks, and the mare darted into the rain, Mandab following close behind.
Burn you, Moraine, Perrin thought as he rode after them. Sometimes I do not know which side you are on.
He glanced at Zareen, riding beside him as if she had been born in a saddle.
And whose side are you on?
Rain kept people off the streets and canals, so no visible eyes watched them go, but it made the footing uncertain for the horses on the uneven paving stones. By the time they reached the Marido Causeway, a wide road of packed dirt stretching north through the marsh, the downpour had begun to slacken. Thunder still boomed, but the lightning flashed far behind them, perhaps out to sea. Perrin felt a bit of luck was coming their way. The rain had stayed long enough to hide their departure, but now it seemed they would have a clear night for riding. He said as much, but Lan shook his head.
Darkhounds like clear moonlit nights best, blacksmith. Rain the least. A good thunderstorm can keep them away completely.
As if his words had bidden it, the rain faded to a faint drizzle. Perrin heard Loyal groan behind him. Causeway and marsh ended together, some 2 miles or so from the city, but the road kept on, slowly bearing a little eastward. Cloud-dark evening faded into night, and the misting rain continued. Moraine and Lan kept a steady, ground-eating pace. The horses' hooves splashed through puddles on the hard-packed dirt. The moon shone through gaps in the clouds. Low hills began to rise around them, and trees to appear more and more often. Perrin thought there must be forest ahead, but he was not sure how he liked the idea. Woods could hide them from pursuit. Woods could let pursuit come close before they saw. A thin howl rose far behind them. For a moment he thought it was a wolf. He surprised himself by nearly reaching out to the wolf before he could stop. The cry came again, and he knew it was no wolf. Others answered it, all miles behind, eerie wails holding blood and death, cries that spoke of nightmares. To his surprise, Lan and Moraine slowed, the Aes Sedai studying the hills around them in the night.
They are a long way, he said. They'll not catch us if we keep on.
The Darkhounds, Zareen muttered. Those are the Darkhounds. Are you sure it isn't the Wild Hunt, Aes Sedai? But it is, Moraine replied. It is.
You can never outrun the Darkhounds, blacksmith, Lan said. Not on the fastest horse. Always you must face them and defeat them, or they will pull you down. I could have stayed in the steading, you know, Loyal said. My mother would have had me married by now, but it would not have been a bad life. Plenty of books. I did not have to come outside.
There, Moraine said, pointing to a tall, treeless mound well off to their right. There were no trees that Perrin could see for 200 paces or more around it either, and they were still sparse beyond that. We must see them coming to have a chance. The Darkhound's dire cries rose again. Closer, yet still far. Lan quickened Mandab's pace a little, now that Moraine had chosen their ground. As they climbed, the horses' hooves clattered on rocks half buried in the dirt and slicked by the drizzle. To Perrin's eyes, most of them had too many squared corners to be natural. At the top, they dismounted around what seemed to be a low, rounded boulder. The moon appeared through a gap in the clouds, and he found himself looking at a weathered stone face 2 paces long. A woman's face, he thought from the length of the hair. The rain made her seem to be weeping. Moraine dismounted and stood looking off in the direction of the howls. She was a shadowed, hooded shape, rain catching moonlight as it rolled down her oiled cloak. Loyal led his horse over to peer at the carving, then bent closer and felt the features.
"I think she was an Ogier,"
he said at last.
"but this is not an old steading. I would feel it. We all would, and we would be safe from shadow spawn."
"What are you two staring at?" Zareen squinted at the rock. "What is it?" "Her? Who?" "Many nations have risen and fallen since the breaking," Moraine said without turning, some leaving no more than names on a yellowed page or lines on a tattered map. Will we leave as much behind? The blood-drenched howls rose again, still closer. Perrin tried to calculate their pace, and thought Lan had been right. The horses could not have outrun them after all. They would not have long to wait.
"Ogier," Lan said, "you and the girl hold the horses."
Zareen protested, but he rode straight over to her.
"Your knives will not do much good here, girl."
His sword blade gleamed in the moonlight as he drew it.
"Even this is a last resort. It sounds like 10 out there, not 1. Your work is to keep the horses from running when they smell the Darkhounds. Even Mandab does not like that smell."
If the warder's sword was no good, then neither was the axe. Perrin felt something near to relief at that, even if they were shadow spawn. He would not have to use the axe. He drew the length of his unstrung bow from under Stepper's saddle girths.
"Maybe this will do some good." "Try if you wish, blacksmith," Lan said. "They do not die easily. Perhaps you will kill one."
Perrin drew a fresh bowstring from his pouch, trying to shield it from the soft rain. The beeswax coating was thin and not much protection against prolonged damp. Setting the bow slantwise between his legs, he bent it easily, fixing the loops of the bowstring into the horn nocks at the ends of the bow. When he straightened, he could see the Darkhounds. They ran like horses at a gallop, and as he caught sight of them, they gathered speed. They were only 10 large shapes running in the night, sweeping through the scattered trees, yet he pulled a broadhead arrow from his quiver, nocked it, but did not draw. He had been far from the best bowman in Emond's Field, but among the younger men, only Rand had been better. At 300 paces he would shoot, he decided.
"Fool, you'd have a hard time hitting a target standing still at that distance. But if I wait, the way they are moving—"
Stepping up beside Moraine, he raised his bow.
"I just have to imagine that moving shadow is a big dog."
Drew the goose-feather fletchings to his ear, and loosed. He was sure the shaft merged with the nearest shadow, but the only result was a snarl.
"It is not going to work. They're coming too fast."
He was already drawing another arrow.
"Why aren't you doing something, Moraine?"
He could see their eyes, shining like silver, their teeth gleaming like burnished steel. Black as the night itself, and as big as small ponies, they sped toward him, silent now, seeking the kill. The wind carried a stink near to burned sulphur. The horses whickered fearfully, even Lan's warhorse.
"Burn you, Aes Sedai! Do something!"
He loosed again. The frontmost Darkhound faltered and came on.
"They can die."
He shot once more, and the lead Darkhound tumbled, staggered to its feet, then fell. Yet even as it did, he knew a moment of despair. One down, and the other 9 had covered 2/3 of the distance already. They seemed to be running even faster, like shadows flowing across the ground.
"One more arrow. Time for one more, maybe. And then it's the axe. Burn you, Aes Sedai!"
He drew again. "Now," Moraine said as his arrow left the bow. The air between her hands caught fire, and streaked toward the Darkhounds, vanquishing night. The horses squealed and leaped against being held. Perrin threw an arm across his eyes to shield them from a white-hot glare like burning, heat like a forge cracking open. Sudden noon flared in the darkness, and was gone. When he uncovered his eyes, spots flickered across his vision, and the faint, fading image of that line of fire. Where the dark hounds had been was nothing but night-covered ground and the soft rain. The only shadows that moved were cast by clouds crossing the moon.
I thought she'd throw fire at them or call lightning, but this... What was that?
He asked hoarsely. Moraine was peering off toward Ilion again, as if she could see through all those miles of darkness. Perhaps he did not see, she said almost to herself. It is far, and if he was not watching, perhaps he did not notice. Who? Zarine demanded. Samael? Her voice shook a little. You said he was in Ilion. How could he see anything here? What did you do? Something forbidden, Moraine said coolly. Forbidden by vows almost as strong as the 3 oaths. She took Aldib's reins from the girl and patted the mare's neck, calming her. Something not used in nearly 2,000 years. Something I might be stilled just for knowing.
Perhaps,
Loyal's voice was a faint boom.
Perhaps we should be going? There could be more.
I think not, the Aes Sedai said, mounting. He would not loose 2 packs at once, even if he has to. They would turn on each other instead of their prey. And I think we are not his main quarry, or he would have come himself. We were an annoyance, I think. Her tone was calm, but it was clear she did not like being regarded so lightly, and perhaps a little something extra to slip into his game bag, if we were not too much trouble. Still, there is small good in remaining any nearer him than we must.
Rand?
Perrin asked. He could almost feel Zarine leaning forward to listen.
If we are not what he hunts, is it Rand?
Perhaps, Moraine said. Or perhaps Mat. Remember that he is Taviran also, and he blew the horn of Valir. Zarine made a strangled sound. He blew it! Someone has found it already! The Aes Sedai ignored her, leaning out of her saddle to stare closely into Perrin's eyes, dark, gleaming into burnished gold. Once again, events outpace me. I do not like that, and neither should you. If events outrun me, they may well trample you, and the rest of the world with you.
We have many leagues to tear yet, Lan said. The Ogir's suggestion is a good one.
He was already in his saddle. After a moment, Moraine straightened and touched the mare's ribs with her heels. She was halfway down the side of the mound before he could get his bow unstrung and take Stepper's reins from Loyal.
Burn you, Moraine. I'll find some answers somewhere.
Leaning back against a fallen log, Mat enjoyed the warmth of the campfire. The rains had drifted south 3 days earlier, but he still felt damp. Yet right at that moment, he was hardly aware of the dancing flames. He peered thoughtfully at the small, wax-covered cylinder in his hand. Tom was engrossed in tuning his harp, muttering to himself of rain and wet, never glancing Mat's way. Crickets chirped in the dark thicket around them. Caught between villages by sunset, they had chosen this copse away from the road. 2 nights they had tried to buy a room for the night. Twice a farmer had loosed his dogs on them. Mat unsheathed his belt knife and hesitated.
Luck. It only explodes sometimes, she said. Luck.
As carefully as he could, he slit along the length of the tube. It was a tube, and of paper, as he had thought. He had found bits of paper on the ground after fireworks were set off back home. Layers of paper, but all that filled the inside was something that looked like dirt, or maybe tiny grey-black pebbles and dust. He stirred them on his palm with one finger. How in the light could pebbles explode?
The light burn me!
Tom roared. He thrust his harp into its case as if to protect it from what was in Mat's hand.
Are you trying to kill us, boy?
Haven't you ever heard those things explode 10 times as hard for air as for fire? Fireworks are the next thing to Aes Sedai work, boy.
Maybe, Matt said, but Eludra did not look like any Aes Sedai to me. I used to think that about Master Alvea's clock, that it had to be Aes Sedai work, but once I got the back of the cabinet open, I saw it was full of little pieces of metal.
He shifted uncomfortably at the memory. Mistress Alvea had been the first to reach him that time, with the wisdom and his father and the mayor all right behind her, and none believing he just meant to look.
I could have put them all back together. I think Perrin could make one if he saw those little wheels and springs and I don't know what all.
You would be surprised, boy, Tom said dryly.
Even a bad clockmaker is a fairly rich man, and they earn it. But a clock does not explode in your face. Neither did this. Well, it is useless now.
He tossed the handful of paper and little pebbles into the fire to a screech from Tom. The pebbles sparked and made tiny flashes, and there was a smell of acrid smoke.
You are trying to kill us!
Tom's voice was unsteady, and it rose in intensity and pitch as he spoke.
If I decide I want to die, I will go to the royal palace when we reach Camelin, and I'll pinch Morghese.
His long moustaches flailed.
Do not do that again. It did not explode, Matt said, frowning at the fire.
He fished into the oiled cloth roll on the other side of the log and pulled out a firework of the next larger size.
I wonder why there was no bang. I do not care why there was no bang. Do not do it again.
Matt glanced at him and laughed.
Stop shaking, Tom. There's no need to be afraid. I know what is inside them now. At least, I know what it looks like, but... Don't say it. I will not be cutting any more open, Tom. It is more fun to set them off, anyway. I am not afraid, you mud-footed swineherd, Tom said with elaborate dignity. I am shaking with rage because I'm travelling with a goat-brained lout who might kill the pair of us because he cannot think past his own... Hold the fire!
Matt exchanged glances with Tom as horses' hooves approached. It was late for anyone honest to be travelling. But the Queen's guards kept the road safe this close to Camelin, and the 4 who rode into the firelight certainly did not look like robbers. One was a woman. The men all wore long cloaks and seemed to be her retainers, while she was pretty and blue-eyed, in gold necklace and a grey silk dress and a velvet cloak with a wide hood. The men dismounted. One held her reins and another her stirrup, and she smiled at Matt, doffing her gloves as she came near the fire. "I fear we are caught out late, young master," she said, "and I would trouble you for directions to an inn, if you know one." He grinned and started to rise. He had made it as far as a crouch when he heard one of the men mutter something, and another produced a crossbow from under his cloak, already drawn, with a clip holding the bolt. "Kill him, fool!" the woman shouted, and Matt tossed the firework into the flames and threw himself toward his quarterstaff. There was a loud bang and a flash of light. "Aes Sedai!" a man cried. "Fireworks, fool!" the woman shouted, and he rolled to his feet with the staff in his hand to see the crossbow bolt sticking out of the fallen log almost where he had been sitting, and the crossbow man falling with the hilt of one of Tom's knives adorning his chest. It was all he had time to see, for the other 2 men darted past the fire at him, drawing swords. One of them suddenly stumbled to his knees, dropping his sword to claw at the knife in his back as he fell face down. The last man did not see his companion fall. He obviously expected to be one of a pair, dividing their opponent's attention as he thrust his blade at Matt's middle. Feeling almost contemptuous, Matt cracked the fellow's wrist with one end of his staff, sending the sword flying, and cracked his forehead with the other. The man's eyes rolled up in his head as he collapsed. From the corner of his eye, Matt saw the woman walking toward him, and he stuck a finger at her like a knife. "Fine clothes you wear for a thief, woman! You sit down till I decide what to do with you, or I'll—" She looked as surprised as Matt at the knife that suddenly bloomed in her throat. A red flower of spreading blood. He took half a step as if to catch her as she fell, knowing it was no good. Her long cloak settled over her, covering everything but her face, and the hilt of Tom's knife. "Burn you?
Matt muttered. "Burn you, Tom Merlin. A woman? Like we could have tied her up, given her to the Queen's guards tomorrow in Camelin. Like, I might even have let her go. She'd rob nobody without these three, and the only one that lives will be days before he can see straight and months before he can hold a sword. Burn you, Tom, there was no need to kill her." The gleeman limped to where the woman lay and kicked back her cloak. The dagger had half fallen from her hand, its blade as wide as Matt's thumb and 2 hands long. "Would you rather I had waited till she nested that in your ribs, boy?" He retrieved his own knife, wiping the blade on her cloak. Matt realized he was humming "She Wore a Mask That Hid Her Face," and stopped it. He bent down and hid hers with the hood of her cloak. "Best we move on," he said quietly. "I do not want to have to explain this if a patrol of the guards happens by." "With her in those clothes?" Tom said. "I should say not. They must have robbed a merchant's wife or some noblewoman's carriage." His voice became gentler. "If we're going, boy, you had best see to saddling your horse." Matt gave a start and pulled his eyes from the dead woman. "Yes, I had better, hadn't I?" He did not look at her again. He had no such compunction about the men. As far as he was concerned, a man who decided to rob and kill deserved what he got when he lost the game. He did not dwell on them, but neither did he jerk his eyes away if they fell on one of the robbers. It was after he had saddled his gelding and tied his things on behind, while he was kicking dirt onto the fire, that he found himself looking at the man who had shot the crossbow. There was something familiar about those features, about the way the smothering fire made shadows across them. Luck, he told himself. Always the luck. "The crossbow man was a good swimmer, Tom," he said as he climbed into the saddle. "What foolery are you talking now?" The gleeman was on his horse too, and far more concerned with how his instrument cases rode behind his saddle than he was with the dead. "How could you know whether he could even swim at all?" "He made it ashore from a small boat in the middle of the Erin in the middle of the night. I guess that used up all his luck." He checked the lashings on the roll of fireworks again. "If that fool thought one of these was Aes Sedai, I wonder what he'd have thought if they all went off." "Are you sure, boy? The chances of it being the same man. Why, even you wouldn't lay a wager against those odds." "I am sure, Tom. Elaine, I will wring your neck when I put my hands on you, and Egwene's, and Nynaeve's too. And I am sure I intend to have this bloody letter out of my hands an hour after we reach Camelin. I tell you there is nothing in that letter, boy. I played Dice de Mar when I was younger than you, and I can recognise a code or a cipher even when I don't know what it says. Well, I never played your great game, Tom, your bloody game of houses, but I know when someone is chasing me, and they'd not be chasing this hard or this far for the gold in my pockets, not for less than a chest full of gold. It has to be the letter. Burn me, pretty girls always get me in trouble. Do you feel like sleeping tonight, after this?" "With the sleep of an innocent babe, boy. But if you want to ride, I'll ride." The face of a pretty woman floated into Matt's head, with a dagger in her throat. "You had no luck, pretty woman." "Then let's ride," he said savagely. Chapter 45. Camelin. Matt had vague memories of Camelin, but when they approached it in the early hours after sunrise, it seemed as if he had never been there before. They had not been alone on the road since first light, and other riders surrounded them now, and trains of merchants' wagons and folk afoot, all streaming toward the great city. Built on rising hills, it was surely as large as Tarvalon, and outside the huge walls, a 50-foot height of pale greyish stone streaked with white and silver sparkling in the sun, spaced with tall round towers with the lion banner of Andor waving atop them, white on red. Outside those walls,
It seemed as if another great city had been placed, wrapping around the walled city, all red brick and grey stone and white-plastered walls. Inns pushed in on houses of 3 and 4 stories, so fine they must belong to wealthy merchants. Shops with goods displayed on tables under awnings, crowding against wide, windowless warehouses. Open markets under red and purple roof tiles lined the road on both sides, men and women already crying their wares, bargaining at the top of their voices, while penned calves and sheep and goats and pigs, caged geese and chickens and ducks added to the din. He seemed to remember thinking Camelin was too noisy when he was here before. Now, it sounded like a heartbeat, pumping wealth. The road led to arched gates 20 feet high, standing open under the watchful eye of red-coated Queen's Guards in their shining breastplates. They eyed Tom and him no more than anyone else, not even the quarterstaff slanted across his saddle in front of him. All they cared was that people keep moving, it seemed. And then they were within. Slender towers here rose even taller than those along the walls, and gleaming domes shone white and gold above streets teeming with people. Just inside the gates, the road split into 2 parallel streets, separated by a wide strip of grass and trees. The hills of the city rose like steps toward a peak, which was surrounded by another wall, shining as white as Tarvalon's, with still more domes and towers within. That was the inner city, Matt recalled, and atop those highest hills stood the royal palace.
"No point waiting," he told Tom. "I'll take the letter straight on."
He looked at the sedan chairs and carriages making their way through the crowds, the shops with all their goods displayed.
"A man could earn some gold in this city, Tom, once he found a game of dice or cards."
He was not quite so lucky at cards as at dice, but few except nobles and the wealthy played those games anyway.
"Now that's who I should find a game with."
Tom yawned at him and hitched at his gleeman's cloak as if it were a blanket.
"We have ridden all night, boy. Let's at least find something to eat first. The Queen's blessing has good meals."
He yawned again.
"And good beds."
"I remember that," Matt said slowly. He did, in a way. The innkeeper was a fat man with greying hair, Master Gill. Moraine had caught up to Rand and him there, when he had thought they were finally free of her. She's off playing her game with Rand now. Nothing to do with me. Not any more.
"I will meet you there, Tom. I said I'd have this letter out of my hands an hour after I arrived, and I mean to. You go on."
Tom nodded and turned his horse aside, calling over his shoulder through a yawn.
"Do not become lost, boy. It's a big city, Camelin. And a rich one."
Matt heeled his mount on up the crowded street.
"Lost. I can find my bloody way."
The sickness appeared to have erased parts of his memory. He could look at an inn, its upper floors sticking out over the ground floor all the way around and its sign creaking in the breeze, and remember seeing it before, yet not recall another thing he could see from that spot. 100 paces of street might abruptly spark in his memory, while the parts before and after remained as mysterious as dice still in the cup. Even with the holes in his memory, he was sure he had never been to the inner city or the royal palace.
I couldn't forget that.
Yet he did not need to remember the way. The streets of the new city, he remembered that name suddenly, it was the part of Camelin less than 2,000 years old, ran every which way, but the main boulevards all led to the inner city. The guards at the gates made no effort to stop anyone. Within those white walls were buildings that could almost have fit in Tarvalon. The curving streets topped hills to reveal thin towers, their tiled walls sparkling with 100 colours in the sunlight, or to look down on parks laid out in patterns made to be viewed from above, or to show sweeping vistas across the entire city to the rolling plains and forests beyond. It did not really matter which streets he took here. They all spiralled in on what he sought, the royal palace of Andor. In no time he found himself crossing the huge oval plaza before the palace, riding toward its tall, gilded gates. The pure white palace of Andor would certainly not have been out of place among Tar Valon's wonders, with its slender towers and golden domes shining in the sun, its high balconies and intricate stonework. The gold leaf on one of those domes could have kept him in luxury for a year. There were fewer people in the plaza than elsewhere, as if it were reserved for great occasions. A dozen of the guards stood before the closed gates, bows slanted, all at exactly the same angle across their gleaming breastplates, faces hidden by the steel bars of their burnished helmets' face guards. A heavy-set officer, with his red cloak thrown back to reveal a knot of gold braid on his shoulder, was walking up and down the line, eyeing each man as if he thought he might find rust or dust. Matt drew rein and put on a smile.
"Good morning to you, Captain."
The officer turned, staring at him through the bars of his face guard with deep, beady eyes like a pudgy rat in a cage. The man was older than he had expected, surely old enough to have more than one knot of rank, and fat rather than stocky.
"What do you want, farmer?"
he demanded roughly. Matt drew a breath.
"Make it good. Impress this fool so he doesn't keep me waiting all day. I don't want to have to flash the Amelin's paper around to keep from kicking my heels. I come from Tar Valon, from the White Tower, bearing a letter from—" "You come from Tar Valon, farmer?"
The fat officer's stomach shook as he laughed, but then his laughter cut off as if severed with a knife, and he glared.
"We want no letters from Tar Valon, rogue, if you have such a thing. Our good queen, may the light illumine her, will take no word from the White Tower until the daughter heir is returned to her. I never heard of any messenger from the tower wearing a countryman's coat and breeches. It is plain to me you are up to some trick, perhaps thinking you'll find a few coins if you come claiming to carry letters, but you will be lucky if you don't end in a prison cell. If you do come from Tar Valon, go back and tell the tower to return the daughter heir before we come and take her. If you're a trickster after silver, get out of my sight before I have you beaten within an inch of your life. Either way, you half-wit looby, be gone."
Matt had been trying to edge a word in from the beginning of the man's speech. He said quickly, "The letter is from her, man. It is from—"
"Did I not tell you to be gone, ruffian?"
the fat man bellowed. His face was growing nearly as red as his coat.
"Take yourself out of my sight, you gutter scum! If you are not gone by the time I count 10, I will arrest you for littering the plaza with your presence. 1, 2.
Can you count so high, you fat fool?" Matt snapped.
"I tell you, Elaine sent— Guards!"
The officer's face was purple now.
"Seize this man for a dark friend!"
Matt hesitated a moment, sure no one could take such a charge seriously, but the red-coated guards dashed toward him, all dozen men in breastplates and helmets, and he wheeled his horse and galloped ahead of them, followed by the fat man's shouts. The gelding was no racer, but it outdistanced men afoot easily enough. People dodged out of his way along the curving streets, shaking fists after him and shouting as many curses as the officer had. "Fool," he thought, meaning the fat officer, then added another for himself. "All I had to do was say her bloody name in the beginning. Elaine, the daughter heir of Andor, sends this letter to her mother, Queen Morghese. Light! Who could have thought they'd think that way about Tar Valon?" From what he remembered of his last visit, Aes Sedai and the White Tower had been close behind Queen Morghese in the guard's affections. Burn her, Elaine could have told me. Reluctantly, he added, "I could have asked questions, too." Before he reached the arched gates that let out into the new city, he slowed to a walk. He did not think the guards from the palace could still be chasing him, and there was no point in attracting the eyes of those at the gate by galloping through, but they looked at him no more now than when he had first entered. As he rode under the broad arch, he smiled and almost turned back. He had suddenly remembered something, and had an idea that appealed to him a good deal more than walking through the palace gates. Even if that fat officer had not been watching the gates, he thought he would like it better. He became lost twice while searching for the Queen's blessing, but at last he found the sign with a man kneeling before a woman with red gold hair and a crown of golden roses, her hand on his head. It was a broad stone building of 3 stories, with tall windows even up under the red roof tiles. He rode around back to the stable yard, where a horse-faced fellow in a leather vest that could hardly be any tougher than his skin took his horse's reins. He thought he remembered the fellow. Yes, Raimy. "It has been a long time, Raimy." Matt tossed him a silver mark. "You remember me, don't you?" "Can't say as I—" Raimy began, then caught the shine of silver where he had expected copper. He coughed, and his short nod turned into something that combined a knuckled forehead with a jerky bow. "Why, of course I do, young master. Forgive me, slipped my mind. Mind no good for people. Good for horses. I know horses, I do. A fine animal, young master. I'll take good care of him, you can be sure." He delivered it all quickly, with no room for Matt to say a word, then hurried the gelding into the stable before he might have to come up with Matt's name. With a sour grimace, Matt put the fat roll of fireworks under his arm and shouldered the rest of his belongings. "Fellow couldn't tell me from Hawkwing's toenails." A bulky, muscular man was sitting on an upturned barrel beside the door to the kitchen, gently scratching the ear of a black and white cat crouched on his knee. The man studied Matt with heavy-lidded eyes, especially the quarterstaff across his shoulder, but he never stopped his scratching. Matt thought he remembered him, but he could not bring up a name. He said nothing as he went through the door, and neither did the man. "No reason they should remember me. Probably have bloody Aes Sedai coming for people every day." In the kitchen, 2 undercooks and 3 scullions were darting between stoves and roasting spits under the direction of a round woman with her hair in a bun and a long wooden spoon that she used to point out what she wanted done. Matt was sure he remembered the round woman. Colleen. And what a name for a woman that wide. But everybody called her Cook. "Well, Cook," he announced, "I am back, and not a year since I left." She peered at him a moment, then nodded. "I remember you." He began to grin. "You were with that young prince, weren't you?" she went on. "The one who looked so like Tigraine, the light illumined her memory. You're his serving man, aren't you? Is he coming back then, the young prince?" "No," he said curtly. "A prince light. I do not think he will be any time soon, and I don't think you would like it if he did." She protested, saying what a fine, handsome young man the prince was. "But me, is there a woman anywhere who doesn't moon over round and make calf eyes if you mention his bloody name? She'd bloody scream if she knew what he is doing now." But he refused to let her get it out. "Is Master Gill about? And Tom Merrilin?" "In the library," she said with a tight sniff. "You tell Basil Gill when you see him that I said those drains need cleaning. Today, mind." She caught sight of something one of the undercooks was doing to a beef roast and waddled over to her. "Not so much, child. You will make the meat too sweet if you put so much arrath on it." She seemed to have forgotten Matt already. He shook his head as he went in search of this library he could not remember. He could not remember that Colleen was married to Master Gill either, but if he had ever heard a good wife send instructions to her husband, that had been it. A pretty serving girl with big eyes giggled and directed him down a hall beside the common room. When he stepped into the library, he stopped and stared. There had to be more than 300 books on the shelves built on the walls, and more lying on the tables. He had never seen so many books in one place in his life. He noticed a leather-bound copy of The Travels of Jane Fastrider on a table near the door. He had always meant to read that. Rand and Perrin had always been telling him things out of it, but he never did seem to get around to reading the books he meant to read. Pink-faced Basil Gill and Tom Merrilin were seated at one of the tables facing each other across a stones board, pipes in their teeth, trailing thin blue streamers of tobacco smoke. A calico cat sat on the table beside a wooden dice cup, her tail curled over her feet, watching them play. The gleeman's cloak was nowhere in sight, so Matt supposed he had already gotten a room. "You're done sooner than I expected, boy," Tom said around his pipe stem. He tugged one long white moustache as he considered where to place his next stone on the board's cross-hatchings. "Basil, you remember Matt Cawthon?" "I remember," the fat innkeeper said, peering at the board.
Sickly the last time you were here, I recall. I hope you are better now, lad. I am better, Matt said. Is that all you remember? That I was sick?
Master Gill winced at Tom's move and took his pipe out of his mouth.
Considering who you left with, lad, and considering the way things are now, maybe it's best I remember no more than that. Aes Sedai not in such good odour now, are they?
Matt set his things in one big armchair, the quarterstaff propped against the back, and himself in another, with one leg swinging over the arm.
The guards at the palace seemed to think the White Tower had stolen Elaine.
Tom eyed the roll of fireworks uneasily, looked at his smoking pipe, and muttered to himself before going back to his study of the board.
Hardly that, Gill said, but the whole city knows she disappeared from the tower. Tom says she's returned, but we've heard none of that here. Perhaps Morghese knows, but everyone down to a stable boy is stepping lightly so she doesn't snap off his head. Lord Gabriel has kept her from actually sending anyone to the headsman, but I'd not say she would not do it, and he has certainly not soothed her temper toward Tarvalon. If anything, I think he has made it worse. Morghese has a new adviser, Tom said in a dry voice. Gareth Bryn did not like him, so Bryn has been retired to his estate to watch his sheep grow wool. Basil, are you going to place a stone or not? In a moment, Tom, in a moment. I want to set it right.
Gill clamped his teeth around his pipe stem and frowned at the board, puffing up smoke.
So the Queen has an adviser who doesn't like Tarvalon, Matt said. Well, that explains the way the guards acted when I said I came from there. If you told them that, Gill said, you might be lucky you escaped without any broken bones. If it was any of the new men, at least. Gabriel has replaced half the guards in Camelin with men of his choosing, and that is no mean feat considering how short a time he has been here. Some say Morghese may marry him.
He started to put a stone on the board, then took it back with a shake of his head.
Times change. People change. Too much change for me. I suppose I am growing old. You seem to mean us both to grow old before you place a stone, Tom muttered.
The cat stretched and slinked across the table for him to stroke her back.
Talking all day will not let you find a good move. Why don't you just admit defeat, Basil? I'll never admit defeat, Gill said stoutly. I'll beat you yet, Tom.
He set a white stone on the intersection of two lines.
You will see.
Tom snorted. From what Matt could see of the board, he did not think Gill had much chance.
I will just have to avoid the guards and put Elaine's letter right into Morghese's hands. Especially if they're all like that fat fool. Light, I wonder if he's told them all I'm a dark friend. You did not deliver it? Tom barked. I thought you were anxious to be rid of the thing. You have a letter from the daughter heir? Gill exclaimed. Tom, why did you not tell me? I'm sorry, Basil, the gleeman muttered. He glared at Matt from under those bushy eyebrows and blew out his moustaches. The boy thinks someone is out to kill him over it, so I thought I'd let him say what he wanted and no more. Seems he does not care any longer. What kind of letter? Gill asked. Is she coming home? And Lord Gawain? I hope they are. I've actually heard talk of war with Tarvalon, as if anyone could be fool enough to go to war with Aes Sedai. If you ask me, it is all one with those mad rumours we have heard about Aes Sedai supporting a false dragon somewhere in the west, and using the power as a weapon. Not that I can see why that would make anyone want to go to war with them. Just the opposite. Are you married to Colleen? Matt asked, and Master Gill gave a start. The light preserve me from that. You would think the inn was hers now, if she was my wife. What does that have to do with the daughter heir's letter? Nothing, Matt said, but you went on so long, I thought you must have forgotten your own questions.
Gill made a choking sound, and Tom barked a laugh. Matt hurried on before the innkeeper could speak. The letter is sealed? Elaine did not tell me what it says. Tom was eyeing him sideways and stroking his moustaches. Does he think I'll admit we opened the thing? But I don't think she is coming home. She means to be Aes Sedai, if you ask me. He told them about his attempt to deliver the letter, smoothing over a few edges they had no need to know about. The new men,
Gil said. That officer sounds it, at least. I'll wager on it. No better than brigands, most of them, except the ones with a sly eye. You wait until this afternoon, lad, when the guards on the gate will have changed. Say the daughter-heir's name right out, and just in case the new fellow is one of Gabriel's men too, duck your head a little. A knuckle to your forehead and you'll have no trouble. Burn me if I will. I pull wool and scratch gravel for nobody. Not to Morghese herself. This time, I'll not go near the guards at all. I would just as soon not know what word that fat fellow has spread.
They stared at him as if he were mad.
How under the light, Gil said, do you mean to enter the royal palace without passing the guards?
His eyes widened as if he were remembering something.
Like, you don't mean to... Lad, you'd need the Dark One's own luck to escape with your life. What are you going on about now, Basil? Matt, what fool thing do you intend to try?
I am lucky, Master Gil, Matt said. You just have a good meal waiting when I come back. As he stood, he picked up the dice cup and spun the dice out beside the stones board for luck. The calico cat leaped down, hissing at him with her back arched. The 5 spotted dice came to rest, each showing a single pip. The Dark One's eyes.
That's the best toss or the worst, Gil said. It depends on the game you are playing, doesn't it? Lad, I think you mean to play a dangerous game. Why don't you take that cup out into the common room and lose a few coppers? You look to me like a fellow who might like a little gamble. I will see the letter gets to the palace safely.
Colleen wants you to clean the drains, Matt told him, and turned to Tom while the innkeeper was still blinking and muttering to himself.
It doesn't seem to make any odds whether I get an arrow in me trying to deliver that letter or a knife in my back waiting. It's 6 up and half a dozen down. Just you have that meal waiting, Tom.
He tossed a gold mark on the table in front of Gil. Have my things put in a room, innkeeper? If it takes more coin, you will have it. Be careful of the big roll. It frightens Tom something awful. As he stalked out, he heard Gil say to Tom,
I always thought that lad was a rascal. How does he come by gold?
I always win, that's how, he thought grimly. I just have to win once more, and I'm done with Elaine, and that's the last of the White Tower for me. Just once more. Chapter 46. A Message Out of the Shadow. Even as he returned to the inner city on foot, Matt was far from certain that what he intended would actually work. It would if what he had been told was true, but it was the truth of that he was not sure of. He avoided the oval plaza in front of the palace, but wandered around the sides of the huge structure and its grounds, along streets that curved with the contours of the hills. The golden domes of the palace glittered mockingly out of reach. He had made his way almost all the way around, nearly back to the plaza, when he saw it. A steep slope, thick with low flowers, rising from the street to a white wall of rough stone. Several leafy tree limbs stuck over the top of the wall, and he could see the tops of others beyond, in a garden of the royal palace. A wall made to look like a cliff, he thought, and a garden on the other side. Maybe Rand was telling the truth. A casual look both ways showed him he had the curving street to himself for the moment. He would have to hurry. The curves did not allow him to see very far. Someone could come along any moment. He scrambled up the slope on all fours, careless of how his boots ripped holes in the banks of red and white blossoms. The rough stone of the wall gave plenty of finger holds, and ridges and knobs provided toe holds even for a man in boots. Careless of them to make it so easy, he thought as he climbed. For a moment the climbing took him back home with Rand and Perrin, to a journey they had made beyond the sand hills into the edge of the mountains of mist. When they returned to Emmons Field, they had all caught the fury from everyone who could lay hands on them. Him, worst of all. Everyone assumed it had been his idea. But for 3 days they had climbed the cliffs and slept under the sky and eaten eggs filched from redcrests' nests and plump grey-winged grouse fetched with an arrow or a stone from a sling and rabbits caught with snares. all the while laughing about how they were not afraid of the mountain's bad luck and how they might find a treasure. He had brought home an odd rock from that expedition, with the skull of a good-sized fish somehow pressed into it, and a long white tail feather dropped by a snow eagle, and a piece of white stone as big as his hand that looked almost as if it had been carved into a man's ear. He thought it looked like an ear, even if Rand and Perrin did not, and Tamal Thor had said it might be. His fingers slipped out of a shallow groove, his balance shifted, and he lost the toehold under his left foot. With a gasp, he barely caught hold of the top of the wall and pulled himself up the rest of the way. For a moment he lay there, breathing hard. It would not have been that long a fall, but enough to break his head. Fool, letting my mind wander like that. Nearly killed myself on those cliffs that way. That was all a long time ago. His mother had likely thrown all those things out already, anyway. With one last look each way, to make sure no one had seen him, the curving length of the street below was still empty. He dropped inside the palace grounds. It was a large garden, with flagstoned walks through expanses of grass among the trees, and grapevines thick on arbours over the walks. And everywhere, flowers. White blossoms covering the pear trees, and white and pink dotting the apple trees. Roses in every colour, and bright golden sunburst, and purple Emond's glory, and many he could not identify. Some he was not sure could be real. One had odd blossoms in scarlet and gold that looked almost like birds, and another seemed no different from a sunflower except that its yellow flowers were 2 feet and more across and stood on stalks as tall as an ogier. Boots crunched on flagstone, and he crouched low behind a bush against the wall as 2 guardsmen marched past, their long white collars hanging over their breastplates. They never glanced his way, and he grinned to himself. Luck. With just a little luck, they'll never see me till I hand the bloody thing to Morgaze. He slipped through the garden like a shadow, as if stalking rabbits, freezing by a bush or hard against a tree trunk when he heard boots. 2 more pairs of soldiers strode by along the paths, the second close enough for him to have taken 2 steps and goosed them. As they vanished among the flowers and trees, he plucked a deep red star blaze and stuck the wavy-petalled flower in his hair with a grin. This was as much fun as stealing apple cakes at Sunday, and easier. Women always kept a sharp watch on their baking. The fool soldiers never took their eyes off the flagstones. It was not long before he found himself against the white wall of the palace itself, and began sliding along it behind a row of flowering white roses on slatted frames, searching for a door. There were plenty of wide arched windows just over his head, but he thought it might be a bit harder to explain being found climbing in through a window than walking down a hall. 2 more soldiers appeared, and he froze. They would pass within 3 paces of him. He could hear voices from the window over his head. 2 men, just loud enough for him to make out the words.
On their way to Tyr, great master.
The man sounded frightened and obsequious.
Let them ruin his plans if they can.
This voice was deeper and stronger, a man used to command.
It will serve him right if 3 untrained girls can foil him. He was always a fool. And he is still a fool. Is there any word of the boy? He is the one who can destroy us all.
No, great master. He has vanished. But, great master, one of the girls is Morgaze's knit.
Matt half-turned, then caught himself. The soldiers were coming closer. They did not appear to have seen his start through the thickly woven rose stems. Move, you fools! Get by so I can see who this man bloody is. He had lost some of the conversation.
Has been far too impatient since regaining his freedom, the deep voice was saying. He never realized the best plans take time to mature. He wants the world in a day, and Kalendor besides. The great Lord take him. He may seize the girl and try to make some use of her, and that might strain my own plans.
As you say, great master. Shall I order her brought out of Tyr?
No. The fool would take it as a move against him if he knew. And who can say what he chooses to watch aside from the sword?
See that she dies quietly, Komar. Let her death attract no notice at all."
His laughter was a rich rumble.
"Those ignorant slatterns in their tower will have a difficult time producing her after this disappearance. This may all be just as well. Let it be done quickly. Quickly, before he has time to take her himself."
The two soldiers were almost abreast of him. Matt tried to will their feet to move faster.
"Great Master,"
the other man said uncertainly,
"that may be difficult. We know she is on her way to Tyr, but the vessel she travelled on was found at Aringil, and all three of them had left it earlier. We do not know whether she has taken another ship or is riding south, and it may not be easy to find her once she reaches Tyr, Great Master. Perhaps if you—"
"Are there none but fools in the world now?"
the deep voice said harshly.
"Do you think I could move in Tyr without him knowing? I do not mean to fight him, not now, not yet. Bring me the girl's head, Komar. Bring me all 3 heads, or you will pray for me to take yours."
"Yes, Great Master, it shall be as you say. Yes, yes."
The soldiers crunched past, never looking to either side. Matt only waited for their backs to pass before leaping up to catch the broad stone windowsill and pull himself high enough to see through the window. He barely noticed the fringed Tarabon carpet on the floor, worth a fat purse of silver. One of the broad carved doors was swinging shut. A tall man with wide shoulders and a deep chest straining the green silk of his silver-embroidered coat was staring at the door with dark blue eyes. His black beard was close cut, with a streak of white over his chin. All in all, he looked a hard man, and one used to giving orders.
"Yes, Great Master,"
he said suddenly, and Matt almost lost his grip on the sill. He had thought this must be the man with the deep voice, but it was the cringing voice he heard. Not cringing now, but still the same.
"It shall be as you say, Great Master,"
the man said bitterly.
"I will cut the 3 wenches' heads off myself, as soon as I can find them."
He strode through the door, and Matt let himself back down. For a moment he crouched there behind the rose frames. Someone in the palace wanted Elaine dead, and had thrown in Egwene and Nynaeve as afterthoughts. What under the light are they doing, going to Tyr? It had to be them. He pulled the daughter-heir's letter out of the lining of his coat and frowned at it. Maybe, with this in his hand, Morghese would believe him. He could describe one of the men. But the time for skulking was past. The big fellow could be off to Tyr before he even found Morghese, and whatever she did then, there was no guarantee it could stop him. Taking a deep breath, Matt wiggled between 2 of the rose frames at the cost of only a few pricks and snags from the thorns, and started down the flagstone path after the soldiers. He held Elaine's letter out in front of him so the golden lily seal was plainly visible, and went over in his mind exactly what he meant to say. When he had been sneaking about, guardsmen kept popping up like mushrooms after rain, but now he walked almost the length of the garden without seeing even one. He passed several doors. It would not be so good to enter the palace without permission. The guards might do nasty things first and listen after, but he was beginning to think about going through a door when it opened, and a helmetless young officer with one golden knot on his shoulder strode out. The man's hand immediately went to his sword hilt, and he had a foot of steel bared before Matt could push the letter toward him.
"Elaine, the daughter-heir, sends this letter to her mother, Queen Morghese, Captain."
He held the letter so the lily seal was prominent. The officer's dark eyes flickered to either side as if searching for other people without really ever leaving Matt.
"How did you come into this garden?"
He did not draw his sword further, but he did not sheath it either.
"Elba is on the main gates. He's a fool, but he would never let anyone wander loose into the palace."
A fat man with eyes like a rat. Matt cursed his tongue, but the officer gave a sharp nod. He almost smiled, too, but it did not seem to lessen his vigilance or his suspicion. "He grew angry when he learned I had come from Tar Valon, and he wouldn't even give me a chance to show the letter or mention the daughter-heir's name. He said he would arrest me if I did not go, so—"
I climbed the wall. I promised I would deliver this to Queen Morghese herself, you see, Captain. I promised it, and I always keep my promises. You see the seal? That bloody garden wall again, the officer muttered. Should be built 3 times so high. He eyed Matt. Guardsman Lieutenant, not Captain. I am Guardsman Lieutenant Talonvor. I recognize the daughter heir's seal. His sword finally slid all the way back into the sheath. He stretched out a hand, not his sword hand. Give me the letter, and I will take it to the Queen, after I show you out. Some would not be so gentle at finding you walking about loose. I promised to put it in her hands myself, Matt said. Light, I never thought they might not let me give it to her. I did promise, to the daughter heir. Matt hardly realized Talonvor's hand was moving before the officer's sword was resting against his neck. I will take you to the Queen, countryman, Talonvor said softly. But know that I can take your head before you blink if you so much as think of harming her. Matt put on his best grin. That slightly curved blade felt sharp on the side of his neck. I am a loyal Andaman, he said, and a faithful subject of the Queen, the light illumine her. Why, if I had been here during the winter, I'd have followed Lord Gabriel for sure. Talonvor gave him a tight-mouthed stare, then finally took his sword away. Matt swallowed and stopped himself from touching his throat to see if he had been cut. Take the flower out of your hair, Talonvor said as he sheathed his blade. Do you think you come here courting? Matt snatched the star-blazed blossom out of his hair and followed the officer. Bloody fool, putting a flower in my hair. I have to stop playing the fool now. It was not so much following, really, for Talonvor kept an eye on him even while he led the way. The result was an odd sort of procession, with the officer to one side of him and ahead, but half-turned in case Matt tried anything. For his part, Matt attempted to look as innocent as a babe splashing in his bathwater. The colourful tapestries on the walls had earned their weaver's silver, and so had the rugs on the white tile floors, even here in the halls. Gold and silver stood everywhere, plates and platters, bowls and cups, on chests and low cabinets of polished wood, as fine as anything he had seen in the tower. Servants darted everywhere, in red livery with white collars and cuffs, and the white lion of Andor on their breasts. He found himself wondering if Morghese played at dice. Wool-headed thought. Queens don't toss dice. But when I give her this letter and tell her somebody in her palace means to kill Elaine, I'll wager she gives me a fat purse. He indulged himself in a small fancy of being made a lord. Surely the man who revealed a plot to murder the daughter heir could expect some such reward. Talonvor led him down so many corridors and across so many courtyards that he was beginning to wonder if he could find his way out again without help, when suddenly one of the courts had more than servants in it. A columned walk surrounded the court, with a round pool in the middle with white and yellow fish swimming beneath lily pads and floating white water lilies. Men in colourful coats embroidered in gold or silver, women with wide dresses worked even more elaborately, stood attendants on a woman with red gold hair who sat on the raised rim of the pool, trailing her fingers in the water and staring sadly at the fish that rose to her fingertips in hopes of food. A great serpent ring encircled the third finger of her left hand. A tall, dark man stood at her shoulder, the red silk of his coat almost hidden by the gold leaves and scrolls worked on it, but it was the woman who held Matt's eye. He did not need the wreath of finely made golden roses in her hair, or the stole hanging over her dress of white slashed with red, the red length of the stole embroidered with the lions of Andor, to know he was looking at Morghese by the grace of the light, Queen of Andor, defender of the realm, protector of the people, high seat of House Trakand. She had Elaine's face and beauty, but it was what Elaine would have when she had ripened. Every other woman in the courtyard faded into the background by her very presence. I'd dance a jig with her, and steal a kiss in the moonlight too, no matter how old she is. He shook himself. Remember exactly who she is. Talonvor went to one knee,
a fist pressed to the white stone of the courtyard.
"My queen, I bring a messenger who bears a letter from the Lady Elaine."
Mat eyed the man's posture, then contented himself with a deep bow.
"From the daughter heir? My queen."
He held out the letter as he bowed, so the golden yellow wax of the seal was visible.
"Once she reads it and knows Elaine is all right, I will tell her."
Morghese turned her deep blue eyes on him.
"Light, as soon as she's in a good mood."
"You bring a letter from my scapegrace child?" Her voice was cold, but with an edge that spoke of heat ready to rise. "That must mean she is alive, at least. Where is she?"
"In Tar Valon, my queen," he managed to get out. "Light, wouldn't I like to see a staring match between her and the Amelin?"
On second thought, he decided he would rather not.
"At least, she was when I left."
Morghese waved a hand impatiently, and Talonvor rose to take the letter from Mat and hand it to her. For a moment she frowned at the lily seal, then broke it with a sharp twist of her wrists. She murmured to herself as she read, shaking her head at every other line. "She can say no more, can she?" she muttered. "We shall see whether she holds to that." Abruptly her face brightened. "Gabriel, she has been raised to the accepted. Less than a year in the tower and raised already." The smile went as suddenly as it had come, and her mouth tightened. "When I put my hands on the wretched child, she will wish she was still a novice."
Light, Mat thought. Will nothing put her in a good mood?
He decided he was just going to have to say it out, but he wished she did not look as if she meant to cut someone's head off.
"My queen, by chance I overheard—" "Be silent, boy,"
the dark man in the gold-encrusted coat said calmly. He was a handsome man, almost as good-looking as Galard, and nearly as youthful-seeming, despite the white streaking his temples, but built on a bigger scale, with more than Rand's height and very nearly Perrin's shoulders.
"We will hear what you have to say in a moment."
He reached over Morghese's shoulder and plucked the letter out of her hand. Her glare turned on him. Mat could see her temper heating. But the dark man laid a strong hand on her shoulder, never taking his eyes off what he was reading, and Morghese's anger melted.
"It seems she has left the tower again," he said, "on the service of the Amelin seat." "The woman oversteps herself again, Morghese."
Mat had no trouble holding his tongue.
Luck.
It was stuck to the roof of his mouth.
"Sometimes I don't know if it's good or bad."
The dark man was the owner of the deep voice, the great master who wanted Elaine's head.
She called him Gabriel. Her advisor wants to murder Elaine. Light.
And Morghese was staring up at him like an adoring dog with her master's hand on her shoulder. Gabriel turned nearly black eyes on Mat. The man had a forceful gaze and a look of knowing.
"What can you tell us of this, boy?"
"Nothing. My lord." Mat cleared his throat. The man's stare was worse than the Amelin's.
"I went to Tar Valon to see my sister. She's a novice. Else Grinwell. I'm Tom Grimwell, my lord. The Lady Elaine learned I was meaning to see Camelin on my way back home. I'm from Comfrey, my lord, a little village north of Baerlon. I'd never seen any place bigger than Baerlon before I went to Tar Valon, and she, the Lady Elaine, gave me that letter to bring."
He thought Morghese had glanced at him when he said he came from north of Baerlon, but he knew there was a village called Comfrey there. He remembered hearing it mentioned. Gabriel nodded, but he said,
"Do you know where Elaine was going, boy? Or on what business? Speak the truth, and you have nothing to fear. Lie, and you will be put to the question."
Mat did not have to pretend a worried frown.
"My lord, I only saw the daughter heir the once. She gave me the letter, and a gold mark, and told me to bring it to the Queen. I know no more of what is in it than I've heard here."
Gabriel appeared to consider it, with no sign on that dark face of whether he believed a word or not. "No, Gabriel," Morghese said suddenly. Too many have been put to the question. I can see the need as you have shown it to me. But not for this. Not a boy who only brought a letter whose contents he does not know.
As my queen commands, so shall it be,
the dark man said. The tone was respectful, but he touched her cheek in a way that made colour come to her face, and her lips part as if she expected a kiss. Morghese drew an unsteady breath. Tell me, Tom Grinwell, did my daughter look well when you saw her?
Yes, my queen. She smiled and laughed and showed a saucy tongue.
Morghese laughed softly at the look on his face. Do not be afraid, young man. Elaine does have a saucy tongue, far too often for her own good. I am happy she is well. Those blue eyes studied him deeply. A young man who has left his small village often finds it difficult to return to it. I think you will travel far before you see Comfrey again. Perhaps you will even return to Tarvalon. If you do, and if you see my daughter, tell her that what is said in anger is often repented. I will not remove her from the White Tower before time. Tell her that I often think of my own time there, and miss the quiet talks with Shiriam in her study. Tell her that I said that. Tom Grinwell. Matt shrugged uncomfortably.
Yes, my queen, but, I do not mean to go to Tarvalon again. Once in any man's life is enough. My da needs me to help work the farm. My sisters will be stuck with the milking with me gone.
Gabriel laughed, a deep rumble of amusement.
Are you anxious, then, to milk cows, boy? Perhaps you should see something of the world before it changes. Here.
He produced a purse and tossed it. Matt felt coins through the wash leather when he caught it.
If Elaine can give you a gold mark for carrying her letter, I will give you 10 for bringing it safely. See the world before you go back to your cows.
Yes, my lord.
Matt lifted the purse and managed a weak grin.
Thank you, my lord.
But the dark man had already waved him away and turned to Morghese with his fists on his hips.
I think the time has come, Morghese, to lance that festering sore on the border of Andor. By your marriage to Taringale Damodred, you have a claim to the Sun Throne. The Queen's guards can make that claim as strong as any. Perhaps I can even aid them in some small way. Hear me.
Talonvor touched Matt on the arm, and they backed away, bowing. Matt did not think anyone noticed. Gabriel was still speaking, and every lord and lady seemed to hang on his words. Morghese was frowning as she listened, yet she nodded as much as any other. Chapter 47. To Race the Shadow. From the small courtyard with its pool of fish, Talonvor led Matt swiftly to the great court at the front of the palace, behind the tall gilded gates gleaming in the sun. It would be midday soon. Matt felt an urge to be gone, a need to hurry. It was hard keeping his pace to the young officers. Someone might wonder if he started running, and maybe, just maybe, things had really been the way they seemed back there. Maybe Gabriel really did not suspect that he knew. Maybe. He remembered those nearly black eyes seizing and holding like a pair of pitchfork tines through his head. Maybe. He forced himself to walk as if he had all the time in the world. Just a hay-brained country lout staring at the rugs and the gold. Just a mudfoot who'd never think anyone might put a knife in his back. Until Talonvor let him through a sallyport in one of the gates and followed him out. The fat officer with the rat's eyes was still there with the guards, and when he saw Matt, his face went red again. Before he could open his mouth, though, Talonvor spoke.
He has delivered a letter to the Queen from the daughter heir.
Be glad, Elba, that neither Morghese nor Gabriel knows you tried to keep it from them. Lord Gabriel was most interested in the Lady Elaine's missive.
Elba's face went from red to as white as his collar. He glared once at Matt, and scuttled back along the line of guardsmen, his beady eyes peering through the bars of their face guards as if to determine whether any of them had seen his fear. "Thank you," Matt told Talonvor, and meant it. He had forgotten all about the fat man until he was staring him in the face again. "Fare you well, Talonvor." He started across the oval plaza, trying not to walk too fast, and was surprised when Talonvor walked along. Light, is he Gabriel's man or Morghese's? He was just beginning to feel an itch between his shoulder blades, as if a knife might be about to go in. He doesn't know, burn me. Gabriel doesn't suspect, I know. When the young officer finally spoke.
"Did you spend long in Tarvalon? In the White Tower? Long enough to learn anything of it?" "I was only there 3 days,"
Matt said cautiously. He would have made the time less. If he could have delivered the letter without admitting ever being in Tarvalon, he would have. But he did not think the man would believe he had gone all that way to see his sister and left the same day. What under the light is he after?
"I learned what I saw in that time. Nothing of any importance. They did not guide me around and tell me things. I was only there to see else." "You must have heard something, man. Who is Shiriam? Does talking to her in her study mean anything?"
Matt shook his head vigorously to keep relief from showing on his face.
"I don't know who she is,"
he said truthfully. Perhaps he had heard Egwene or perhaps Nynaeve mention the name. An Aes Sedai, maybe? Why should it mean anything?
"I do not know,"
Talonvor said softly.
"There is too much I do not know. Sometimes I think she is trying to say something."
He gave Matt a sharp look.
"Are you a loyal Anderman, Tom Grimwell?"
"Of course I am. Light, if I say that much more often, I may start believing it."
"What about you? Do you serve Morghese and Gabriel loyally?"
Talonvor gave him a look as hard as the dice's mercy.
"I serve Morghese, Tom Grimwell. Her I serve to the death. Fare you well."
He turned and strode back toward the palace with a hand gripping his sword hilt. Watching him go, Matt muttered to himself. "I will wager this." He gave Gabriel's wash-leather purse a toss. "That Gabriel says the same." Whatever games they played in the palace, he wanted no place in any of them, and he meant to make sure Egwene and the others were out of them too. Fool women. Now I have to keep their bacon from burning instead of looking after my own. He did not start to run until the streets hid him from the palace. When he came dashing into the Queen's blessing, nothing very much had changed in the library. Tom and the innkeeper still sat over the stones board, a different game, he saw, from the positions of the stones, but no better for Gil, and the calico cat was back on the table, washing herself. A tray holding their unlit pipes and the remains of a meal for two sat near the cat, and his belongings were gone from the armchair. Each man had a wine cup at his elbow. "I will be leaving, Master Gil," he said. "You can keep the coin and take a meal out of it. I'll stay long enough to eat, but then I am on the road to Tyr." "What is your hurry, boy?" Tom seemed to be watching the cat more than the board. "We only just arrived here."
"You delivered the Lady Elaine's letter, then?" the innkeeper said eagerly. "And kept your skin whole, it seems. Did you really climb over that wall like the other young man? No, that does not matter. Did the letter soothe Morghese? Do we still have to keep tiptoeing on eggs, man?"
"I suppose it soothed her," Matt said. "I think it did." He hesitated a moment, bouncing Gabriel's purse on his hand. It made a clinking sound. He had not looked to see if it really held 10 gold marks. The weight was about right. "Master Gil, what can you tell me of Gabriel? Aside from the fact that he does not like Aes Sedai, you said he had not been in Caemlyn long?"
"Why do you want to know about him?"
Tom asked. Basil, you going to place a stone or not? The innkeeper sighed and stuck a black stone on the board, and the gleeman shook his head. Well, lad, Gil said, there is not much to tell. He came out of the west during the winter. Somewhere out your way, I think. Maybe it was the Two Rivers. I've heard the mountains mentioned. We have no lords in the Two Rivers, Matt said. Maybe there are some up around Baerlon. I do not know. That could be it, lad. I had never even heard of him before, but I do not keep up with the country lords. Came while Morghese was still in Tarvalon, he did, and half the city was afraid the tower was going to make her disappear too. The other half did not want her back. The riots started up again the way they did last year at the tail of winter. Matt shook his head. I do not care about politics, Master Gil. It's Gabriel I want to know about. Tom frowned at him and began cleaning the dottle from his long-stemmed pipe with a straw. It is Gabriel I am telling you about, lad, Gil said. During the riots, he made himself leader of the faction supporting Morghese. Got himself wounded in the fighting, I hear, and by the time she returned, he had it all suppressed. Gareth Bryn didn't like Gabriel's methods. He can be a very hard man. But Morghese was so pleased to find order restored that she named him to the post Elida used to hold. The innkeeper stopped. Matt waited for him to go on, but he did not. Tom thumbed his pipe full of tobacco and walked over to light a spill at a small lamp kept for the purpose on the mantel above the fireplace. What else? Matt asked. The man has to have a reason for what he does. If he marries Morghese, would he be king when she dies? If Elaine were dead too, I mean. Tom choked, lighting his pipe, and Gil laughed. Andor has a queen, lad. Always a queen. If Morghese and Elaine both died, the lights send it not so, then Morghese's nearest female relative would take the throne. At least there's no question of who that is this time. A cousin, the Lady Dyaelin. Not like the succession after Tigraine vanished. It took 2 years before Morghese sat on the Lion Throne then. Dyaelin could keep Gabriel as her advisor, or marry him to cement the line, though she would not likely do that unless Morghese had had a child by him. But he would be the prince consort even then. No more than that. Thank the light, Morghese is a young woman yet. And Elaine is healthy. Light, the letter did not say she is ill, did it? She is well. For now, at least. Isn't there anything else you can tell me about him? You do not seem to like him. Why? The innkeeper frowned in thought and scratched his chin and shook his head. I suppose I would not like him marrying Morghese, but I do not truly know why. He's said to be a fine man. The nobles all look to him. I do not like most of the men he's brought into the guards. Too much has changed since he came, but I cannot lay it all at his door. There just seem to be too many people muttering in corners since he came. You would think we were all Kyrianin, the way they were before this civil war, all plotting and trying to find advantage. I keep having bad dreams since Gabriel came, and I'm not the only one. Fool thing to worry about. Dreams. It is probably only worry about Elaine, and what Morghese means to do concerning the White Tower, and people acting like Kyrianin. I just do not know. Why are you asking all these questions about Lord Gabriel? Because he wants to kill Elaine, Matt said, and Egwene, and Nynaeve with her. There was nothing useful in what Gil had told him that he could see. Burn me? I don't have to know why he wants them dead, I just have to stop it. Both men were staring at him again, as if he were mad. Again. Are you coming down sick again? Gil said suspiciously. I remember you staring crossways at everyone the last time. It's either that, or else you think this is some sort of prank. You have the look of a prankster to me. If that is it, it's a nasty one. Matt grimaced. It is no bloody prank. I overheard him telling some man called Comar to cut Elaine's head off, and Egwene's and Nynaeve's while he was about it. A big man with a white stripe in his beard.
That does sound like Lord Comar, Gil said slowly. He was a fine soldier, but it is said he left the guard over some matter of weighted dice. Not that anyone says it to his face. Comar was one of the best blades in the guards. You really mean it, don't you?
I think he does, Basil, Tom said. I very much think he does.
The light shine on us. What did Morgaze say? You did tell her, didn't you? The light burn you. You did tell her.
Of course I did, Matt said bitterly, with Gabriel standing right there and her gazing at him like a lovesick lapdog. I said, I may be a simple village man who just climbed over your wall half an hour past, but I already happen to know your trusted adviser there, the one you seem to be in love with, intends to murder your daughter. Light man, she'd have cut my head off.
She might have, at that.
Tom stared into the elaborate carvings on the bowl of his pipe and tugged one moustache.
Her temper was ever as sudden as lightning, and twice as dangerous.
You know it better than most, Tom,
Gil said absently. Staring at nothing, he scrubbed both hands through his greying hair.
There has to be something I can do. I haven't held a sword since the Aiel War, but... well, that would do no good. Get myself killed and do nothing by it. But I must do something.
Rumour. Tom rubbed the side of his nose. He seemed to be studying the stone's board and talking to himself. No one can keep rumours from reaching Morgaze's ears, and if she hears it strongly enough, she will start to wonder. Rumour is the voice of the people, and the voice of the people often speaks truth. Morgaze knows that. There is not a man alive I would back against her in the game. Love or no love, once Morgaze starts examining Gabriel closely, he'll not be able to hide as much as his childhood scars from her. And if she learns he means harm to Elaine... He placed a stone on the board. It seemed an odd placement at first glance, but Matt saw that in 3 more moves, a third of Gil's stones would be trapped. Lord Gabriel will have a most elaborate funeral.
You and your game of houses,
Gil muttered.
Still, it might work.
A sudden smile appeared on his face.
I even know who to tell to start it. All I need do is mention to Gilda that I dreamed it, and in 3 days she'll have told serving girls in half the new city that it is a fact. She is the greatest gossip the Creator ever made. Just be certain it cannot be traced back to you, Basil. No fear of that, Tom. Why, a week ago, a man told me one of my own bad dreams as a thing he'd heard from somebody who'd had it from someone else. Gilda must have eavesdropped on me telling it to Colleen, but when I asked, he gave me a string of names that led all the way to the other side of Camelin and vanished. Why, I actually went over there and found the last man just out of curiosity to see how many mouths had passed it, and he claimed it was his very own dream. No fear, Tom.
Matt did not really care what they did with their rumours. No rumours would help Egwene or the others. But one thing puzzled him.
Tom, you seem to be taking this all very calmly. I thought Morgaze was the great love of your life.
The gleeman stared into the bowl of his pipe again.
Matt, a very wise woman once told me that time would heal my wounds, that time smoothed everything over.
I didn't believe her. Only she was right.
You mean you do not love Morgaze any more? Boy, it has been 15 years since I left Camelin a half-step ahead of the headsman's axe, with the ink of Morgaze's signature still wet on the warrant. Sitting here listening to Basil natter on.
Gil protested and Tom raised his voice.
Natter on, I say, about Morgaze and Gabriel and how they might marry. I realise the passion faded a long time gone. Oh, I suppose I'm still fond of her. Perhaps I even love her a little. But it is not a grand passion any more. And here I half thought you'd go running up to the palace to warn her.
He laughed, and was surprised when Tom joined him.
I am not so big a fool as that, boy. Any fool knows men and women think differently at times, but the biggest difference is this. Men forget but never forgive. Women forgive but never forget. Morghese might kiss my cheek and give me a cup of wine and say how she has missed me, and then she might just let the guards haul me off to prison and the headsman. No, Morghese is one of the most capable women I've ever known, and that is saying something. I could almost pity Gabriel once she learns what he is up to. Tyr, you say? Is there any chance of you waiting until tomorrow to leave? I could use a night's sleep. I mean to be as far toward Tyr as I can before nightfall. Matt blinked. Do you mean to come with me? I thought you meant to stay here. Did you not just hear me say I had decided not to have my head cut off? Tyr sounds a safer place to me than Camelin, and suddenly that does not seem so bad. Besides, I like those girls. A knife appeared in his hand and was as suddenly gone again. I'd not like anything to happen to them. But if you mean to reach Tyr quickly, it's Arengil you want. A fast boat will have us there days sooner than horses, even if we rode them to death. And I don't say it just because my bottom has already taken on the shape of a saddle. Arengil, then. As long as it's fast. Well, Gil said, I suppose if you are leaving, lad, I had better see about getting you that meal. He pushed back his chair and started for the door. Hold this for me, Master Gil, Matt said, and tossed him the wash-leather purse. What's this, lad? Coin? Stakes. Gabriel doesn't know it, but he and I have a wager. The cat jumped down as Matt picked up the wooden dice cup and spun the dice out on the table. 5 sixes. And I always win. Chapter 48. Following the Craft. As the darter wallowed toward the docks of Tyr on the west bank of the river Erenin, Egwene did not see anything of the oncoming city. Slumped head down at the rail, she stared down at the waters of the Erenin rolling past the ship's fat hull and the frontmost sweep on her side as it swung into her vision and back again, cutting white furrows in the river. It made her queasy, but she knew raising her head would only make the sickness worse. Looking at the shore would only make the slow corkscrew motion of the darter more apparent. The vessel had moved in that twisting roll ever since Dureen. She did not care how it had sailed before then. She found herself wishing the darter had sunk before reaching Dureen. She wished they had made the captain put in at Arengil so they could find another ship. She wished they had never gone near a ship. She wished a great many things, most of them just to take her mind off where she was. The twisting was less now, under sweeps, than it had been under sail, but it had gone on too many days now for the change to make much difference to her. Her stomach seemed to be sloshing about inside her like milk in a stone jug. She gulped and tried to forget that image. They had not done much in the way of planning on the darter, she and Elaine and Nynaeve. Nynaeve could seldom go 10 minutes without vomiting, and seeing that always made Egwene lose whatever food she had managed to get down. The increasing warmth as they went further downriver did not help. Nynaeve was below now, no doubt with Elaine holding a basin for her again. "Oh, Light, no, don't think about that. Green fields, meadows. Light, meadows do not heave like that. Hummingbirds, no, not hummingbirds. Larks. Larks singing." "Mistress Jocelyn? Mistress Jocelyn!" It took her a moment to recognize the name she had chosen to give Captain Carnin, and the captain's voice. She raised her head slowly and fixed her eyes on his long face. "We are docking, Mistress Jocelyn. You've kept saying how eager you were to be ashore. Well, we're there." His voice did not hide his eagerness to be rid of his 3 passengers, 2 of whom did little more than sick up, as he called it, and moan all night. Barefoot, shirtless sailors were tossing lines to men on the stone dock that thrust out into the river.
The dockmen seemed to be wearing long leather vests in place of shirts. The sweeps had already been drawn in, except for a pair fending the ship off from coming against the dock too hard. The flat stones of the dock were wet. The air had a feel of rain not long gone, and that was a little soothing. The twisting motion had ceased some time since, she realized, but her stomach remembered. The sun was falling toward the west. She tried not to think of supper. "Very good, Captain Carnan," she said with all the dignity she could summon. "He'd not sound like that if I were wearing my ring, not even if I was sick on his boots." She shuddered at the picture in her mind. Her great serpent ring and the twisted ring of the Ter Angreal hung on a leather cord about her neck now. The stone ring felt cool against her skin, almost enough to counteract the damp warmth of the air. But aside from that, she had found that the more she used the Ter Angreal, the more she wanted to touch it, without pouch or cloth between it and her. Tel Aran Riod still showed her little of immediate use. Sometimes there had been glimpses of Rand, or Mat, or Perrin, and more in her own dreams without the Ter Angreal, but nothing of which she could make any sense. The Shaunchan, who she refused to think about, nightmares of a white cloak putting Master Luhan in the middle of a huge toothed trap for bait. Why should Perrin have a falcon on his shoulder? And what was important about him choosing between that axe he wore now and a blacksmith's hammer? What did it mean that Mat was dicing with the Dark One? And why did he keep shouting, "I am coming!" And why did she think in the dream that he was shouting at her? And Rand. He had been sneaking through utter darkness toward Callandor, while all around him 6 men and 5 women walked, some hunting him and some ignoring him, some trying to guide him toward the shining crystal sword, and some trying to stop him from reaching it, appearing not to know where he was, or only to see him in flashes. One of the men had eyes of flame, and he wanted Rand dead with a desperation she could nearly taste. She thought she knew him. Ba'alzamon. But who were the others? Rand in that dry, dusty chamber again, with those small creatures settling into his skin. Rand confronting a horde of Shaunchan. Rand confronting her and the women with her, and one of them was a Shaunchan. It was all too confusing. She had to stop thinking about Rand and the others and put her mind to what was right ahead of her. What is the Black Aja up to? Why don't I dream something about them? Light, why can't I learn to make it do what I want? "Have the horses put ashore, Captain," she told Carnan. "I will tell Mistress Mariam and Mistress Carilla." That was Nynaeve, Mariam, and Elaine, Carilla.
"I have sent a man to tell them, Mistress Jocelyn, and your animals will be on the dock as soon as my men can rig a boom."
He sounded very pleased to be rid of them. She thought about telling him not to hurry, but rejected it immediately. The darters corkscrewing might have stopped, but she wanted dry land under her feet again. Now. Still, she stopped to pat Mist's nose, and let the grey mare nuzzle her palm, to let Carnan see she was in no great rush. Nynaeve and Elaine appeared at the ladder from the cabins, laden with their bundles and saddlebags, and Elaine almost as laden with Nynaeve. When Nynaeve saw Egwene watching, she pushed herself away from the door to air, and walked unaided the rest of the way to where men were setting a narrow gangplank to the dock. 2 crewmen came to fasten a wide canvas sling under Mist's belly, and Egwene hurried below for her own things. When she came back up, her mare was already on the dock, and Elaine's roan dangled in the canvas sling halfway there. For a moment, after her feet were on the dock, all she felt was relief. This would not pitch and roll. Then she began to look at this city whose reaching had caused them such pains. Stone warehouses backed the long docks themselves, and there seemed to be a great many ships, large and small, alongside the docks or anchored in the river. Hastily, she avoided looking at the ships. Tyr had been built on flat land with barely a bump. Down muddy dirt streets between the warehouses, she could see houses and inns and taverns of wood and stone. Their roofs of slate or tile had oddly sharp corners, and some rose to a point. Beyond these she could make out a high wall of dark grey stone, and behind it the tops of towers with balconies high around them and white-domed palaces. The domes had a squared shape to them, and the tower tops looked pointed, like some of the roofs outside the wall. All in all, Tyr was easily as big as Camelin or Tarvalon, and if not so beautiful as either, it was still one of the great cities. Yet she found it hard to look at anything but the stone of Tyr. She had heard of it in stories, heard that it was the greatest fortress in the world and the oldest, the first built after the breaking of the world. Yet nothing had prepared her for this sight. At first, she thought it was a huge grey stone hill or a small barren mountain covering hundreds of hides, its length stretching from the Erin west through the wall and into the city. Even after she saw the huge banner flapping from its greatest height, 3 white crescent moons slanting across a field half red, half gold, a banner waving at least 300 paces above the river, yet large enough to be clearly seen at that height. Even after she made out battlements and towers, it was difficult to believe the stone of Tyr had been built rather than carved out of a mountain already there. "Made with the power," Elaine murmured. She was staring at the stone too. "Flows of earth woven to draw stone from the ground. Air to bring it from every corner of the world, and earth and fire to make it all in one piece without seam or joint or mortar. Artuan Sedai says the tower could not do it today. Strange, given how the High Lords feel concerning the power now." "I think," Nynaeve said softly, eyeing the dockmen moving around them, "that given that very thing, we should not mention certain other things aloud." Elaine appeared torn between indignation, she had spoken very softly, and agreement. The daughter heir agreed with Nynaeve too often and too readily to suit Egwene. "Only when Nynaeve is right," she admitted to herself grudgingly. A woman who wore the ring, or was even associated with Tarvalon, would be watched here. The barefoot, leather-vested dockmen were not paying the 3 of them any mind as they hurried about, carrying bales or crates on their backs as often as on barrows. A strong odour of fish hung in the air. The next 3 docks had dozens of small fishing boats clustered around them, just like those in the drawing in the Amelin study. Shirtless men and barefoot women were hoisting baskets of fish out of the boats, mounds of silver and bronze and green and colours she had never suspected fish might be, such as bright red and deep blue and brilliant yellow, some with stripes or splotches of white and other colours. She lowered her voice for Elaine's ear alone. "She is right, Corilla. Remember why you are Corilla." She did not want Nynaeve to hear such admissions. Her face did not change when she heard, but Egwene could feel satisfaction radiating from her like heat from a cook stove. Nynaeve's black stallion was just being lowered to the dock. Sailors had already carried their tack off the ship and simply dumped it on the wet stones of the dock. Nynaeve glanced at the horses and opened her mouth. Egwene was sure it was to tell them to saddle their animals, then closed it again, tight-lipped, as if it had cost her an effort. She gave her braid one hard tug. Before the sling was well out of the way, Nynaeve tossed the blue-striped saddle blanket across the black's back and hoisted her high-cantled saddle atop it. She did not even look at the other 2 women. Egwene was not anxious to ride at that moment. The motion of a horse might be too close to the motion of the darter for her stomach, but another look at those muddy streets convinced her. Her shoes were sturdy, but she would not enjoy having to clean mud off them, or having to hold her skirts up as she walked either. She saddled Mist quickly and climbed onto her back, settling her skirts before she could decide the mud might not be so bad after all. A little needlework on the darter, Elaine had done it all this time, the daughter heir sewed a very fine stitch, had divided all their dresses nicely for riding astride. Nynaeve's face paled for a moment when she swung into her saddle and the stallion decided to frisk. She kept a tight-mouthed grip on herself and a firm hand on her reins and soon had him under control. By the time they had ridden slowly past the warehouses, she could speak. "We need to locate Leandrin and the others without them learning we are asking after them. They surely know we are coming, that someone is, at least, but I would like them not to know we are here until it is too late for them." She drew a deep breath. "I confess I have not thought of any way to do this. Yet. Do either of you have any suggestions?"
"A thief-taker,"
Elaine said without hesitation. Nynaeve frowned at her.
"You mean like Hurin?"
Egwene said.
"But Hurin was in the service of his king. Wouldn't any thief-taker here serve the High Lords?"
Elaine nodded, and for a moment Egwene envied the daughter heir her stomach.
"Yes, they would. But thief-takers are not like the Queen's guards or the Tyrant defenders of the stone. They serve the ruler, but people who have been robbed sometimes pay them to retrieve what was stolen. And they also sometimes take money to find people. At least, they do in Camelin. I cannot think it is different here in Tyr."
"Then we take rooms at an inn," Egwene said, "and ask the innkeeper to find us a thief-taker." "Not an inn," Nynaeve said as firmly as she guided the stallion. She never seemed to let the animal get out of her control. After a moment she moderated her tone a little. "Leandrin, at least, knows us, and we have to assume the others do too. They will surely be watching the inns for whoever followed the trail they sprinkled behind them. I mean to spring their trap in their faces, but not with us inside. We'll not stay at an inn." Egwene refused to give her the satisfaction of asking.
"Where then?"
Elaine's brow furrowed.
"If I made myself known, and could make anyone believe it in these clothes and with no escort, we would be welcomed by most of the noble houses, and very likely in the stone itself. There are good relations between Camelin and Tyr. But there would be no keeping it quiet. The entire city would know before nightfall. I cannot think of anywhere else except an inn, Nynaeve. Unless you mean to go out to a farm in the country, but we will never find them from the country."
Nynaeve glanced at Egwene. "I will know when I see it. Let me look." Elaine's frown swept from Nynaeve to Egwene and back again.
"Do not cut off your ears because you do not like your earrings,"
she muttered. Egwene put her attention firmly on the street they were riding along. "I will be burned if I'll let her think I am even wondering." There were not a great many people out, not compared to the streets of Tar Valon. Perhaps the thick mud in the street discouraged them. Carts and wagons lurched past, most pulled by oxen with wide horns, the carter or wagoner walking alongside with a long goad of some pale ridged wood. No carriages or sedan chairs used these streets. The odour of fish hung in the air here too, and no few of the men who hurried past carried huge baskets full of fish on their backs. The shops did not look prosperous. None displayed wares outside, and Egwene seldom saw anyone go in. The shops had signs, the tailor's needle and bolt of cloth, the cutler's knife and scissors, the weaver's loom and the like, but the paint on most of them was peeling. The few inns had signs in as bad a state, and looked no busier. The small houses crowded between inns and shops often had tiles or slates missing from their roofs. This part of Tyr, at least, was poor. And from what she saw on the faces, few of the people here cared to try any longer. They were moving, working, but most of them had given up. Few as much as glanced at 3 women riding where everyone else walked. The men wore baggy breeches, usually tied at the ankle. Only a handful wore coats, long, dark garments that fit arms and chest tightly, then became looser below the waist. There were more men in low shoes than in boots, but most went barefoot in the mud. A good many wore no coat or shirt at all, and had their breeches held up by a broad sash, sometimes coloured and often dirty. Some had wide conical straw hats on their heads, and a few cloth caps that sagged down one side of the face. The women's dresses had high necks right up to their chins, and hems that stopped at the ankle. Many had short aprons in pale colours, sometimes 2 or 3, each smaller than the one beneath it, and most wore the same straw hats as the men, but dyed to complement the aprons. It was on a woman that she first saw how those who wore shoes dealt with the mud. The woman had small wooden platforms tied to the soles of her shoes, lifting them 2 hands out of the mud. She walked along as if her feet were planted firmly on the ground. Egwene saw others wearing the platforms after that, men as well as women. Some of the women went barefoot, but not as many as the men. She was wondering which shop might sell those platforms when Nynaeve suddenly turned her back down an alleyway between a long, narrow 2-story house and a stone-walled potter's shop. Egwene exchanged glances with Elaine. The daughter heir shrugged, and then they followed. Egwene did not know where Nynaeve was going or why, and she meant to have words with her about it, but she did not mean to become separated either. The alley suddenly let into a small yard behind the house, fenced in by the buildings around it. Nynaeve had already dismounted and tied her reins to a fig tree where the stallion could not reach the green things sprouting in a vegetable patch that took up half the yard. A line of stones had been laid to make a path to the back door. Nynaeve strode to the door and knocked. "What is it?" Egwene demanded in spite of herself. "Why are we stopping here?" "Did you not see the herbs in the front windows?" Nynaeve knocked again. "Herbs?" Elaine said. "A wisdom," Egwene told her as she got down from her saddle and tied Mist alongside the black. "Gaideen is no good name for a horse. Does she think I don't know who she means it for?" "Nynaeve has found herself a wisdom, or seeker, or whatever they call her here." A woman opened the door just enough to look out suspiciously. At first Egwene thought she was stout, but then the woman opened the door the rest of the way. She was certainly well padded, but the way she moved spoke of muscle underneath. She looked as strong as Mistress Luhan, and some in Emond's Field claimed Alspet Luhan was almost as strong as her husband. It was not true, but it was not far wrong. "How can I help you?" the woman said in an accent like the Amelins. Her grey hair was arranged in thick curls that hung down the sides of her head, and her 3 aprons were in shades of green, each slightly darker than the one below, but even the topmost pale. "Which one of you needs me?" "I do," Nynaeve said. "I need something for a queasy stomach, and perhaps one of my companions does too. That is, if we've come to the right place." "You're not Tyron," the woman said. "I should have known that by your clothes before you spoke. I'm called Mother Gwenna. I am called a wise woman too, but I'm old enough not to trust that to Col Cassim. You come, and I will give you something for your stomach." It was a neat kitchen, though not large, with copper pots hanging on the wall and dried herbs and sausages from the ceiling. Several tall cupboards of pale wood had doors carved with some sort of tall grass. The table had been scrubbed almost white, and the backs of the chairs were carved with flowers. A pot of fishy-smelling soup was simmering atop the stone stove, and a kettle with a spout just beginning to steam. There was no fire on the stone hearth, for which Egwene was more than grateful. The stove added enough to the heat, though Mother Gwenna seemed not to notice it at all. Dishes lined the mantel, and more were stacked neatly on shelves to either side. The floor looked as if it had just been swept. Mother Gwenna closed the door after them, and as she was crossing the kitchen to her cupboards, Nynaeve said, "Which tea will you give me? Chain leaf? Or bluewort?" "I would if I had any of either." Mother Gwenna rooted in the shelves a moment and came out with a stone jar. "Since I've had no time to glean of late, I will give you a brew of marsh white leaves." "I am not familiar with that," Nynaeve said slowly. "It works as well as chain leaf, but it has a bite to the taste some don't care for." The big woman sprinkled dried and broken leaves into a blue teapot and carried it over to the fireplace to add hot water. "Do you follow the craft, then? Sit." She gestured to the table with a hand holding 2 blue glazed cups she had taken from the mantel. "Sit, and we'll talk. Which one of you has the other stomach?" "I am fine," Egwene said casually as she took a chair. "Are you queasy, Carilla?" The daughter heir shook her head with perhaps a touch of exasperation. "No matter?" The grey-haired woman poured out a cup of dark liquid for Nynaeve, then sat across the table from her.
I made enough for 2, but marsh white tea keeps longer than salted fish. It works better the longer it sits too, but it also grows more bitter. Makes a race between how much you need your stomach settled and what your tongue can stand. Drink, girl. After a moment, she filled the second cup and took a sip. You see? It will not hurt you.
Nynaeve raised her own cup, making a small sound of displeasure at the first taste. When she lowered the cup again, though, her face was smooth. It is just a little bitter, perhaps. Tell me, Mother Gowenna, will we have to put up with this rain and mud much longer? The older woman frowned, parcelling displeasure among the 3 of them, before she settled on Nynaeve.
I am not a seafolk windfinder girl, she said quietly. If I could tell the weather, I'd sooner stick live silverpike down my dress than admit it. The defenders take that sort of thing for next to Aes Sedai work. Now, do you follow the craft or not? You look as if you have been travelling. What is good for fatigue? She barked suddenly.
Flat wort tea, Nynaeve said calmly. Or Andalay root. Since you ask questions, what would you do to ease birthing?
Mother Gowenna snorted. Apply warm towels, child, and perhaps give her a little white fennel if it was an especially hard birth. A woman needs no more than that and a soothing hand. Can't you think of a question any country farm wife could not answer? What do you give for pains in the heart? The killing kind.
Powdered Gayandin blossom on the tongue, Nynaeve said crisply. If a woman has biting pains in her belly and spits up blood, what do you do? They settled down as if testing each other, tossing questions and answers back and forth faster and faster. Sometimes the questioning lagged a moment when one spoke of a plant the other knew only by another name, but they picked up speed again, arguing the merits of tinctures against teas, salves against poultices, and when one was better than another. Slowly, all the quick questions began shifting toward the herbs and roots one knew that the other did not, digging for knowledge. Egwene began to grow irritable listening.
After you give him the bone knit, Mother Gowenna was saying, you wrap the broken limb in toweling soaked in water where you've boiled blue goat flowers. Only the blue, mind.
Nynaeve nodded impatiently.
And as hot as he can stand it. 1 part blue goat flowers to 10 of water. No weaker. Replace the towels as soon as they stop steaming and keep it up all day. The bone will knit twice as fast as with bone knit alone, and twice as strong.
I will remember that, Nynaeve said. You mentioned using sheep's tongue root for eye pain. I've never heard. Egwene could stand it no longer. Mariam, she broke in, do you really believe you'll ever need to know these things again? You are not a wisdom any longer, or have you forgotten? I have not forgotten anything, Nynaeve said sharply. I remember a time when you were as eager to learn new things as I am. Mother Gowenna, Elaine said blandly, what do you do for 2 women who cannot stop arguing? The grey-haired woman pursed her lips and frowned at the table.
Usually, men or women, I tell them to stay away from each other. That is the best thing, and the easiest.
Usually, Elaine said. What if there is a reason they cannot stay apart? Say, they are sisters.
I do have a way to make an arguer stop, the big woman said slowly. It is not something I urge anyone to try, but some do come to me.
Egwene thought there was a suspicion of a smile at the corners of her mouth.
I charge a silver mark each for women, 2 for men, because men make more fuss. There are some will buy anything, if it costs enough.
But what is the cure?
Elaine asked. I tell them they have to bring the other one here with them, the one they argue with. Both expect me to quiet the other's tongue.
Despite herself, Egwene was listening. She noticed Nynaeve seemed to be paying sharp attention as well.
When they have paid me, Mother Gowenna continued, flexing one hefty arm, I take them out back and stick their heads in my rain barrel till they agree to stop their arguing.
Elaine burst out laughing. I think I may have done something very like that myself, Nynaeve said, in a voice that was much too light. Egwene hoped her own expression looked nothing like Nynaeve's.
"I'd not be surprised if you have."
Mother Guenna was grinning openly now.
"I tell them the next time I hear they've been arguing, I will do it for free, but I'll use the river. It is remarkable how often the cure works, for men especially, and it is remarkable what it has done for my reputation. For some reason, none of the people I cure this way ever tells anyone else the details, so someone asks for the cure every few months. If you've been fool enough to eat mudfish, you do not go around telling people. I trust none of you have any wish to spend a silver mark?"
"I think not," Egwene said, and glared at Elaine when she went off in peals of laughter again.
"Good," the grey-haired woman said. "Those I cure of arguing have a tendency to avoid me like stingweed caught in their nets, unless they actually take sick, and I am enjoying your company. Most of those who come at present want something to take away bad dreams, and they grow sour when I have nothing to give them."
For a moment she slipped into a frown, rubbing her temples.
"It is good to see three faces that do not look as if there is nothing left but to jump over the side and drown. If you are staying long in Tyr, you must come see me again. The girl called you Mariam. I am Aylwin. The next time, we'll talk over some good seafolk tea instead of something that curdles your tongue. Light, but I hate the taste of marshwhite. Mudfish would taste sweeter. In fact, if you have time to stay now, I'll brew a pot of Tremelking Black. Not long till supper, either. It's just bread and soup and cheese, but you are welcome."
"That would be very nice, Aylwin," Nynaeve said. "Actually, Aylwin, if you have a spare bedroom, I'd like to hire it for the three of us." The big woman looked at each of them without saying anything. Getting to her feet, she tucked the pot of marshwhite tea away in the herb cupboard, then fetched a red teapot and a pouch from another. Only when she had brewed a pot of Tremalking Black, put 4 clean cups and a bowl of honeycomb on the table along with pewter spoons, and reclaimed her chair, did she speak. "I've 3 empty bedrooms upstairs, now my daughters are all married. My husband, the light shine on him, was lost in a storm in the fingers of the dragon near 20 years ago. There need be no talk of hiring if I decide to let you have the rooms. If, Mariam." Stirring honey into her tea, she studied them again. "What will make you decide?" Nynaeve asked quietly. Aylwin continued to stir as if she had forgotten to drink. 3 young women riding fine horses. I don't know much about horses, but those look as fine as what the lords and ladies ride to me. You, Mariam, know enough of the craft that you ought to have hung herbs in your window already, or should be choosing where to do it. I've never heard of a woman practicing the craft too far from where she was born, but by your tongue, you are a long way." She glanced at Elaine. "Not many places with hair that colour. Andor, I'd say by your speech. Fool men are always talking about finding a yellow-haired Andor girl. What I want to know is why. Running away from something? Or running after something? Only you don't look like thieves to me, and I never heard of 3 women chasing after a man together. So tell me why, and if I like it, the rooms are yours. If you want to pay something, you buy a bit of meat now and then. Meat is dear since the trade up to Kyrian fell away. But first, the why, Mariam." "We are chasing after something, Aylwin," Nynaeve said. "Or rather, after some people." Egwene schooled herself to stillness and hoped she was doing as well as Elaine, who was sipping her tea as if she were listening to talk about dresses. Egwene did not believe Aylwin Guenna's dark eyes missed a great deal. "They stole some things, Aylwin," Nynaeve went on, "from my mother. And they did murder. We are here to see justice done." "Burn my soul," the large woman said.
Have you no menfolk? Men are not good for much beyond heavy hauling and getting in the way most of the time, and kissing and such. But if there's a battle to be fought or a thief to catch, I say let them do it. Andor is as civilized as Tyr. You are not Aiel.
There was no one else but us, Nynaeve said. Those who might have come in our place were killed. The 3 murdered Aes Sedai, Egwene thought. They could not have been Black Asha, but if they had not been killed, the Amelin would not have been able to trust them. She's trying to keep to the bloody 3 oaths, but she is skirting it close.
Ah, Aelwyn said sadly. They killed your men. Brothers, or husbands, or fathers.
Spots of colour bloomed in Nynaeve's cheeks, and the older woman mistook the emotion.
No, don't tell me, girl. I'll not pull up old grief. Let it lie on the bottom till it melts away. There. You calm yourself.
It was an effort for Egwene not to growl with disgust. I must tell you this, Nynaeve said in a stiff voice. The red still coloured her face. These murderers and thieves are dark friends. They are women, but they are as dangerous as any swordsman, Aelwyn. If you wondered why we did not seek an inn, that is why. They may know we follow, and they may be watching for us.
Aelwyn waved it all away with a sniff. Of the 4 most dangerous folk I know, 2 are women who never carry as much as a knife, and only 1 of the men is a swordsman. As for dark friends, Mariam, when you were as old as I, you'll learn that false dragons are dangerous, lionfish are dangerous, sharks are dangerous, and sudden storms out of the south. But dark friends are fools. Filthy fools, but fools. The Dark One is locked up where the Creator put him, and no fetches or fangfish to scare children will get him out. Fools don't frighten me unless they're working the boat I'm riding. I suppose you don't have any proof you could take to the Defenders of the Stone? It would be just your word against theirs.
What is a fetch? Egwene wondered. Or a fangfish, for that matter. We will have proof when we find them, Nynaeve said. They will have the things they stole, and we can describe them. They are old things and of little value to anyone but us and our friends.
You would be surprised what old things can be worth, Aelwyn said dryly. Old Louise Moulin pulled up 3 Heartstone bowls and a cup in his nets last year down in the Fingers of the Dragon. Now, instead of a fishing smack, he owns a ship trading up the river. Old fool did not even know what he had till I told him. Very likely there's more right where those came from, but Louise couldn't even remember the exact spot. I do not know how he ever managed to get a fish into his net. Half the fishing boats in Tyr were down there for months afterwards, dragging for Coendiar, not grunts or flatfish, and some had lords saying where to pull the nets. That's what old things can be worth, if they are old enough. Now, I've decided you do need a man in this, and I know just the one.
Who? Nynaeve said quickly. If you mean a lord, one of the High Lords, remember we have no proof to offer till we find them.
Aelwyn laughed until she wheezed. Girl, nobody from the Maul knows a High Lord, or any kind of lord. Mudfish don't school with Silversides. I will bring you the dangerous man I know who isn't a swordsman, and the more dangerous of the 2 at that. Llywelyn Sandow is a thief-catcher, the best of them. I do not know how it is in Andor, but here a thief-catcher will work for you or me as soon as for a lord or a merchant, and charge less at that. Llywelyn can find these women for you if they can be found, and bring your things back without you having to go near these dark friends.
Nynaeve agreed, as if she were still not entirely sure, and Aelwyn tied those platforms to her shoes, clogs she called them, and hurried out. Egwene watched her go through one of the kitchen windows, past the horses, and around the corner up the alley. "You are learning how to be Aes Sedai, Mariam," she said as she turned from the window. "You manipulate people as well as Moraine." Nynaeve's face went white. Elaine stalked across the floor and slapped Egwene's face. Egwene was so shocked she could only stare. "You go too far," the golden-haired woman said sharply. "Too far. We must live together, or we will surely die together. Did you give Aylwyn your true name? Nynaeve told her what we could, that we seek dark friends, and that was risk enough. Linking us with dark friends. She told her they were dangerous, murderous. Would you have had her say they are Black Aja? In Tyr? Would you risk everything on whether Aylwyn would keep that to herself?" Egwene rubbed her cheek gingerly. Elaine had a strong arm. "I do not have to like doing it." "I know," Elaine sighed. "Neither do I. But we do have to." Egwene turned back to peering through the window at the horses. "I know we do. But I do not have to like it." Chapter 49. A Storm in Tyr. Egwene finally returned to the table and her tea. She thought perhaps Elaine was right, that she had gone too far. But she could not bring herself to apologize, and they sat in silence. When Aylwyn returned, she had a man with her, a lean fellow in his middle years, who looked as if he had been carved from aged wood. Juilin Sandar took off his clogs by the door and hung his flat conical straw hat on a peg. A sword-breaker, much like Huron's but with short slots to either side of the long one, hung from a belt over his brown coat, and he carried a staff exactly as tall as he was, but not much thicker than his thumb and made of that pale wood, like ridged joints that the ox-drivers used for their goads. His short-cut black hair lay flat on his head, and his quick dark eyes seemed to note and record every detail of the room, and of everyone in it. Egwene would have bet he examined Nynaeve twice, and to her, at least, Nynaeve's lack of reaction was blatant. It was obvious she knew it too. Aylwyn motioned him to a place at the table, where he turned back the cuffs of his coat sleeves, bowed to each of them in turn, and sat with his staff propped against his shoulder, not speaking until the grey-haired woman had made a fresh pot of tea and everyone had sipped from their cups. "Mother Gwenna has told me of your problem," he said quietly as he set his cup down. "I will help you if I can, but the High Lords may have their own business to put me to. Soon." The big woman snorted. "Juilin, when did you begin haggling like a shopkeeper trying to charge silk prices for linen? Do not claim you know when the High Lords will summon you before they do." "I won't claim it," Sandar told her with a smile. "But I know when I've seen men on the rooftops in the night, just out of the corner of my eye. They can hide like pipefish in reeds, but I have seen the movement. No one has reported a theft yet, but there are thieves working inside the walls, and you can buy your supper with that. Mark me. Before another week, I'll be summoned to the stone because a band of thieves is breaking into merchants' houses or even lords' manors. The defenders may guard the streets, but when thieves need tracking, they send for a thief-catcher, and me before any other. I am not trying to drive up my price, but whatever I do for these pretty women, I must do soon." "I believe he speaks the truth," Aylwyn said reluctantly. "He'll tell you the moon is green and water white if he thinks it will bring him a kiss, but he lies less than most men about other things. He may be the most honest man ever born in the Ma'ul." Elaine put a hand over her mouth, and Egwene struggled not to laugh. Nynaeve sat unmoved and obviously impatient. Sandar grimaced at the grey-haired woman, then apparently decided to ignore what she had said. He smiled at Nynaeve. "I will admit that I'm curious about these thieves. I've known women thieves and bands of thieves, but I never heard of a band of women thieves before. And I owe Mother Gwenna favours." His eyes seemed to record Nynaeve all over again. "What do you charge?" she asked sharply. "To recover stolen goods," he said briskly,
I ask the 10th part of the value of what I recover. For finding someone, I ask a silver mark for each person. Mother Gowena says the things stolen have little value except to you, mistress, so I suggest you take that choice. He smiled again. He had very white teeth. I would not take money from you at all, except that the Brotherhood would frown on it. But I will take as little as I can. A copper or two. No more.
I know a thief-taker, Elaine told him, from Shinar. A very respectful man. He carries a sword as well as a sword-breaker. Why do you not?
Sandar looked startled for a moment, and then upset with himself for being startled. He had not caught her hint, or else had decided to ignore it. You are not Tyron. I've heard of Shinar, mistress, tales of Trollocs, and every man a warrior. His smile said these were tales for children.
True stories, Egwene said. Or true enough. I have been to Shinar.
He blinked at her and went on. I am not a lord, nor a wealthy merchant, nor even a soldier. The defenders do not trouble foreigners much for carrying swords, unless they mean to stay long, of course. But I would be thrust into a cell under the stone. There are laws, mistress.
His hand rubbed along his staff as if unconsciously.
I do as well as may be, without a sword. He focused his smile on Nynaeve once more. Now, if you will describe these things... He stopped as she set her purse on the edge of the table and counted out 13 silver marks. Egwene thought she had chosen the lightest coins. Most were Tyran, only one Andoran. The Amelin had given them a great deal of gold, but even that would not last forever. Nynaeve looked into the purse thoughtfully before tightening the strings and putting it back into her pouch. There are 13 women for you to find, Master Sandar, with as much silver again when you do. Find them, and we will recover our property ourselves. I will do that myself for less than this, he protested. And there's no need for extra rewards. I charge what I charge. Have no fear I'll take a bribe. There is no fear of that, Aylwin agreed. I said he is honest. Just do not believe him if he says he loves you. Sandar glared at her. I pay the coin, Master Sandar, Nynaeve said firmly, so I choose what I am buying. Will you find these women? And no more? She waited for him to nod, reluctantly, before going on. They may be together or not. The first is a Tarabona. She is a little taller than I, with dark eyes and pale honey-coloured hair that she wears in many small braids after the Tarabon fashion. Some men might think her pretty, but she would not consider it a compliment. She has a mean, sulky mouth. The second is Kandori. She has long black hair with a white streak above her left ear and... She gave no names, and Sandar asked for none. Names were so easily changed. His smile was gone now that the business was at hand. 13 women she described as he listened intently, and when she was done, Egwene was sure he could have recited them back word for word. Mother Gowena may have told you this, Nynaeve finished, but I will repeat it. These women are more dangerous than you can believe. Over a dozen have died at their hands already that I know of. And I would not be surprised if that was only a drop of the blood on their hands. Sandar and Aylwin both blinked at that. If they discover you are asking after them, you will die. If they take you, they will make you tell where we are, and Mother Gowena will probably die with us. The grey-haired woman looked disbelieving. Believe it! Nynaeve's stare demanded agreement. Believe it, or I'll take back the silver and find another with more brains. When I was young, Sandar said, voice serious, a cut purse put her knife in my ribs because I thought a pretty young girl wouldn't be as quick to stab as a man. I do not make that mistake anymore. I will behave as if these women are all Aes Sedai and Black Aja. Egwene almost choked, and he gave her a rueful grin as he scooped the coins into his own purse and stuck it behind his sash. I did not mean to frighten you, mistress. There are no Aes Sedai in Tyr. It may take a few days, unless they are together. 13 women together will be easy to find. Apart, they will be harder. But either way, I will find them. and I will not frighten them away before you learn where they are." When he had donned his straw hat and clogs and departed by the back door, Elaine said, "I hope he is not overconfident. Aylwin, I heard what he said, but he does understand that they are dangerous, does he not?"
"He has never been a fool except for a pair of eyes or a pretty ankle," the grey-haired woman said, "and that is a failing of every man. He is the best thief-catcher in Tyr, have no worry. He will find these dark friends of yours."
"It will rain again before morning." Nynaeve shivered despite the warmth of the room. "I feel a storm gathering." Aylwin only shook her head and set about filling bowls with fish soup for supper. After they ate and cleaned up, Nynaeve and Aylwin sat at the table talking of herbs and cures. Elaine worked on a small patch of embroidery she had begun on the shoulder of her cloak, tiny blue and white flowers, then read in a copy of the Essays of Willem of Menechus that Aylwin had on her small shelf of books. Egwene tried reading, but neither the essays, nor the travels of Jane Fastrider, nor the humorous tales of Alaria Elphin could hold her interest for more than a few pages. She fingered the stone ter angreal through the bosom of her dress. Where are they? What do they want in the heart? None but the dragon, none but Rand, can touch Callandor. And so what do they want? What? As night deepened, Aylwin showed them each to a bedroom on the second floor, but after she had gone to her own, they gathered in Egwene's by the light of a single lamp. Egwene had already undressed to her shift. The cord hung round her neck with the 2 rings. The striped stone felt far heavier than the gold. This was what they had done every night since leaving Tarvalon, with the sole exception of that night with the Aiel. "Wake me after an hour," she told them. Elaine frowned. "So short this time?" "Do you feel uneasy?" Nynaeve said. "Perhaps you are using it too often." "We would still be in Tarvalon scrubbing pots and hoping to find a black sister before a grey man found us if I had not," Egwene said sharply. "Light, Elaine's right. I am snapping like a sulky child." She took a deep breath. "Perhaps I am uneasy. Maybe it is because we are so close to the heart of the stone now, so close to Callandor, so close to the trap, whatever it is." "Be careful," Elaine said, and Nynaeve said more quietly, "Be very careful, Egwene. Please." She was tugging her braid in short jerks. As Egwene lay down on the low-posted bed, with them on stools to either side, thunder rolled across the sky. Sleep came slowly. It was the rolling hills again, as always at first. Flowers and butterflies under spring sunshine, soft breezes and birds singing. She wore green silk this time, with golden birds embroidered over her breasts and green velvet slippers. The ter angreal seemed light enough to drift up out of her dress, except for the weight of the great serpent ring holding it down. By simple trial and error she had learned a little of the rules of Tel'aran'rhiod. Rhiod. Even this world of dreams, this unseen world, had its rules, if odd ones. She was sure she did not know a tenth of them. And one way to make herself go where she wanted. Closing her eyes, she emptied her mind as she would have to embrace Saidar. It was not as easy, because the rosebud kept trying to form, and she kept sensing the true source, kept aching to embrace it, but she had to fill the emptiness with something else. She pictured the heart of the stone as she had seen it in these dreams, formed it in every detail, perfect, within the void. The huge, polished redstone columns, the age-worn stones of the floor, the dome far overhead, the crystal sword, untouchable, slowly revolving hilt down in mid-air. When it was so real she was sure she could reach out and touch it, she opened her eyes, and she was there, in the heart of the stone, or the heart of the stone as it existed in Tel'aran'rhiod. The columns were there, and Callandor.
and around the sparkling sword, almost as dim and insubstantial as shadows, 13 women sat cross-legged, staring at Callandor as it revolved. Honey-haired Leandrin turned her head, looking straight at Egwene with those big dark eyes, and her rosebud mouth smiled. Gasping, Egwene sat up in bed so fast she almost fell off the side. "What is the matter?" Elaine demanded. "What happened? You look frightened." "You only just closed your eyes," Nynaeve said softly. "This is the first time since the very beginning that you've come back without us waking you. Something did happen, didn't it?" She tugged her braid sharply. "Are you all right?" "How did I get back?" Egwene wondered. "Light, I do not even know what I did." She knew she was only trying to put off what she had to say. Unfastening the cord around her neck, she held the great serpent ring and the larger twisted ter Angreal on her palm. "They are waiting for us," she said finally. There was no need to say who. "And I think they know we are in Tyr." Outside, the storm broke over the city. Rain drumming on the deck over his head, Matt stared at the stones board on the table between him and Tom, but he could not really concentrate on the game, even with an Andorran silver mark riding on the outcome. Thunder crashed, and lightning flashed in the small windows. 4 lamps lit the captain's cabin of the Swift. Bloody ship may be as sleek as the bird, but it's still taking too bloody long. The vessel gave a small jolt, then another. The motion seemed to change. He had better not run us into the bloody mud. If he is not making the best time he can wring out of this butter tub, I will stuff that gold down his throat. Yawning, he had not slept well since leaving Camelin. He could not stop worrying enough to sleep well. Yawning, he set a white stone on the intersection of 2 lines. In 3 moves, he would capture nearly 1/5 of Tom's black stones. "You could be a good player, boy," the gleeman said around his pipe, placing his next stone, "if you put your mind to it." His tobacco smelled like leaves and nuts. Matt reached for another stone from the pile at his elbow, then blinked and let it lie. In the same 3 moves, Tom's stones would surround over 1/3 of his. He had not seen it coming, and he could see no escape. "Do you ever lose a game? Have you ever lost a game?" Tom removed his pipe and knuckled his moustaches. "Not in a long while. Morgaze used to beat me about half the time. It is said good commanders of soldiers and good players of the great game are good at stones as well. She is the one, and I've no doubt she could command a battle too." "Wouldn't you rather dice some more? Stones take too much time. I'd like a chance to win more than 1 toss in 9 or 10, the white-haired man said dryly. Matt bounded to his feet as the door banged open to admit Captain Dan. The square-faced man whipped his cloak from his shoulders, shaking the rain off and muttering curses to himself.
"The light sear my bones. I do not know why I ever let you hire Swift. You demanding more flaming speed in the blackest night or the heaviest rain. More speed, always more bloody speed. Could have run on a bloody mudflat 100 times over by now." "You wanted the gold," Matt said harshly. "You said this heap of old boards was fast, Dan. When do we reach Tyr?" The captain smiled a tight smile. "We are tying off to the dock now. And burn me for a bloody farmer if I carry anything that can flaming talk ever again. Now, where is the rest of my gold?" Matt hurried to one of the small windows and peered out. In the harsh glare of lightning flashes, he could see a wet stone dock, if not much else. He fished the second purse of gold from his pocket and tossed it to Dan. Whoever heard of a riverman who didn't dice? "About time," he growled. "Light send, I'm not too late." He had stuffed all of his spare clothes and his blankets into the leather scrip, and he hung that on one side of him and the roll of fireworks on the other from the cord he tied to it.
His cloak covered it all, but gapped a little in the front. Better he got wet than the fireworks. He could dry out and be as good as new. A test with a bucket had shown fireworks could not. I guess Rand's da was right. Matt had always thought the village council would not set them off in the rain because they made a better show on clear nights.
Aren't you about ready to sell those things?
Tom was settling his gleeman's cloak on his shoulders. It covered his leather-cased harp and flute, but his bundle of clothes and blankets he slung on his back outside the patch-covered cloak.
Not until I figure out how they work, Tom. Besides, think what fun it will be when I set them all off.
The gleeman shuddered.
As long as you don't do it all at once, boy. As long as you don't throw them in the fireplace at supper. I'd not put it past you the way you've been behaving with them. You're lucky the captain here did not throw us off the ship 2 days ago. He wouldn't. Matt laughed. Not while that purse was in the offing. Eh, Dan?
Dan was tossing the purse of gold in his hand.
I have not asked before this, but you've given me the gold now, and you'll not take it back. What is this all about? All this flaming speed? A wager, Dan.
Yawning, Matt picked up his quarterstaff, ready to go. A wager.
A wager?
Dan stared at the heavy purse. The other just like it was locked in his money chest.
There must be a flaming kingdom riding on it.
More than that, Matt said. Rain bucketed down on the deck so hard that he could not see the gangplank, except when lightning crackled above the city. The roar of the downpour barely let him hear himself think. He could see lights in windows up a street, though. There would be inns up there. The captain had not come on deck to see them ashore, and none of the crew had stayed out in the rain either. Matt and Tom made their way to the stone dock alone. Matt cursed when his boots sank into the mud of the street, but there was nothing for it, so he kept on, striding along as fast as he could with his boots and the butt of his staff sticking at every step. The air smelled of fish, rank even with the rain.
We'll find an inn, he said loudly so he could be heard, and then I will go out looking. In this weather, Tom shouted back.
Rain was rolling down his face, but he was more interested in keeping his instruments covered than his face.
Comar could have left Camelin before us. If he had a good horse instead of the crowbaits we were riding, he could have set out downriver from Arringill maybe a full day ahead of us, and I don't know how much of that we caught up with that idiot Dan. It was a quick passage, Tom allowed. Swift deserves its name. Be that as it may, Tom, rain or no rain, I have to find him before he finds Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine. A few more hours won't make much difference, boy. There are hundreds of inns in a city the size of Tyr. There may be hundreds more outside the walls. Some of them little places with no more than a dozen rooms to let. So tiny, you could walk right by them and never know they were there. The gleeman hitched the hood of his cloak up more, muttering to himself. It will take weeks to search them all. But it will take Comar the same weeks. We can spend the night in out of the rain. You can wager whatever coin you have left that Comar won't be out in it. Matt shook his head. A tiny inn with a dozen rooms. Before he left Emmons Field, the biggest building he had ever seen was the Winespring Inn. He doubted if Bran Alvear had any more than a dozen rooms to let. Egwene had lived with her parents and her sisters in the rooms at the front of the second floor. Burn me, sometimes I think we should never any of us have left Emmons Field. But Rand surely had had to, and Egwene would probably have died if she had not gone to Tarvalon. Now she might die because she did go. He did not think he could settle for the farm again. The cows and the sheep certainly would not play dice. But Perrin still had a chance to go home. Go home, Perrin, he found himself thinking. Go home while you still can. He gave himself a shake. Fool? Why would he want to? He thought of bed, but pushed it away. Not yet. Lightning streaked across the sky,
3 jagged bolts together, casting a stark light over a narrow house that seemed to have bunches of herbs hanging in the windows, and a shop, shut up tight, but a potter's from the sign with its bowls and plates. Yawning, he hunched his shoulders against the driving rain and tried to pull his boots out of the clinging mud more quickly.
"I think I can forget about this part of the city, Tom," he shouted. "All this mud and that stink of fish. Can you see Nynaeve or Egwene, or Elaine, choosing to stay here? Women like things neat and tidy, Tom, and smelling good." "Maybe, boy," Tom muttered, then coughed. "You would be surprised what women would put up with. But it may be."
Holding his cloak to keep the roll of fireworks covered, Matt lengthened his stride.
"Come on, Tom. I want to find Coma or the girls tonight. One or the other."
Tom limped after him, coughing now and again. They strode through the wide gates in the city, unguarded in the rain, and Matt was relieved to feel paving stones under his feet again. And not more than 50 paces up the street was an inn, the windows of the common rooms spilling light onto the street, music drifting out into the night. Even Tom covered that last 50 paces through the rain quickly, limp or no limp. The White Crescent had a landlord whose girth made his long blue coat fit snugly below the waist as well as above, unlike those of most of the men in the low-backed chairs at the tables. Matt thought the landlord's baggy breeches, tied at the ankle above low shoes, had to be big enough for 2 ordinary men to fit inside, 1 in each leg. The serving women wore dark, high-necked dresses and short white aprons. There was a fellow playing a hammered dulcimer between the 2 stone fireplaces. Tom eyed the fellow critically and shook his head. The rotund innkeeper, Cavan Lopar by name, was more than glad to give them rooms. He frowned at their muddy boots, but silver from Matt's pocket. The gold was running low, and Tom's patch-covered cloak smoothed his fat forehead. When Tom said he would perform for a small fee some nights, Lopa's chins waggled with pleasure. Of a big man with a white streak in his beard he knew nothing, nor of 3 women meeting the descriptions Matt gave. Matt left everything but his cloak and his quarterstaff in his room, barely looking to see that it had a bed. Sleep was enticing, but he refused to let himself think of it, then wolfed down a spicy fish stew and rushed back out into the rain. He was surprised that Tom came with him.
"I thought you wanted to be in where it's dry, Tom."
The gleeman patted the flute case he still had under his cloak. The rest of his things were up in his room.
"People talk to a gleeman, boy. I may learn something you would not. I'd not like to see those girls harmed any more than you."
There was another inn 100 paces down the rain-filled street on the other side, and another 200 beyond that, and then more. Matt took them as he came to them, ducking in long enough for Tom to flourish his cloak and tell a story, then let someone buy him a cup of wine afterwards, while Matt asked around after a tall man with a white streak in his close-cut black beard, and 3 women. He won a few coins at dice, but he learned nothing, and neither did Tom. He was just glad the gleeman seemed to be taking only a few sips of wine at each inn. Tom had been close to abstemious on the boat, but Matt had not been certain he would not dive back into the wine once they reached Tyr. By the time they had visited 24 common rooms, Matt felt as if his eyelids had weights. The rain had lessened a bit, but it still fell steadily in big drops, and as the rain fell off, the wind had freshened. The sky had the dark grey look of coming dawn.
"Boy," Tom muttered, "if we don't go back to the White Crescent, I am going to go to sleep here, in the rain."
He stopped to cough.
"Do you realise you've marched right past 3 inns? Light, I am so tired I can't think. Do you have a scheme of where to go that you have not told me?"
Matt stared blearily up the street at a tall man in a cloak hurrying around a corner.
"Light, I am tired. Rent is 500 leagues from here, playing at being the bloody dragon."
"What? 3 inns?"
They were standing almost in front of another, the golden cup, according to the sign creaking in the wind. It looked nothing like a dice cup, but he decided to give it a try anyway. "One more, Tom. If we don't find them here, we'll go back and go to bed." Bed sounded better than a dice game with 100 gold marks riding on the toss. But he made himself go in. 2 steps into the common room, Matt saw him. The big man wore a green coat with blue stripes down puffy sleeves, but it was Komar. Close-cut black beard with a white streak over his chin and all. He sat in one of the strangely low-backed chairs at a table on the far side of the room, rattling a leather dice cup and smiling at the man across from him. That fellow wore a long coat and baggy breeches, and he was not smiling. He stared at the coins on the table as if wishing he had them back in his purse. Another dice cup sat at Komar's elbow. Komar upended the leather cup in his hand and began laughing almost before the dice stopped spinning.
"Who is next?"
he called loudly, pulling the wager to his side of the table. There was already a considerable pile of silver in front of him. He scooped the dice into the cup and rattled them.
"Surely someone else wants to try his luck?"
It seemed that no one did, but he kept rattling the cup and laughing. The innkeeper was easy to pick out, though they did not seem to wear aprons in Tyr. His coat was the same shade of deep blue as that of every other innkeeper Matt had spoken to. A plump man, though little more than half the size of Lopar, and with half that fellow's number of chins. He was sitting at a table by himself, polishing a pewter mug furiously and glaring across the room toward Komar, though not when Komar was looking. Some of the other men gave the bearded man sidelong frowns too, but not when he was looking. Matt suppressed his first urge, which was to rush over to Komar, drub him over the head with his quarterstaff, and demand to know where Egwene and the others were. Something was wrong here. Komar was the first man he had seen wearing a sword, but the way the men looked at him was more than fear of a swordsman. Even the serving woman who brought Komar a fresh cup of wine, and was pinched for her trouble, had a nervous laugh for him. "Look at it from every side," Matt thought wearily. "Half the trouble I get into is from not doing that. I have to think." Tiredness seemed to have stuffed his head with wool. He motioned to Tom, and they strolled over to the innkeeper, who eyed them suspiciously when they sat down. "Who is the man with the stripe in his beard?" Matt asked.
"Not from the city, are you?"
the innkeeper said.
"He is a foreigner, too. I've never seen him before tonight, but I know what he is. Some outlander who has come here and made his fortune in trade. A merchant rich enough to wear a sword. That is no reason for him to treat us like this."
"If you have never seen him before," Matt said, "how do you know he is a merchant?" The innkeeper looked at him as if he were stupid.
"His coat, man, and his sword. He cannot be a lord or a soldier if he's from off, so he has to be a rich merchant."
He shook his head for the stupidity of foreigners.
"They come to our places to look down their noses at us and fondle the girls under our very eyes, but he has no call to do this. If I go to the Maul, I don't gamble for some fisherman's coins. If I go to the Tava, I do not dice with the farmers come to sell their crops."
His polishing gained in ferocity.
"Such luck the man has. It must be how he made his fortune."
"He wins, does he?" Yawning, Matt wondered how he would do dicing with another man who had luck.
"Sometimes he loses," the innkeeper muttered, "when the stake is a few silver pennies. Sometimes. But let it reach a silver mark. No less than a dozen times tonight I have seen him win at crowns with 3 crowns and 2 roses, and half again as often, at top, it has been 3 6s and 2 5s. He tosses nothing but 6s at 3s, and 3 6s and a 5 every throw at compass.
If he has such luck, I say the light shine on him, and well to him, but let him use it with other merchants as is proper. How can a man have such luck?"
"Weighted dice," Tom said, then coughed. "When he wants to be sure of winning, he uses dice that always show the same face. He is smart enough not to have made it the highest toss. Folk become suspicious if you always throw the king." He raised an eyebrow at Matt. "Just one that's all but impossible to beat. But he cannot change that they always show the same face."
"I have heard of such," the innkeeper said slowly. "Ileana's used them, I hear."
Then he shook his head.
"But both men use the same cup and dice. It cannot be."
"Bring me 2 dice cups," Tom said, "and 2 sets of dice. Crowns or spots, it makes no difference, so long as they are the same."
The innkeeper frowned at him, but left, prudently taking the pewter cup with him, and came back with 2 leather cups. Tom rolled the 5 bone cubes from one onto the table in front of Matt. Whether with spots or symbols, every set of dice Matt had ever seen had been either bone or wood. These had spots. He picked them up, frowning at Tom.
"Am I supposed to see something?"
Tom dumped the dice from the other cup into his hand, then, almost too quickly to follow, dropped them back in and twisted the cup over to rest upside down on the table before the dice could fall out. He kept his hand on top of the cup.
"Put a mark on each of them, boy. Something small, but something you'll know for your mark."
Matt found himself exchanging puzzled glances with the innkeeper. Then they both looked at the cup upside down under Tom's hand. He knew Tom was up to something tricky. Gleemen were always doing things that were impossible, like eating fire and pulling silk out of the air. But he did not see how Tom could do anything with him watching close. He unsheathed his belt knife and made a small scratch on each die, right across the circle of 6 spots.
"All right," he said, setting them back on the table. "Show me your trick."
Tom reached over and picked up the dice, then set them down again a foot away.
"Look for your marks, boy."
Matt frowned. Tom's hand was still on the upended leather cup. The gleeman had not moved it or taken Matt's dice anywhere near it. He picked up the dice and blinked. There was not a scratch on them. The innkeeper gasped. Tom turned his free hand over, revealing 5 dice.
"Your marks are on these. That is what Komar is doing. It is a child's trick. Simple, though I'd never have thought he had the fingers for it. I do not think I want to play dice with you after all,"
Matt said slowly. The innkeeper was staring at the dice, but not as if he saw any solution.
"Call the watch, or whatever you call it here," Matt told him. "Have him arrested."
"He'll kill nobody in a prison cell. Yet what if they are already dead?" He tried not to listen, but the thought persisted. "Then I'll see him dead. And Gabriel, whatever it takes. But they aren't, burn me. They can't be." The innkeeper was shaking his head.
"Me? Me denounce a merchant to the defenders? They would not even look at his dice. He could say one word and I would be in chains working the channel dredges in the fingers of the dragon. He could cut me down where I stood, and the defenders would say I had earned it. Perhaps he will go away after a while."
Matt gave him a wry grimace. "If I expose him, will that be good enough? Will you call the watch, or the defenders, or whoever, then?"
"You do not understand. You are a foreigner. Even if he is from off, he is a wealthy man. Important."
"Wait here," Matt told Tom. "I do not mean to let him reach Egwene and the others, whatever it takes." He yawned as he scraped back his chair.
"Wait, boy,"
Tom called after him, soft yet urgent. The gleeman pushed himself up out of his chair.
"Burn you. You don't know what you're putting your foot into."
Matt waved for him to stay there and walked over to Komar. No one else had taken up the bearded man's challenge. and he eyed Matt with interest as Matt leaned his quarterstaff against the table and sat down. Komar studied Matt's coat and grinned nastily.
You want to wager coppers, farmer? I do not waste my time with...
He cut off as Matt set an Andorran gold crown on the table and yawned at him, making no effort to cover his mouth.
You say little, farmer, though your manners could use improving. But gold has a voice of its own and no need of manners.
He shook the leather cup in his hand and spilled the dice out. He was chuckling before they came to rest, showing 3 crowns and 2 roses.
You'll not beat that, farmer. Perhaps you have more gold hidden in those rags that you want to lose. What did you do? Rob your master?
He reached for the dice, but Matt scooped them up ahead of him. Komar glared, but let him have the cup. If both tosses were the same, they would throw again until one man won. Matt smiled as he rattled the dice. He did not mean to give Komar a chance to change them. If they threw the same toss 3 or 4 times in a row, exactly the same every time, even these defenders would listen. The whole common room would see. They would have to back his word. He spilled the dice onto the tabletop. They bounced oddly. He felt something shifting. It was as if his luck had gone wild. The room seemed to be writhing around him, tugging at the dice with threads. For some reason, he wanted to look at the door, but he kept his eyes on the dice. They came to rest. 5 crowns. Komar's eyes looked ready to pop out of his head. You lose, Matt said softly. If his luck was in to this extent, perhaps it was time to push it. A voice in the back of his head told him to think, but he was too tired to listen. I think your luck is about used up, Komar. If you've harmed those girls, it's all gone.
I have not even found...
Komar began, still staring at the dice, then jerked his head up. His face had gone white.
How do you know my name?
He had not found them, yet. Luck, sweet luck, stay with me. Go back to Camelin, Komar. Tell Gabriel you could not find them. Tell him they are dead. Tell him anything, but leave Tyr tonight. If I see you again, I'll kill you.
Who are you?
The big man said unsteadily.
Who?
The next instant his sword was out and he was on his feet. Matt shoved the table at him, overturning it, and grabbed for his quarterstaff. He had forgotten how big Komar was. The bearded man pushed the table right back at him. Matt fell over with his chair, holding a bare grasp on his staff as Komar heaved the table out of the way and stabbed at him. Matt threw his feet against the man's middle to stop his rush, swung the staff awkwardly, just enough to deflect the sword. But the blow knocked the staff from his fingers, and he found himself gripping Komar's wrist instead, with the man's blade a hand from his face. With a grunt, he rolled backwards, heaving as hard as he could with his legs. Komar's eyes widened as he sailed over Matt to crash onto a table, face up. Matt scrambled for his staff, but when he had it, Komar had not moved. The big man lay with his hips and legs sprawled across the top of the table, the rest of him hanging down with his head on the floor. The men who had been sitting at the table were on their feet a safe distance away, wringing their hands and eyeing each other nervously. A low, worried buzz filled the common room. Not the noise Matt expected. Komar's sword lay within easy reach of his hand. But he did not move. He stared at Matt, though, as Matt kicked the sword away and went to one knee beside him. Light, I think his back is broken. I told you you should have gone, Komar. Your luck is all used up.
Fool, the big man breathed. Do you think I was the only one hunting them? They won't live till...
His eyes stared at Matt and his mouth was open, but he said no more. Nor ever would again. Matt met the glazing stare, trying to will more words out of the dead man.
Who else, burn you?
Who? Where are they? My luck. Burn me, what happened to my luck? He became aware of the innkeeper pulling frantically at his arm.
You must go. You must, before the defenders come. I will show them the dice. I will tell them it was an outlander, but a tall man, with red-coloured hair and grey eyes. No one will suffer. A man I dreamed of last night. No one real. No one will contradict me. He took coin from everyone with his dice, but you must go. You must.
Everyone else in the room was studiously looking another way. Matt let himself be hauled away from the dead man and pushed outside. Tom was already waiting in the rain. He seized Matt's arm and limped down the street hurriedly, pulling Matt stumbling behind him. Matt's hood hung down his back. The rain soaked his hair and poured down his face, down his neck, but he did not notice. The gleeman kept looking over his shoulder, searching the street beyond Matt.
Are you asleep, boy? You do not look asleep back there.
Come on, boy! The defenders will arrest any outlander within 2 streets, no matter what description that innkeeper gives. It's the luck, Matt mumbled. I figured it out. The dice. My luck works best when things are random. Like dice. Not much good for cards. No good at stones. Too much pattern. It has to be random. Even finding coma. I'd stopped visiting every inn. I walked into that one by chance. Tom, if I am going to find Egwene and the others in time, I have to look without any pattern. What are you talking about? The man is dead. If he already killed them, well, you've avenged them. If he hasn't, you saved them. Now will you bloody walk faster? The defenders won't be long coming, and they are not so gentle as the Queen's guards. Matt shook his arm free and picked up his pace unsteadily, dragging the quarterstaff. He let it slip that he hadn't located them yet, but he said he was not the only one. Tom, I believe him. I was looking him in the eye and he was telling the truth. I still have to find them, Tom, and now I don't even know who is after them. I have to find them. Stifling a huge yawn with his fist, Tom pulled Matt's hood up against the rain. Not tonight, boy. I need sleep, and so do you. Wet. My hair's dripping in my face. His head seemed fuzzy. With a need for sleep, he realised after a moment, and he realised how tired he was, if he had to think just to know it. All right, Tom. But I am going to look again as soon as it's light. Tom nodded and coughed, and they made their way back to the white crescent through the rain. Dawn was not long in coming, but Matt rousted himself out of bed, and he and Tom set off trying to search every inn inside the walls of Tyr. Matt let himself wander wherever the mood and the next turning took him, not looking for inns at all, and tossing a coin to decide whether to go in. For 3 days and nights he did this, and for 3 days and nights it rained without stopping, sometimes thundering, sometimes quiet, but always pouring down. Tom's cough grew worse, so he had to stop playing the flute and telling stories, and he would not carry his harp out in that weather. He insisted on going along, however, and men still talked to a gleeman. Matt's luck with the dice seemed even better since he had begun this random wander, though he never stayed in one inn or tavern long enough to win more than a few coins. Neither of them heard anything useful. Rumours of war with Ilion, rumours of invading Mayenne, rumours of invasion from Andor, of the sea folk shutting off trade, of Arthur Hawkwing's armies returning from the dead, rumours the dragon was coming. The men Matt gambled with were as gloomy about one rumour as the next. They seemed to him to hunt for the darkest rumours they could find, and half believe them all. But he heard not a whisper that might lead him to Egwene and the others. Not one innkeeper had seen women matching their descriptions. He began to have bad dreams, no doubt from all his worrying. Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine, and some fellow with close-cropped white hair wearing a coat with puffy striped sleeves like komars, laughing and weaving a net around them. Only sometimes it was Moraine he was weaving the net for, and sometimes he held a crystal sword instead, a sword that blazed like the sun as soon as he touched it. Sometimes it was Rand who held the sword. For some reason, he dreamed of Rand a good deal. Matt was sure it was all because he was not getting enough sleep, not eating except when he happened to remember. But he would not stop. He had a wager to win, he told himself, and he meant to win this one, if it killed him. Chapter 50. The Hammer. The afternoon sun was hot as the ferry docked in Tyr. Puddles stood on the steaming stones of the dock, and the air seemed almost as damp to Perrin as Ilian's had. The air smelled of pitch and wood and rope. He could see shipyards further south along the river, of spices and iron and barley, of perfumes and wines and 100 different aromas he could not single out from the melange, most coming from the warehouses behind the docks. When the wind swirled momentarily out of the north, he caught the scents of fish, too, but those faded as the wind swung back. No smells of anything to hunt. His mind reached out to feel for wolves before he realized what he was doing, and snapped his guards shut. He had done that too often of late. There had been no wolves, of course, not in a city like this. He wished it did not feel so alone. As soon as the ramp at the end of the barge was lowered, he led Stepper up to the dock after Moraine and Lan. The huge shape of the Stone of Tyr lay off to their left, shadowed so that it looked like a mountain despite the great banner at its highest point. He did not want to look at the stone, but it seemed impossible to look at the city without seeing it.
Is he here yet? Light, if he has already tried to get into that, he could be dead already.
And then it would all be for nothing. "What are we meant to find here?" Zareen asked behind him. She had not stopped asking questions. She just did not ask them of the Aes Sedai or the warder. "Ilian showed us grey men and the wild hunt. What does Tyr hold that someone wants to keep you from so badly?" Perrin glanced around. None of the dockmen shuttling cargo about seemed to have heard. He was sure he would have smelled fear if they had. He bit back the sharp remark that hung on the end of his tongue. She had a quicker tongue, and a sharper.
"I wish you did not sound so eager,"
Loyal rumbled.
"You seem to think it will all be as easy as Ilian Fail."
"Easy," Zareen muttered. "Easy. Loyal, we were nearly killed twice in one night. Ilian was enough for a hunter's song in itself. What makes you call it easy?" Perrin grimaced. He wished Loyal had not decided to call Zareen by that name she had chosen. It was a constant reminder that Moraine thought she was Min's falcon. And it did nothing to stop Perrin wondering if she was the beautiful woman Min had warned him against, too.
"At least I've not run up against the hawk. Or a Tuatha'an with a sword. Now that would be the strangest of all. Or I am a wool merchant." "Stop asking questions, Zareen," he said as he swung up into Stepper's saddle. "You will find out why we are here when Moraine decides to tell you." He tried not to look at the stone. She turned those dark, tilted eyes on him. "I do not think you know why, blacksmith. I think that is why you will not tell me, because you cannot. Admit it, farm boy." With a small sigh, he rode off the docks after Moraine and Lan. Zareen did not dig at Loyal in that cutting way when the Ogier refused to answer her questions. He thought she must be trying to browbeat him into using that name. He would not. Moraine had tied the oiled cloak behind her saddle atop the innocuous-looking bundle that held the dragon banner, and despite the heat had donned the blue linen cloak from Ilian. Its deep, wide hood hid her face. Her great serpent ring was on a cord around her neck. Tyr, she had said, did not forbid the presence of Aes Sedai, only channeling, but the defenders of the stone kept a close eye on any woman who wore the ring.
She did not want to be watched on this visit to Tyr. Lan had stuffed his colour-shifting cloak into his saddlebags 2 days earlier, when it had become apparent that whoever had sent the Darkhounds— Samael, Perrin thought with a shiver, and tried not to think of the name at all. Whoever had sent them had not sent any more pursuit. The warder had made no concessions to the heat of Ilion, and he made none to the lesser heat of Tyr. His grey-green coat was buttoned up all the way. Perrin wore his coat half undone, and the neck of his shirt untied. Tyr might be a little cooler than Ilion, but it was still as hot as summer in the two rivers, and, as always after rain, the dampness of the air made the heat seem worse. His axe belt hung looped around the tall pommel of his saddle. It was handy there if he needed it, and he felt better not wearing it. He was surprised at the mud in the first streets they rode along. Only villages and smaller towns had dirt streets that he had seen, and Tyr was one of the great cities. But the people did not seem to mind, many going barefoot. A woman walking on little wooden platforms caught his attention for a time, and he wondered why they did not all wear them. Those baggy breeches on the men looked as if they might be cooler than the snug ones he wore, but he was sure he would feel a fool if he tried them. He made a picture in his head of himself wearing those breeches and one of those round straw hats, and chuckled at it.
"What do you find funny, Perrin?"
Loyal asked. His ears were drooping till their tufts were hidden in his hair, and he looked at the people in the street worriedly.
"These folk look defeated, Perrin. They did not look this way when I was here last. Even people who let their grove be cut down do not deserve to look like this."
As Perrin began to study faces, instead of just looking at everything at once, he saw that Loyal was right. Something had gone out of too many of those faces. Hope, maybe. Curiosity. They barely glanced at the party riding by, except to get out of the way of the horses. The Ogier, mounted on an animal as big as a draft horse, might as well have been Lan or Perrin. The streets changed, gaining wide stone paving after they passed inside the gates of the high grey city wall, past the hard, dark eyes of soldiers in breastplates over red coats with wide sleeves ending in narrow white cuffs, and rimmed round helmets with a ridge over the top. Instead of the baggy breeches other men wore, theirs were tight and tucked into knee-high boots. The soldiers frowned at Lan's sword and fingered their own, stared sharply at Perrin's axe and his bow, but in a way, despite their frowns and sharp looks, there was something beaten in their faces too, as if nothing were really worth the effort any longer. The buildings were larger and taller inside the walls, though most were made no differently from those outside. The roofs looked a bit odd to Perrin, especially those that came to points, but he had seen so many different kinds of roof since leaving home that he only wondered what kind of nails they used with their tiles. In some places the people did not use nails on their roof tiles at all. Palaces and great buildings stood among the smaller and more ordinary, seemingly placed haphazardly. A structure of towers and squarish white domes, surrounded on all sides by wide streets, might have shops and inns and houses on the other sides of those streets. A huge hall fronted by squared columns of marble 4 paces on a side, with 50 steps to climb to reach bronze doors 5 spans high, had a bakery one side and a tailor on the other. More men wore coats and breeches like the soldiers here, though in brighter colours and without armour, and some even wore swords. None of them went barefoot, not even those in baggy breeches. The women's dresses were often longer, their necklines lower, to bare shoulders and even bosom, the cloth as likely to be silk as wool. The sea folk traded a good deal of silk through Tyr. As many sedan chairs and carriages drawn by teams of horses moved through the streets as ox carts and wagons. Yet too many of the faces had that same look of having given up. The inn Lan chose, the Star, had a weaver's shop on one side and a smithy on the other, with narrow alleyways between. The smithy was of undressed grey stone, the weavers and the inn of wood, though the Star stood 4 stories tall and had small windows in its roof as well. The rattle of looms was hard-pressed to compete with the clang of the smith's hammer. They handed their horses over to stablemen to be taken around back and went inside the inn. There were fish smells from the kitchen, baking and perhaps stewing, and the scent of roast mutton. The men in the common room all wore the tight coats and loose breeches. Perrin did not think richer men. Somehow he was sure the men in colourful coats with puffy sleeves and the bare-shouldered women in bright silk were all rich or nobles. Those folk would not put up with the noise. Perhaps that was why Lan had chosen it. "How are we supposed to sleep with this racketing?" Zareen muttered.
"No questions?"
he said with a smile. For a moment he thought she was going to stick out her tongue at him. The innkeeper was a round-faced, balding man in a long, deep blue coat and those loose breeches, who bowed over hands clasped across his stout belly. His face had that look, a weary resignation.
"The light shine on you, mistresses, and welcome," he sighed. "The light shine on you, masters, and welcome."
He gave a small start at Perrin's yellow eyes, then passed wearily on to Loyal.
"The light shine on you, friend Ogier, and welcome. It is a year or more since I have seen one of your kind in Tyr. Some work or other at the stone. They stayed in the stone, of course, but I saw them in the street one day."
He finished with another sigh, seemingly unable to summon any curiosity as to why another Ogier had come to Tyr, or why any of them had come, for that matter. The balding man, whose name was Jura Hurret, showed them to their rooms himself. Apparently Moraine's silk dress and the way she kept her face hidden, taken with Lan's hard face and sword, made them a lady and her guard in his eyes, and so worthy of his personal attention. Perrin he obviously took as some kind of retainer, and Zareen he was plainly unsure of, to her visible disgust, and Loyal was, after all, an Ogier. He called men to push beds together for Loyal, and offered Moraine a private room for her meals if she wished. She accepted graciously. They kept together through it all, making a small procession through the upper halls until Hurret bowed and sighed his way out of their presence, leaving them all where they had begun, outside Moraine's room. The walls were white plaster, and Loyal's head brushed the hall ceiling. "Odious fellow," Zareen muttered, brushing furiously at the dust on her narrow skirts with both hands. "I believe he took me for your handmaid, Aes Sedai. I will not stand for that."
"Watch your tongue," Lan said softly. "If you use that name where folk can hear, you will regret it, girl."
She looked as if she were going to argue, but his icy blue eyes stilled her tongue this time, if it did not cool her glare. Moraine ignored them. Staring off at nothing, she worked her cloak in her hands almost as if wiping them, unaware what she was doing, in Perrin's opinion.
"How do we go about finding Rand?"
he asked, but she did not appear to hear him.
"Moraine?"
"Remain close to the inn," she said after a moment. "Tyr can be a dangerous city for those who do not know its ways. The pattern can be torn here." That last was soft, as if to herself. In a stronger voice, she said, "Lan, let us see what we can discover without attracting attention. The rest of you, stay close to the inn." "Stay close to the inn," Zareen mimicked as the Aes Sedai and the warder disappeared down the stairs. But she said it quietly enough that they would not hear. "This Rand, he is the one you called the—" If she looked like a falcon right then, it was a very uneasy falcon. "And we are in Tyr, where the heart of the stone holds, and the prophecies say— The light burn me, ta'veren. Is this a story I want to be in?"
"It is not a story, Zareen."
For a moment, Perrin felt almost as hopeless as the innkeeper had sounded.
"The wheel weaves us into the pattern. You chose to tangle your thread with ours. It's too late to untangle it now."
"Light!" she growled. "Now you sound like her." He left her there with Loyal and went to put his things in his room.
It had a low bed, comfortable but small, as city people seemed to think befitted a servant, a washstand, a stool, and a few pegs on the cracked plaster wall, and when he came out, they were both gone. The ring of hammer on anvil called to him. So much in Tyr looked odd that it was a relief to walk into the smithy. The ground floor was all one large room with no back wall except for 2 long doors that stood open on a yard for shoeing horses and oxen, complete with an ox sling. Hammers stood in their stands, tongs of various kinds and sizes hung on the exposed joists of the walls, buttresses and hoof knives and other farrier's tools lay neatly arranged on wooden benches with chisels and beak irons and swages and all the implements of the blacksmith's craft. Bins held lengths of iron and steel in various thicknesses. 5 grinding wheels of different roughness stood about the hard dirt floor, 6 anvils, and 3 stone-sided forges with their bellows, though only one held glowing coals. Quenching barrels stood ready to hand. The smith was plying his hammer on yellow hot iron gripped in heavy tongs. He wore baggy breeches and had pale blue eyes, but the long leather vest over his bare chest and apron were not much different from those Perrin and Master Luhan had worn back in Emond's Field, and his thick arms and shoulders spoke of years working metal. His dark hair had almost the same amount of grey that Perrin remembered in Master Luhan's. More vests and aprons hung on the wall, as if the man had apprentices, but they were not in evidence now. The forge fire smelled like home. The hot iron smelled like home. The smith turned to thrust the piece he was working back into the coals, and Perrin stepped over to work the bellows for him. The man glanced at him, but said nothing. Perrin pulled the bellows handle up and down with slow, steady, even strokes, keeping the coals at the right heat. The smith went back to working the hot iron on the rounded horn of the anvil this time. Perrin thought he might be making a barrel scrape. The hammer rang with sharp, quick blows. The man spoke without looking up from his work. "Apprentice?" was all he said.
Yes,
Perrin replied just as simply. The smith worked on for a time. It was a barrel scrape, for cleaning the insides of wooden barrels. Now and again he eyed Perrin consideringly. Setting his hammer down just for a moment, the smith picked up a short length of thick square stock and pushed it into Perrin's hand, then picked up his hammer again and resumed work.
"See what you can do with that,"
he said. Without even thinking about it, Perrin stepped over to an anvil on the other side of the forge and tapped the stock against its edge. It made a nice ring. The steel had not been left long enough in the slow furnace to pick up a great deal of carbon from the coal. He pushed it into the hot coals for almost its entire length, tasted the 2 water barrels to see which had been salted, the third was olive oil, then took off his coat and shirt and chose a leather vest that would fit his chest. Most of these Tyran fellows were not as large as he, but he found one that would do. Finding an apron was easier. When he turned around, he saw the smith, still with his head down over his work, nodding and smiling to himself. But just because he knew his way around a smithy did not mean he had any skill at smithing. That was yet to be shown. When he came back to the anvil, with 2 hammers, a set of long-handled flat tongs, and a sharp-topped hardie, the steel bar had heated to a dark red, except for a small bit of what he had left out of the coals. He worked the bellows, watching the colour of the metal lighten until it reached a yellow just short of white. Then he pulled it out with the tongs, laid it on the anvil, and picked up the heavier of the 2 hammers. About 10 pounds, he estimated, and with a longer handle than most people who did not know metalworking thought was necessary. He held it near the end. Hot metal gave off sparks sometimes, and he had seen the scars on the hands of the smith from up at Roundhill, a careless fellow. He did not want to make anything elaborate or fancy. Simple things seemed best at the moment. He began by rounding the edges of the bar, then hammered the middle out into a broad blade, almost as thick as the original at the butt, but a good hand and a half long. From time to time he returned the metal to the coals to keep it at the pale yellow, and after a time he shifted to the lighter hammer, half the weight of the first.
The piece beyond the blade he thinned down, then bent it over the anvil horn in a curve down beside the blade. A wooden handle could be fixed onto that eventually. Setting the sharp chisel hardy in the anvil's hardy hole, he laid the glowing metal atop it. One sharp blow of the hammer cut off the tool he had made, or almost made. It would be a chamfer knife for smoothing and levelling the tops of barrel staves after they were hopped together, among other things. When he was done. The other man's barrel scrape had made him think of it. As soon as he had made the hot cut, he tossed the glowing metal into the salted quenching barrel. Unsalted gave a harder quench for the hardest metal, while the oil gave the softest for good knives. And swords, he had heard, but he had never had any part in making anything like that. When the metal had cooled enough, to a dull grey, he removed it from the water and took it to the grinding wheels. A little slow work with the foot pedals ground a polish onto the blade. Carefully, he heated the blade portion again. This time the colours deepened to straw, to bronze. When the bronze colour began to run up the blade in waves, he set it aside to cool. The final edge could be sharpened then. Quenching again would destroy the tempering he had just done.
"A very neat bit of work," the smith said. "No wasted motion. You looking for work? My apprentices just walked away, all three of them. The worthless fools, and I've plenty you could do."
Perrin shook his head.
"I do not know how long I will be in here. I'd like to work a little longer if you do not mind. It has been a long time, and I miss it. Maybe I could do some of the work your apprentices would have done."
The smith snorted loudly.
"You're a deal better than any of those louts. Moping around and staring, muttering about their nightmares. As if everyone doesn't have nightmares sometimes. Yes, you can work here as long as you want. Like I've orders for 12 draw knives and 3 cooper's adzes, and a carpenter down the street needs a mortise hammer, and... too much to list it. Start with the draw knives, and we will see how far we get before night."
Perrin lost himself in the work, for a time forgetting everything but the heat of the metal, the ring of his hammer, and the smell of the forge. But there came a time when he looked up and found the smith, Dermid Ajala, he had said his name was, taking off his vest, and the shoeing yard dark. All the light came from the forge and a pair of lamps, and Zareen was sitting on an anvil by one of the cold forges, watching him. "So you really are a blacksmith, she said.
"He is that, mistress," Ajala said. "Apprentice, he says, but the work he did today amounts to his master's piece as far as I am concerned. Fine stroking, and better than steady."
Perrin shifted his feet at the compliments, and the smith grinned at him. Zareen stared at both of them with a lack of comprehension. Perrin went to replace the vest and apron on their peg, but once he had them off, he was suddenly conscious of Zareen's eyes on his back. It was as if she were touching him. For a moment, the herbal scent of her seemed overwhelming. He quickly pulled his shirt over his head, stuffed it raggedly into his breeches, and jerked on his coat. When he turned around, Zareen wore one of those small, secretive smiles that had always made him nervous. "Is this what you mean to do, then?" she asked. "Did you come all this way to be a blacksmith again?" Ajala paused in the act of pulling the yard doors closed and listened. Perrin picked up the heavy hammer he had used, a 10-pound head with a handle as long as his forearm. It felt good in his hands. It felt right. The smith had glanced at his eyes once and never even blinked. It was the work that was important, the skill with metal, not the colour of a man's eyes.
"No,"
he said sadly.
"One day, I hope. But not yet."
He started to hang the hammer back on the wall.
"Take it."
Ajala cleared his throat.
"I do not usually give away good hammers, but the work you've done today is worth more than the price of that hammer by far, and maybe it will help you to that one day. Man, if I have ever seen anyone made to hold a smith's hammer, it is you."
So take it. Keep it.
Perrin closed his hand around the haft. It did feel right.
Thank you, he said. I cannot say what this means to me. Just remember the one day, man. Just you remember it.
As they left, Zareen looked up at him and said, "Do you have any idea how strange men are, blacksmith?" "No, I did not think you did." She darted ahead, leaving him holding the hammer in one hand and scratching his head with the other. No one in the common room looked at him twice, a golden-eyed man carrying a smith's hammer. He went up to his room, remembering for once to light a tallow candle. His quiver and the axe hung from the same peg on the plaster wall. He hefted the axe in one hand, the hammer in the other. By weight of metal, the axe, with its half-moon blade and thick spike, was a good 5 or 6 pounds lighter than the hammer, but it felt 10 times heavier. Replacing the axe in the loop on its belt, he set the hammer on the floor beneath the peg, handle against the wall. Axe haft and hammer haft almost touched. 2 pieces of wood equally thick. 2 pieces of metal, near enough the same weight. For a long time he sat on the stool staring at them. He was still staring when Lan put his head into the room.
Come, blacksmith. We have things to talk over. I am a blacksmith,
Perrin said, and the warder frowned at him.
Don't go winter crazy on me now, blacksmith. If you cannot carry your weight any longer, you may drag us all down the mountain. I'll carry my weight, Perrin growled. I will do what has to be done. What do you want? You, blacksmith. Don't you listen? Come on, farm boy.
That name that Zareen so often called him pulled him to his feet angrily now, but Lan was already turning away. Perrin hurried into the hall and followed him toward the front of the inn, meaning to tell the warder he had had enough of this blacksmith and farm boy. His name was Perrin Ebara. The warder ducked into the inn's only private dining room overlooking the street. Perrin followed him.
Now listen, warder,
You listen, Perrin, Moraine said. Be quiet and listen. Her face was smooth, but her eyes looked as grim as her voice sounded. Perrin had not realized anyone was in the room except for himself and the warder, standing with one arm up on the mantel of the unlit fireplace. Moraine sat at the table in the middle of the floor, a simple piece of black oak. None of the other chairs with their high carved backs were occupied. Zareen was leaning against the wall at the other end of the room from Lan, scowling, and Loyal had chosen to sit on the floor, since none of the chairs really fit him. "I'm glad you decided to join us, farm boy," Zareen said sarcastically. "Moraine would not say anything till you came. She just looks at us as if she is deciding which of us is going to die. Be quiet," Moraine told her sharply. "One of the Forsaken is in Tyr. The High Lord Saemon is Belal." Perrin shivered. Loyal squeezed his eyes shut and groaned.
I could have remained in the steading. I would probably have been very happy, married whoever my mother chose. She is a fine woman, my mother, and she would not give me to a bad wife.
His ears seemed to have hidden themselves completely in his shaggy hair. "You can go back to Steading Shangtai," Moraine said. "Leave now if you wish. I will not stop you." Loyal opened one eye.
I can go?
"If you wish," she said.
Oh.
He opened the other eye and scratched his cheek with blunt fingers the size of sausages.
I suppose, if I have a choice, that I will stay with all of you. I have taken a great many notes, but not nearly enough to complete my book, and I would not like to leave Perrin and Rand.
Moraine cut him off in a cold voice. "Good, Loyal. I am glad that you are staying. I will be glad to use any knowledge you have.
But until this is done, I have no time to listen to your complaints. I suppose, Zareen said in an unsteady voice, that there is no chance of me leaving? She looked at Moraine and shivered. I thought not. Blacksmith, if I live through this, I will make you pay. Perrin stared at her.
Me? The fool woman thinks it my fault? Did I ask her to come?
He opened his mouth, saw the look in Moraine's eyes, and closed it again quickly. After a moment, he said,
Is he after Rand? To stop him or kill him?
I think not, she said quietly. Her voice was like cold steel. I fear he means to let Rand enter the heart of the stone and take Kalandor. Then take it away from him. I fear he means to kill the Dragon Reborn with the very weapon that is meant to herald him. Do we run again? Zareen said. Like Ilian? I never thought to run, but I never thought to find the Forsaken when I took the Hunter's Oath. This time, Moraine said, we do not run. We dare not run. Worlds and time rest on Rand, on the Dragon Reborn. This time, we fight. Perrin took a chair uneasily.
Moraine, you are saying a lot of things right out that you told us we must not even think about. You do have this room warded against listening, don't you?
When she shook her head, he gripped the edge of the table hard enough to make the dark oak creak. I do not speak of a Murdral, Perrin. No one knows the strength of the Forsaken, except that Ishamael and Lanfear were the strongest. But the weakest of them could sense any warding I might set from a mile or more away, and rip all of us to shreds in seconds. Possibly, without stirring from where he stood.
You're saying he can tie you in knots? Perrin muttered. Light! What are we supposed to do? How can we do anything?
Even the Forsaken cannot stand up to balefire, she said. He wondered if that was what she had used on the Darkhounds. It still made him uneasy, what he had seen, and what she had said then. I have learned things in the last year, Perrin. I am more dangerous than when I came to Emmonsfield. If I can come close enough to Bel-Lal, I can destroy him. But if he sees me first, he can destroy us all, long before I have a chance. She turned her attention to Loyal. What can you tell me of Bel-Lal? Perrin blinked in confusion.
Loyal?
Why are you asking him? Zareen burst out angrily. First, you tell the blacksmith you mean us to fight one of the Forsaken, who can kill us all before we can even think. And now you ask Loyal about him? Loyal murmured urgently, that name she used,
Fail, Fail.
But she did not even slow. I thought Aes Sedai knew everything. Light, at least I am smart enough not to say I will fight someone unless I know everything I can of him. You... She trailed off under Moraine's stare, muttering. Ogier, the Aes Sedai said coolly, have long memories, girl. It has been well over 100 generations since the breaking for humans, but less than 30 for Ogier. We still learn things from their stories that we did not know. Now, tell me, Loyal, what do you know of Bel-Lal? And, briefly for once, I want your long memory, not your long wind. Loyal cleared his throat, a sound much like firewood tumbling down a chute.
Bel-Lal.
His ears flickered out of his hair like hummingbird wings, then snapped down again.
I do not know what can be in the stories about him you do not already know. He is not much mentioned, except in the raising of the Hall of the Servants, just before Luz Therin Kinslayer and the 100 companions sealed him up with the Dark One. Jalander, son of Ariad, son of Tsoyan, wrote that he was called the Envious, that he forsook the light because he envied Luz Therin, and that he envied Ishamael and Lanfear too. In a study of the War of the Shadow, Moylin, daughter of Hamada, daughter of Juendan, called Bel-Lal the Net Weaver. but I do not know why. She mentioned him playing a game of stones with Luz Therin and winning, and that he always boasted of it. He glanced at Moraine and rumbled, I am trying to be brief. I do not know anything important about him. Several writers say Belal and Samael were both leaders in the fight against the Dark One before they forsook the light, and both were masters of the sword. That is truly all I know. He may be mentioned in other books, other stories, but I have not read them. Belal is just not spoken of very often. I am sorry I could not tell you anything useful.
Perhaps you have, Moraine told him. I did not know of the name, the Net Weaver, or that he envied the dragon as well as his companions in the shadow. That strengthens my belief that he wants Kalandor. That must be the reason he has chosen to make himself a High Lord of Tyr. And the Net Weaver, a name for a schemer, a patient and cunning planner. You have done well, Loyal. For a moment the Ogier's wide mouth curved up in a pleased smile, but then it curved down again. I will not pretend I am not afraid, Zareen said suddenly. Only a fool would not be afraid of the Forsaken. But I swore I would be one of you, and I will. That is all I wanted to say. Perrin shook his head.
She must be crazy. I could wish I were not one of this party. I could wish I were back home, working Master Luhan's forge.
Aloud, he said,
If he is inside the stone, if he is waiting there for Rand, we must go inside to reach him. How do we do that? Everyone keeps saying no one enters the stone without the permission of the High Lords. And looking at it, I don't see any way but through the gates.
You do not go in, Lan said.
Moraine and I will be the only ones to enter. The more who go, the harder it will be. Whatever way in I find, I cannot believe it will be easy, even for only two.
Gaideen, Moraine began in a firm voice, but the warder cut her off with one just as firm.
We go together, Moraine. I will not stand aside this time.
After a moment she nodded. Perrin thought he saw Lan relax.
The rest of you had better get some sleep, the warder went on. I have to be out studying the stone.
He paused.
There is a thing that your news drove out of my head, Moraine. A small thing, and I cannot see what it might mean. There are Aiel in Tyr. Aiel? Loyal exclaimed. Impossible! The entire city would be in a panic if one Aiel came through the gates. I did not say they were walking in the streets, Ogier. The rooftops and chimneys of the city make as good hiding as the waste. I saw no less than 3, though apparently no one else in Tyr has seen any of them. And if I saw 3, you can be sure there are many times that I did not see.
It means nothing to me, Moraine said slowly. Perrin, why are you frowning in that way? He had not known that he was frowning.
I was thinking about that Aiel in Remen. He said that when the stone falls, the Aiel will leave the threefold land. That's the waste, isn't it? He said it was a prophecy.
I have read every word of the prophecies of the dragon, Moraine said softly, in every translation, and there is no mention of the Aiel. We stagger blindly, while Belal weaves his nets, and the wheel weaves the pattern around us. But are the Aiel the wheels weaving, or Belal's? Lan, you must find me the way into the stone quickly. Us. Find us a way in quickly.
As you command,
Aes Sedai, he said, but his tone was more warm than formal. He vanished through the door. Moraine frowned at the table, eyes clouded in thought. Zareen came over to look down at Perrin, her head tilted to one side. "And what are you going to do, blacksmith? It seems they mean us to wait and watch while they go adventuring. Not that I will complain." He doubted that last.
"First," he told her, "I am going to have something to eat. And then I am going to think about a hammer. And try to puzzle out how I feel about you, Falcon."
Chapter 51. Bait for the Net. From the corner of her eye, Nynaeve thought she glimpsed a tall man with reddish hair in a swirling brown cloak, well down the sunlit street. But as she turned to peer from under the wide brim of the blue straw hat Aylwin had given her, an ox-drawn wagon was already lumbering between them. When it lurched on, the man was nowhere to be seen. She was almost certain that had been a wooden flute case on his back, and his clothes were certainly not Tyron. It couldn't be Rand. Just because I keep dreaming about him does not mean he is going to come all the way from Almouth Plain. One of the barefoot men hurrying past, with the sickle-shaped tails of a dozen large fish sticking up from the basket on his back, suddenly tripped, catapulting silver-scaled fish over his head as he fell. He landed on hands and knees in the mud, staring at the fish that had come out of his basket. Every one of the long, sleek shapes stood upright, stuck nose down in the mud, forming a neat circle. Even a few passers-by gaped at that. Slowly the man got to his feet, apparently unaware of the mud on him. Unslinging his basket, he began gathering the fish back into it, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Nynaeve blinked, but her business was with this cow-faced brigand facing her in the doorway of his shop with bloody cuts of meat hanging from hooks behind him. She gave her braid a tug and fixed the fellow with her eye. "Very well," she said sharply. "I will take it, but if this is what you charge for so poor a cut, you'll not have more business from me." He shrugged placidly as he took her coins, then wrapped the fatty mutton roast in a cloth she produced from the basket on her arm. She glared at him as she put the wrapped meat into the basket, but that did not affect him. She whirled to stalk away, and nearly fell. She was still not used to these clogs. They kept sticking in the mud, and she could not see how the folk who wore them managed. She hoped this sunshine dried the ground soon, but she had a feeling that the mud was more or less permanent in the Maul. Stepping gingerly, she started back toward Aylwin's house, muttering under her breath. The prices were outrageous for everything, the quality inevitably poor, and almost no one seemed to care, not the people buying or those selling. It was a relief to pass a woman shouting at a shopkeeper, waving a bruised reddish-yellow fruit. Nynaeve did not know what. They had a good many fruits and vegetables she had never heard of here, in each hand, and calling for everyone to see what refuse the man sold. But the shopkeeper only stared at her wearily, not even bothering to argue back. There was some excuse for the prices, she knew. Elaine had explained all about the grain being eaten by rats in the granaries because no one in Cairhien could buy, and how big the Cairhienin grain trade had become since the Aiel War. But nothing excused the way everyone seemed ready to lie down and die. She had seen hail ruin food crops in the Two Rivers, and grasshoppers eat them, and blacktongue kill the sheep, and red spot wither the tobacco, so there was nothing to sell when the merchants came down from Baerlon. She could remember 2 years in a row where there had been little to eat except turnip soup and old barley, and hunters had been lucky to bring home a scrawny rabbit. But Two Rivers folk picked themselves up when they were knocked down and went back to work. These people had had only one bad year, and their fisheries and their other trades seemed to be flourishing. She had no patience with them. The trouble was, she knew she should have a little patience. They were odd people with odd ways, and things she took for cringing they seemed to see as a matter of course, even Aylwin and Sandar. She should be able to summon up just a little patience. If for them, why not for Egwene? She put that aside. The child behaved wretchedly, snapping at the most obvious suggestions, objecting to the most sensible things. Even when it was plain what they should do, Egwene wanted to be convinced. Nynaeve was not used to having to convince people, especially not people she had changed swaddling clothes for. The fact that she was only a matter of 7 years older than Egwene was of no account. "It is all those bad dreams," she told herself. "I cannot understand what they mean, and now Elaine and I are having them too, and I do not know what that means either, and Sandar won't say anything except that he is still looking, and I am so frustrated, I could just spit." She jerked her braid so hard it hurt. At least she had been able to convince Egwene not to use the Ter Angreal again, to put the thing back in her pouch instead of wearing it next to her skin always. If the Black Aja was in Tel Aran Riod, she did not want to think about that possibility. "We will find them. I will bring them down," she muttered, "trying to sell me like a sheep, hunting me like an animal. I am the hunter this time, not the rabbit. That Moraine, if she had never come to Emond's Field, I could have taught Egwene enough. And Rand, I could have done something." That she knew neither was true did not help. It made it worse. She hated Moraine almost as much as she hated Liandrin and the Black Aja, maybe as much as she hated the Shaunchan. She rounded a corner, and Juilin Sandar had to leap out of her way to keep from being trampled. Even used to them as he was, he nearly tripped over his own clogs, only his staff saving him from falling on his face in the mud. That pale ridged wood was called bamboo, she had learned, and it was stronger than it looked. Mistress Mariam," Sandar said, regaining his balance. "I was looking for you." He flashed her a nervous smile. "Are you angry? Why are you frowning at me that way?" She smoothed her forehead. "I was not frowning at you, Master Sandar. The butcher... It does not matter. Why are you looking for me?" Her breath caught. "Have you found them?" He looked around as if he suspected the passers-by of trying to listen. Yes, you must come back with me. The others are waiting. The others, and Mother Gwenna." "Why are you so nervous? You did not let them discover your interest," she said sharply. "What has frightened you?" No, mistress, I did not reveal myself." His eyes darted again, and he stepped closer, his voice dropping to a breathy, urgent whisper. "These women you seek, they are in the stone, guests of a High Lord. The High Lord Saemon. Why did you call them thieves?" "The High Lord Saemon!" He almost squeaked. There was sweat on his face. "Inside the stone? With a High Lord? Light, how do we reach them now?" She suppressed her impatience with an effort. "Be easy," she said soothingly. "Be at ease, Master Sandar. We can explain everything to your satisfaction." "I hope we can. Light, if he goes running to the stone to tell this High Lord we are searching for them, come with me to Mother Gwenna's house. Jocelyn, Carilla, and I will explain it all to you. Truly, come." He gave a short, uneasy nod and walked alongside her, keeping his pace to what she could manage with the clogs. He looked as if he wanted to run. At the wise woman's house, she hurried around to the back. No one ever used the front door that she had seen, not even Mother Gwenna herself. The horses were tied to a bamboo hitching rail now, well away from Aylwyn's new figs as well as her vegetables, with their saddles and bridles stored inside. For once she did not stop to pat Gaidine's nose and tell him he was a good boy, and more sensible than his namesake. Sandar halted to scrape mud from his clogs with the butt of his staff, but she hurried inside. Aylwyn Gwenna was sitting in one of her high-backed chairs pulled out into the room, her arms at her sides. The grey-haired woman's eyes were bulging with anger and fear, and she struggled furiously without moving a muscle. Nynaeve did not need to sense the subtle weaving of air to know what had happened. "Light, they found us! Burn you, Sandar!" Rage flooded her, washed away the walls inside that usually kept her from the power, and as the basket fell from her hands, she was a white blossom on a blackthorn bush, opening to embrace Saidar, opening. It was as if she had run into another wall, a wall of clear glass. She could feel the true source, but the wall stopped everything except the ache to be filled with the one power. The basket hit the floor, and as it bounced, the door behind her opened, and Leandrin stepped in, followed by a black-haired woman with a white streak above her left ear. They wore long, colourful silk dresses cut to bare their shoulders, and the glow of Saidar surrounded them. Leandrin smoothed her red dress and smiled with that pouting rosebud mouth. Her doll's face was filled with amusement. "You see, do you not, Wilder?" she began. "You have no—" Nynaeve hit her in the mouth as hard as she could. "Light, I have to get away." She backhanded Rihanna so hard the black-haired woman fell on her silk-covered rump with a grunt. "They must have the others, but if I can make it out the door, if I can get far enough away they can't shield me, I can do something." She pushed Leandrin hard, shoving her away from the door. "Just let me escape their shielding, and I'll—" Blows hit her from every side like fists and sticks pummeling her. Neither Leandrin, blood trickling from a corner of her now grim mouth, nor Rihanna, her hair as disarrayed as her green dress, lifted a hand. Nynaeve could feel the flows of air weaving about her as well as she could feel the blows themselves. She still struggled to reach the door, but she realized that she was on her knees now, and the unseen blows would not stop. Invisible sticks and fists striking at her back and her stomach, her head and her hips, her shoulders, her breasts, her legs, her head. Groaning, she fell onto her side and curled into a ball, trying to protect herself. "Oh, Light, I tried! Egwene! Elaine, I tried! I will not cry out! Burn you! You can beat me to death, but I won't cry!" The blows stopped, but Nynaeve could not stop quivering. She felt bruised and battered from crown to toe. Leandrin crouched beside her, arms around her knees, silk rustling against silk. She had wiped the blood away from her mouth. Her dark eyes were hard, and there was no amusement on her face now. "Perhaps you are too stupid to know when you are defeated, Wilder. You fought almost as wildly as that other foolish girl, that Egwene. She almost went mad. You must all learn to submit. You will learn to submit." Nynaeve shivered and reached for Saidar again. It was not that she had any real hope, but she had to do something. Forcing through her pain, she reached out and struck that invisible shield. Leandrin did have amusement back in her eyes now, the grim mirth of a nasty child who pulls the wings off flies. "We have no use for this one, at least," Rihanna said, standing beside Aylwyn. "I will stop her heart." Aylwyn's eyes nearly came out of her head. "No." Leandrin's short, honey-coloured braids swung as her head snapped around. "Always you kill too quickly, and only the great Lord can make use of the dead." She smiled at the woman held to the chair by invisible bonds. "You saw the soldiers who came with us, old woman. You know who waits for us in the stone. The High Lord Saemon. He will not be pleased if you speak of what happened inside your house today. If you hold your tongue, you will live, perhaps to serve him again one day. If you speak, you will serve only the great Lord of the Dark, from beyond the grave. Which do you choose?" Suddenly Aylwyn could move her head. She shook her grey curls, working her mouth. I will hold my tongue," she said dejectedly, then gave Nynaeve an embarrassed, shamed look. "If I speak, what good will it do? A High Lord could have my head by raising an eyebrow. What good can I do you, girl? What good?" "It is all right," Nynaeve said wearily. Who could she tell? All she could do is die. "I know you would help if you could." Rihanna threw back her head and laughed. Aylwyn slumped, released completely, but she only sat there, staring at her hands in her lap. Between them, Leandrin and Rihanna pulled Nynaeve to her feet and pushed her toward the front of the house. "You give us any trouble," the black-haired woman said in a hard voice,
and I will make you peel off your own skin and dance in your bones."
Nynaeve almost laughed. What trouble could I give? She was shielded from the true source. Her bruises ached so much she could barely stand. Anything she might do, they could handle like a child's tantrum. "But my bruises will heal, burn you, and you'll make a slip yet. And when you do—" There were others in the front room of the house. 2 big soldiers in rimmed round helmets and shiny breastplates over those puffy-sleeved red coats. The 2 men had sweat on their faces, and their dark eyes rolled as if they were as afraid as she. Amiko Nagoyan was there, slender and pretty with her long neck and pale skin, looking as innocent as a girl gathering flowers. Joya Bair had a friendly face despite that smooth-cheeked calm of a woman who had worked long with the power, almost a grandmother's face in its welcoming appearance, though her age had put no touch of grey in her dark hair any more than it had wrinkled her skin. Her grey eyes looked more like those of the stepmother in the stories, the one who murdered the children of her husband's first wife. Both women shone with the power. Elaine stood between the 2 black sisters with a bruised eye and a swollen cheek and a split lip, one sleeve of her dress torn halfway off.
"I am sorry, Nynaeve,"
she said thickly, as if her jaw hurt.
"We never saw them until it was too late."
Egwene lay in a crumpled heap on the floor, her face swollen with bruises almost unrecognizable. As Nynaeve and her escort came in, one of the big soldiers hoisted Egwene over his shoulder. She dangled there as limply as a half-empty barley sack.
"What did you do to her?"
Nynaeve demanded.
"Burn you, what?"
Something unseen struck her across the mouth hard enough to make her eyes go blank for a moment. Now, Joya Bair said with a smile that her eyes belied. "I will not stand for demands or bad language." She sounded like a grandmother, too. "You speak when you are spoken to."
"I told you the girl she would not stop fighting, yes?"
Liandrin said.
"Let it be a lesson to you. If you try to cause any trouble, you will be treated no more gently."
Nynaeve ached to do something for Egwene, but she let herself be pushed out into the street. She made them push her. It was a small way of fighting back, refusing to cooperate, but it was all she had at the moment. There were few people in the muddy street, as if everyone had decided it was much better to be somewhere else, and those few scurried by on the other side without a glance at the shiny, black-lacquered coach standing behind a team of 6 matched whites with tall white plumes on their bridles. A coachman, dressed like the soldiers but without armour or sword, sat on the seat, and another opened the door as they appeared from the house. Before he did, Nynaeve saw the sigil painted there. A silver gauntleted fist, clutching jagged lightning bolts. She supposed it was High Lord Saemon's sign. A dark friend he must be if he deals with the Black Aja. The light burn him. But she was more interested in the man who dropped to his knees in the mud at their appearance.
"Burn you, Sandar! Why—"
She jumped as something that felt like a stick of wood struck her across the shoulders. Joya Bair smiled chidingly and waggled a finger. "You will be respectful, child, or you might lose that tongue." Liandrin laughed. Tangling a hand in Sandar's black hair, she wrenched his head back. He stared up at her with the eyes of a faithful hound, or of a cur, expecting a kick. "Do not be too hard on this man." She even made man sound like dog. "He had to be persuaded to serve. But I am very good at persuading, no?" She laughed again. Sandar turned a confused stare on Nynaeve.
"I had to do it, Mistress Mariam. I had to."
Liandrin twisted his hair, and his eyes went back to her, the anxious hounds once more. Light, Nynaeve thought. What did they do to him? What are they going to do to us? She and Elaine were bundled roughly into the coach, with Egwene slumped between them, her head lolling, and Liandrin and Rhianna climbed in and took the seat facing forward. The glow of Saidar still surrounded them. Where the others went, Nynaeve did not much care at that moment. She wanted to reach Egwene, to touch her, to comfort her hurts, but she could not move a muscle below her neck except to writhe. Flows of air bound the three of them like layers of tightly wrapped blankets. The coach lurched into motion, swaying hard in the mud despite its leather springs. If you have hurt her— Light, I can see they've hurt her. Why don't I say what I mean? But it was almost as hard to force the words out as it would have been to lift a hand. If you have killed her, I won't rest till you are all hunted down like wild dogs. Rhianna glared, but Liandrin only sniffed. Do not be a complete fool, Wilder. You are wanted alive. Dead bait will catch nothing. Bait? For what? For who? You are the fool, Liandrin. Do you think we are here alone? Only 3 of us, and not even full Aes Sedai? We are bait, Liandrin, and you have walked into the trap like a fat grouse. Do not tell her that, Elaine said sharply, and Nynaeve blinked before she realized Elaine was helping her fabrication. If you let your anger get the best of you, you will tell them what they must not hear. They must take us inside the stone. They must. Be quiet, Nynaeve snapped. You are letting your tongue run away with you. Elaine managed to look abashed behind her bruises. Let them chew on that, Nynaeve thought. But Liandrin only smiled. Once your time as bait is done, you will tell us everything. You will want to. They say you will be very strong one day, but I will make sure you will always obey me, even before the great master Betlal works his plans for you. He is sending for Modral. 13 of them. Those rosebud lips laughed the final words. Nynaeve felt her stomach twist. One of the Forsaken. Her brain numbed with shock. The Dark One and all the Forsaken are bound in Sheol Ghul, bound by the Creator in the moment of creation. But the catechism did not help. She knew too well how much of it was false. Then the rest of it came home to her. 13 Murdral, and 13 sisters of the Black Aja. She heard Elaine screaming before she realized she was screaming herself, jerking uselessly in those invisible bonds of air. It was impossible to say which was louder, their despairing screams, or the laughter from Liandrin and Rhianna. Chapter 52. In Search of a Remedy. Slumped on the stool in the Gleeman's room, Matt grimaced as Tom coughed again. How are we going to keep looking if he's so bloody sick he can't walk? He was ashamed as soon as he thought it. Tom had been as assiduous in searching as he had, pushing himself day and night when he had known he was coming down sick. Matt had been so absorbed in his hunt that he had paid too little attention to Tom's coughing. The change from constant rain to steamy heat had not helped it. Come on, Tom, he said. Lopar says there's a wise woman not far. That is what they call a wisdom here. A wise woman. Wouldn't Nynaeve like that? I do not need any foul-tasting concoctions poured down my throat, boy. Tom stuffed a fist through his moustaches in a vain attempt to stop his hacking. You go ahead looking. Just give me a few hours on my bed, and I'll join you. The racking wheezes doubled him over till his head was almost on his knees. So, I am supposed to do all the work while you take your ease? Matt said lightly. How can I find anything without you? You learn most of what we hear. That was not exactly true. Men talked as freely over dice as they did while buying a Gleeman a cup of wine. More freely than they did with a Gleeman hacking so hard they feared contagion. But he was beginning to think that Tom's cough was not going to go away by itself. If the old goat dies on me, who will I play stones with? He told himself roughly,
Anyway, your bloody coughing keeps me awake even in the next room." Ignoring the white-haired man's protests, he pulled Tom to his feet. He was shocked at how much of the gleeman's weight he had to support. Despite the damp heat, Tom insisted on his patch-covered cloak. Matt had his own coat unbuttoned completely and all 3 ties of his shirt undone, but he let the old goat have his way. No one in the common room even looked up as he half-carried Tom out into the muggy afternoon. The innkeeper had given simple directions, but when they reached the gate and faced the mud of the Ma'ul, Matt almost turned back to ask after another wise woman. There had to be more than one in a city this size. Tom's wheezing decided him. With a grimace, Matt stepped off into the mud, half-carrying the gleeman. He had thought from the directions that they must have passed the wise woman's house on their way up from the dock that first night, and when he saw the long, narrow house with bunches of herbs hanging in the windows right next to a potter's shop, he remembered it. Lopar had said something about going to the back door, but he had had enough of mud. And the stink of fish, he thought, frowning at the barefoot men squelching by with their baskets on their backs. There were tracks of horses in the street, too, just beginning to be obliterated by feet and ox carts. Horses pulling a wagon. Or maybe a carriage. He had seen nothing but oxen drawing carts or wagons, either one, in Tyr. The nobles and merchants were proud of their fine stock and never let one be put to anything like work. But he had not seen any carriages since leaving the walled city, either. Dismissing horses and wheel tracks from his mind, he took Tom to the front door and knocked. After a time, he knocked again. Then again. He was on the point of giving up and returning to the White Crescent despite Tom coughing on his shoulder, when he heard shuffling footsteps inside. The door opened barely more than a crack, and a stout grey-haired woman peered out. "What do you want?" she asked in a tired voice. Matt put on his best grin. "Light, but I am getting sick myself at all these people who sound like there's no bloody hope." "Mother Gwenna? My name is Matt Cawthon. Cavan Lopar told me you might do something for my friend's cough. I can pay well." She studied them a moment, seemed to listen to Tom's wheezes, then sighed. "I suppose I can still do that, at least. You might as well come in." She swung the door open and was already plodding toward the back of the house before Matt moved. Her accent sounded so much like the Amelins that he shivered, but he followed, all but carrying Tom. "I don't need this," the gleeman wheezed. "Bloody mixtures always taste like dong." "Shut up, Tom." Leading them all the way to the kitchen, the stout woman rummaged in one of the cupboards, taking out small stone pots and packets of herbs while muttering to herself. Matt sat Tom down in one of the high-backed chairs and glanced through the nearest window. There were 3 good horses tied out back. He was surprised the wise woman had more than one, or any, for that matter. He had not seen anyone in Tyr riding except nobles and the wealthy, and these animals looked as if they had cost more than a little silver. Horses again, I don't care about bloody horses now. Mother Gwenna brewed some sort of strong tea with a rank smell and forced it down Tom's throat, holding his nose when he tried to complain. Matt decided she had less fat on her than he had thought, from the way she held the gleeman's head steady in the crook of one arm while she poured the black liquid into him, no matter how hard he tried to stop her. When she took the cup away, Tom coughed and scrubbed at his mouth with equal vigour. "Gah! Woman! I don't know whether you mean to drown me or kill me with the taste. You ought to be a bloody blacksmith. You will take the same twice a day till that hacking is gone," she said firmly. "And I have a salve that you'll rub on your chest every night." Some of the weariness left her voice as she confronted the gleeman, fists on her broad hips. "That salve stinks as bad as this tea tastes,
but you will rub it on, thoroughly, or I'll drag you upstairs like a scrawny carp in a net and tie you to a bed with that cloak of yours. I never had a gleeman come to me before, and I'll not let the first one that does cough himself to death."
Tom glowered and blew out his moustaches with a cough, but he seemed to take her threat seriously. At least he did not say anything, but he looked as if he meant to throw her tea and her salve right back at her. The more this Mother Guenna talked, the more she sounded like the Amelin to Matt. From the sour look on Tom's face and the steady stare on hers, he decided he had better smooth matters over a little before the gleeman refused to take her medicines. And she decided to make him. "I knew a woman once who talked like you," he said, "all fish and nets and things. Sounded like you, too. The same accent, I mean. I suppose she's Tyron."
"Perhaps."
The grey-haired woman suddenly sounded tired again, and she kept staring at the floor. "I knew some girls with the sound of your speech on their tongues, too. 2 of them had it, anyway." She sighed heavily. Matt felt his scalp prickle. My luck can't be this good. But he would not bet a copper on 2 other women with 2 Rivers accents just happening to be in Tyr. 3 girls? Young women? Named Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine? That one has hair like the sun and blue eyes. She frowned at him. "Those were not the names they gave," she said slowly. "Yet I suspected they did not give me their true names. But they had their reasons, I thought. One of them was a pretty girl with bright blue eyes and red gold hair to her shoulders." She described Nynaeve with her braid to her waist, and Egwene with her big dark eyes and ready smile, too. 3 pretty women as different from one another as they could be. "I see they are the ones you know," she finished. "I am sorry, boy." "Why are you sorry? I've been trying to find them for days. Light, I walked right past this place the first night. Right past them. I wanted random. What could be more random than where a ship docks on a rainy night and where you happen to look in a bloody lightning flash? Burn me. Burn me. Tell me where they are, Mother Guenna." The grey-haired woman stared wearily at the stove where her spouted kettle was steaming. Her mouth worked, but she said nothing. "Where are they?" Matt demanded. "It is important. They are in danger if I don't find them." "You do not understand," she said softly. "You are an outlander. The High Lords." "I do not care about any—" Matt blinked and looked at Tom. The gleeman seemed to be frowning, but he was coughing so hard Matt could not be sure. "What do the High Lords have to do with my friends?" "You just do not." "Don't tell me I do not understand. I will pay for the information." Mother Guenna glared at him. "I do not take money for—" She grimaced fiercely. "You asked me to tell you things I have been told not to speak of. Do you know what will happen to me if I do and you breathe my name? I will lose my tongue, to begin. Then I will lose other parts before the High Lords have what is left of me hung up to scream its last hours as a reminder to others to obey. And it will do those young women no good. Not my telling or my dying. I promise I will never mention your name to anyone. I swear it. And I'll keep that oath, old woman, if you only tell me where they bloody are. Please, they are in danger." She studied him for a long time. Before she was done, he had the feeling she knew every detail of him. "On that oath, I will tell you. I liked them, but you can do nothing. You are too late, Matrim Cawthon. Too late by nearly 3 hours. They have been taken to the stone. The High Lord Saemon sent for them." She shook her head in worried puzzlement.
He sent women who could channel. I hold nothing against Aes Sedai myself, but that is against the law the High Lords made. If they break every other law, they would not break that one. Why would a High Lord send Aes Sedai on their errands? Why would he want those girls at all?
Matt almost burst out laughing. Aes Sedai? Mother Gwenna, you had my heart in my throat and maybe my liver too. If Aes Sedai came for them, there is nothing to worry about. All three of them are going to be Aes Sedai themselves. Not that I like it much, but that's what they... His grin faded at the heavy way she shook her head.
Boy, those girls fought like lionfish in a net. Whether they mean to be Aes Sedai or not, those who took them treated them like bilge pumpings. Friends do not give bruises like that.
He felt his face twisting. Aes Sedai hurt them? What in the light? The bloody stone. It makes the palace in Camelin look like walking into a barnyard. Burn me. I stood right out there in the rain and stared at this house. Burn me for a bloody light-blinded fool.
If you break your hand, Mother Gwenna said, I will splint and poultice it. But if you damage my wall, I will strip your hide like a redfish.
He blinked, then looked at his fist, at scraped knuckles. He did not even remember punching the wall. The broad woman took his hand in a strong grip, but the fingers she used to probe were surprisingly gentle.
Nothing broken,
she grunted after a while. Her eyes were just as gentle as she studied his face.
It seems you care for them. One of them, at least, I suppose it is. I am sorry, Matt Cawthon.
Don't be, he told her. At least I know where they are now. All I have to do is get them out. He fished out his last 2 Andorran gold crowns and pressed them into her hand. For Tom's medicines and for letting me know about the girls. On impulse, he gave her a quick kiss on the cheek and a grin. And that's for me. Startled, she touched her cheek, not seeming to know whether to look at the coins or at him.
Get them out, you say? Just like that, out of the stone.
Abruptly, she stabbed him in the ribs with a finger as hard as a tree stub.
You remind me of my husband, Matt Cawthon. He was a headstrong fool who would sail into the teeth of a gale and laugh, too. I could almost think you'll manage it.
Suddenly, she saw his muddy boots, apparently for the first time.
It took me 6 months to teach him not to track mud into my house. If you do get those girls out, whichever of them you have your eye on will have a hard time training you to make you fit to be let inside.
You are the only woman who could do that, he said with a grin that broadened at her glare. Get them out. That's all I have to do. Bring them right out of the stone of bloody tear. Tom coughed again. He isn't going into the stone like that. Only how do I stop him? Mother Gwenna, can I leave my friend here? I think he is too sick to go back to the inn. What? Tom barked. He tried to push himself out of the chair, coughing so he could hardly speak.
I am no such thing, boy. You think walking into the stone will be like walking into your mother's kitchen? You think you would make it as far as the gates without me?
He hung on the back of the chair, his wheezing and hacking keeping him from rising more than halfway to his feet. Mother Gwenna put a hand on his shoulder and pushed him back down as easily as a child. The gleeman gave her a startled look. I will take care of him, Matt Cawthon, she said.
No! Tom shouted. You cannot do this to me. You can't leave me with this old...
Only her hand on his shoulder kept him from doubling over.
Matt grinned at the white-haired man.
I have enjoyed knowing you, Tom.
As he hurried out into the street, he found himself wondering why he had said that.
He isn't going to bloody die. That woman will keep him alive if she has to drag him kicking and screaming out of his grave by his moustaches. Yes, but who is going to keep me alive?
Ahead of him, the Stone of Tyr loomed over the city, impregnable, a fortress besieged 100 times, a stone on which 100 armies had broken their teeth. And he had to get inside, somehow, and bring out 3 women. Somehow. With a laugh that made even the sullen folk in the street look at him, he headed back for the White Crescent, uncaring of mud or the damp heat. He could feel the dice tumbling inside his head. Chapter 53. A Flow of the Spirit. Perrin shrugged into his coat as he walked back toward the star through the evening shadows. A good tiredness soaked through his arms and shoulders. Along with more common work, Master Ajala had had him make a large piece of ornamental work, all elaborate curves and scrolls, to go on some country lord's new gate. He had enjoyed making something so pretty.
I thought his eyes would come out of his face, blacksmith, when you said you would not make that thing if it was for a high lord.
He glanced sideways at Zareen, walking beside him, the shadows masking her face. Even for his eyes, the shadows were there, just fainter than they would have been for another's. They emphasized her high cheekbones, softened the strong curve of her nose. He just could not make up his mind about her. Even if Moraine and Lan still insisted they stay close to the inn, he wished she could find something else to do besides watch him work. For some reason, he had found himself growing awkward whenever he thought of her tilted eyes on him. More than once he had fumbled with his hammer till Master Ajala frowned at him wonderingly. Girls had always been able to make him feel awkward, especially when they smiled at him, but Zareen did not have to smile. Only look. He wondered again if she was the beautiful woman Min had warned him against.
Better if she is the falcon.
That thought surprised him so much that he stumbled.
I did not want anything I make to get into the hands of one of the Forsaken.
His eyes glowed golden as he looked at her.
If it was for a high lord, how could I tell where it might end?
She shivered.
I did not mean to frighten you, Zareen.
She smiled broadly, no doubt thinking he could not see her.
You will fall yet, farm boy. Have you ever thought of wearing a beard?
It is bad enough she's always mocking me, but half the time I do not even understand her.
As they reached the front door of the inn, Moraine and Lan met them, coming the other way. Moraine wore that linen cloak with the wide, deep hood that hid her face. Light from the common room windows made yellow pools on the paving stones. 2 or 3 carriages rumbled past, and there were perhaps a dozen people in sight, hurrying home for their suppers, but for the most part, shadows populated the street. The weaver's shop was closed tight. The silence was deafening. Rand is in Tyr. The Aes Sedai's cool voice issued from the depths of her hood, as from a cavern.
Are you sure? Perrin asked. I have not heard of anything strange happening. No weddings or wells drying up.
He saw Zareen frown in confusion. Moraine had not been forthcoming with her, and neither had he. Keeping Loyal's tongue silent had been more difficult.
Don't you listen to rumours, blacksmith? The warder said. There have been marriages, as many in the last 4 days as in half a year before, and as many murders as in a whole year. A child fell from a tower balcony today, 100 paces onto stone paving. She got up and ran to her mother without a bruise. The first of Mayenne, a guest in the stone since before the winter, announced today that she will submit to the will of the High Lords, after saying yesterday she would see Mayenne and all its ships burn before one tyrant country lord set foot in the city.
They had not brought themselves to torture her, and that young woman has a will like iron. So you tell me if you think it might be Rand's doing. Blacksmith, from top to bottom, tear bubbles like a cauldron.
These things were not needed to tell me, Moraine said. Perrin, did you dream of Rand last night?
Yes,
he admitted.
He was in the heart of the stone, holding that sword.
He felt Zareen shift beside him.
But I have been worrying about that so much, it is no wonder I dream of it. I had nothing but nightmares last night.
A tall man, Zareen said, with reddish hair and grey eyes, holding something that shines so brightly it hurts your eyes, in a place that is all great redstone columns. Blacksmith, tell me that was not your dream. You see, Moraine said, I have heard this dream spoken of 100 times today. They all speak of nightmares. Belal apparently does not care to shield his dreams. But that one above all else. She laughed suddenly, like low, cool chimes. People say, he is the dragon reborn. They say he is coming. They whisper it fearfully in corners. But they say it.
And what of Belal?
Perrin asked. Moraine's reply was cold-drawn steel. I will deal with him tonight. There was no fear sent from her.
We will deal with him tonight,
Lan told her. Yes, my Gaideen, we will deal with him.
And what do we do? Sit here and wait? I had enough waiting to last me a lifetime in the mountains, Moraine.
You and Loyal and Zareen will go to Tarvalon, she told him. Until this is done, it will be the safest place for you.
Where is the Ogier? Lan said. I want all three of you on your way north as soon as possible. Upstairs, I suppose,
Perrin said.
In his room? Or maybe the dining room? There are lights in the windows up there. He is always working on those notes of his. I suppose he will have plenty to say in his book about us running away.
He was surprised at the bitterness in his voice.
Light fool, do you want to face one of the Forsaken? No, but I am tired of running. I remember not running once. I remember fighting back, and it was better. Even if I thought I was going to die, it was better.
I will find him, Zareen announced. I have no shame in admitting I will be glad enough to run from this fight. Men fight when they should run, and fools fight when they should run. But I had no need to say it twice. She strode ahead of them, her narrow divided skirts making small whisking noises as they entered the inn. Perrin glanced around the common room as they followed her toward the stairs in the back. There were fewer men at the tables than he expected. Some sat alone with dull eyes, but where 2 or 3 sat together they talked in frightened whispers his ears could barely catch. Even so, he heard dragon 3 times. As he reached the top of the stairs, he heard another soft sound, a thump, as of something falling in the private dining room. He peered that way along the hall.
Zareen?
There was no answer. He felt the hair on the back of his neck shift, and padded that way.
Zareen?
He pushed open the door.
Fail!
She was lying on the floor near the table. As he started to rush into the room, Moraine's commanding shout halted him. "Stop, you fool! Stop for your life!" She came along the hallway slowly, head turning as if she were listening for something, or searching for something. Lan followed with his hand on his sword, and a look in his eye as if he already knew steel would do no good. She came abreast of the door and stopped. "Move back, Perrin. Move back." In agony, he stared at Zareen, at Fail. She lay there, as if lifeless. Finally, he made himself step back from the door, leaving it open, standing where he could see her. She looked as if she were dead. He could not see her chest stir. He wanted to howl. Frowning, he worked his hand, the one he had used to push the door into the room, opening and closing his fingers. It tingled sharply, as if he had struck his elbow.
Aren't you going to do anything, Maureen? If you will not, I am going to her.
Stand still, or you will go nowhere, she said calmly. What is that by her right hand? As if it dropped from her grip when she fell. I cannot make it out. He glared at her, then peered into the room.
A hedgehog. It looks like a hedgehog carved out of wood. Maureen, tell me what is going on. What has happened? Tell me!
A hedgehog, she murmured. A hedgehog. Be silent, Perrin. I must think. I felt it trigger. I can sense the residues of the flows woven to set it. Spirit. Pure spirit and nothing else. Almost nothing uses pure flows of spirit. Why does that hedgehog make me think of spirit?
You felt what trigger, Maureen? What was set? A trap?
Yes, a trap, she said, irritation making tiny cracks in her cool serenity. A trap meant for me. I would have been first into that room if Zareen had not rushed ahead. Lan and I would surely have gone there to plan and wait for supper. I will not wait on supper now. Be quiet if you wish me to help the girl at all. Lan, bring me that innkeeper. The warder flowed away down the stairs. Moraine paced up and down in the hall, sometimes stopping to peer through the door from the depths of her hood. Perrin could see no sign that Zareen lived. Her breast did not stir. He tried listening for her heartbeat, but even for his ears it was impossible. When Lan returned, shoving a frightened Jorah Haret ahead of him by the scruff of his fat neck, the Aes Sedai rounded on the balding man. You promised to keep this room for me, Master Haret. Her voice was as hard, as precise as a skinning knife. To allow not even a serving woman to enter to clean unless I was present. Who did you let enter it, Master Haret? Tell me. Haret shook like a bowl of pudding.
Only the two ladies, mistress. They wished to leave a surprise for you. I swear, mistress, they showed it to me. A little hedgehog. They said you would be surprised.
I was surprised, innkeeper, she said softly. Leave me. And if you whisper a word of this even in your sleep, I will pull this inn down and leave only a hole in the ground.
Yes, mistress, he whispered. I swear it. I do swear.
Go. The innkeeper fell to his knees in his haste to reach the stairs and went scrambling down with thumps that suggested he fell more than once as he ran. He knows I am here, Moraine told the warder, and he has found someone of the Black Aja to set his trap. Yet perhaps he thinks I am caught in it. It was a tiny flash of the power, but perhaps he is strong enough to have sensed it.
Then he will not suspect we are coming,
Lan said quietly. He almost smiled. Perrin stared at them, his teeth bared.
What about her? He demanded. What was done to her, Moraine? Is she alive? I cannot see her breathe.
She is alive, Moraine said slowly. I dare not, go close enough to her to tell much beyond that, but she is alive. She sleeps, in a way, as a bear sleeps in the winter. Her heart beats so slowly you could count minutes between. Her breathing is the same. She sleeps. Even from within that hood, he could feel her eyes on him. I fear she is not there, Perrin. Not in her body any longer.
What do you mean she is not in her body? Light! You don't mean they took her soul, like the Grey Men?
Moraine shook her head, and he drew a relieved breath. His chest hurt as if he had not breathed since she last spoke.
Then, where is she, Moraine?
I do not know, she said. I have a suspicion, but I do not know.
A suspicion? A hint? Anything? Burn me? Where?
Lan shifted at the roughness in his voice, but he knew he would try to break the warder like iron over a hardy if the man tried to stop him.
Where?
I know very little, Perrin. Moraine's voice was like cold, unfeeling music. I have remembered the little I know of what connects a carved hedgehog with spirit. The carving is a te angrial last studied by Corianin Nedial, the last dreamer the tower had. The talent, called dreaming, is a thing of spirit, Perrin. It is not a thing I have ever studied. My talents lie in other ways. I believe that Zareen has been trapped inside a dream, perhaps even the world of dreams, Tel Aran Riod. All that is her is inside that dream. All. A dreamer sends only a part of herself. If Zareen does not return soon, her body will die. Perhaps she will live on in the dream. I do not know.
There is too much you don't know,
Perrin muttered. He peered into the room and wanted to cry. Zareen looked so small, lying there. So helpless.
Fail. I swear I will only call you Fail ever again. Why don't you do something?
The trap has been sprung, Perrin, but it is a trap that will still catch anyone who steps into that room. I would not reach her side before it took me, and I have work I must do tonight.
Burn you, Aes Sedai! Burn your work! This world of dreams? Is it like the wolf dreams? You said these dreamers sometimes saw wolves.
I have told you what I can, she said sharply. It is time for you to go. Lan and I must be on our way to the stone. There can be no waiting now.
No.
He said it quietly, but when Moraine opened her mouth, he raised his voice.
No! I will not leave her!
The Aes Sedai took a deep breath. Very well, Perrin. Her voice was ice, calm, smooth, cold. Remain if you wish. Perhaps you will survive this night. Lan? She and the warder strode down the hall to their rooms. In moments they returned, Lan wearing his colour-changing cloak, and vanished down the stairs without another word to him. He stared through the open door at Fail.
I have to do something. If it is like the wolf dreams... Perrin?
Came Loyal's deep rumble.
What is this about Fail?
The Ogier came striding down the hall in his shirt sleeves, ink on his fingers and a pen in his hand.
Lan told me I had to go, and then he said something about Fail in a trap. What did he mean?
Distractedly, Perrin told him what Moraine had said.
It might work. It might. It has to.
He was surprised when Loyal growled.
No! Perrin, it is not right. Fail was so free. It is not right to trap her.
Perrin peered up at Loyal's face and suddenly remembered the old stories that claimed Ogier were implacable enemies. Loyal's ears had laid back along the sides of his head, and his broad face was as hard as an anvil.
Loyal, I am going to try to help Fail, but I will be helpless myself while I do. Will you guard my back?
Loyal raised those huge hands that held books so carefully, and his thick fingers curled as if to crush stone.
"None will pass me while I live, Perrin. Not Murdral, or the Dark One himself."
He said it like a simple statement of fact. Perrin nodded and looked through the door again.
"It has to work. I don't care if Min warned me against her or not."
With a snarl, he leaped toward Fail, stretching out his hand. He thought he touched her ankle before he was gone. Whether this dream of the trap was Tel-Aran Riod or not, Perrin did not know, but he knew it for the wolf dream. Rolling grassy hills surrounded him, and scattered thickets. He saw deer browsing at the edges of the trees, and a herd of some sort of running animal bounding across the grass, like brown striped deer but with long straight horns. The smells on the wind told him they were good to eat, and other scents spoke of more good hunting all around him. This was the wolf dream. He was wearing the blacksmith's long leather vest, he realized, with his arms bare, and there was a weight at his side. He touched the axe belt, but it was not the axe hanging from its loop. He ran his fingers over the head of the heavy smith's hammer. It felt right. Hopper alighted in front of him.
"Again, you come like a fool."
The sending was of a cub sticking its nose into a hollow tree trunk to lap honey despite the bees stinging its muzzle and eyes.
"The danger is greater than ever, young bull. Evil things walk the dream. The brothers and sisters avoid the mountains of stone the two legs pile up, and almost fear to dream to one another. You must go." "No," Perrin said. "Fail is here, somewhere, trapped. I have to find her, Hopper. I have to."
He felt a shifting inside him, something changing. He looked down at his curly-haired legs, his wide paws. He was an even larger wolf than Hopper.
"You are here too strongly."
Every sending carried shock.
"You will die, young bull." "If I do not free the falcon, I do not care, brother." "Then we hunt, brother."
Noses to the wind, the two wolves ran across the plain, seeking the falcon. Chapter 54. Into the Stone. The rooftops of Tyr were no place for a sensible man to be in the night, Matt decided as he peered into the moon shadows. A little more than 50 paces of broad street, or perhaps narrow plaza, separated the stone from his tiled roof, itself 3 stories above the paving stones. But when was I ever sensible? The only people I ever met who were sensible all the time were so boring that watching them could put you to sleep. Whether the thing was a street or a plaza, he had followed it all the way around the stones since nightfall. The only place it did not go was on the riverside, where the Erenin ran right along the foot of the fortress, and nothing interrupted it except the city wall. That wall was only 2 houses to his right. So far, the top of the wall seemed the best path to the stone, but not one he would be overjoyed to take. Picking up his quarterstaff and a small wire-handled tin box, he moved carefully to a brick chimney a little nearer the wall. The roll of fireworks, what had been the roll of fireworks before he worked on it back in his room, shifted on his back. It was more of a bundle now, all jammed together as tight as he could make it, but still too big for carrying around rooftops in the dark. Earlier, a slip of his foot, because of the thing, had sent a roof tile skittering over the edge and roused the man sleeping in a room below to bellow, "Thief!" and send him running. He hitched the bundle back into position without thinking about it and crouched in the shadows of the chimney. After a moment, he set the tin box down. The wire handle was beginning to grow uncomfortably warm. It felt a little safer studying the stone from the shadows, but not much more encouraging. The city wall was not nearly as thick as those he had seen in other places, in Camelin or Tarvalon, no more than a pace wide, supported by great stone buttresses cloaked in darkness now. A pace was more than sufficient width for walking, of course, except that the fall to either side was nearly 10 spans. Through the dark, to hard pavement.
But some of these bloody houses back right up against it. I can make it to the top easily enough, and it bloody runs straight to the bloody stone.
It did that, but that was no particular comfort. The sides of the stone looked like cliffs. Eyeing the height again, he told himself he should be able to climb it.
Of course I can, just like those cliffs in the Mountains of Mist.
Over 100 paces straight up before there was a battlement. There must be arrow slits lower down, but he could not make them out in the night. And he could not squeeze through an arrow slit.
100 bloody paces, maybe 120. Burn me, even Rand would not try to climb that.
But it was the one way in he had found. Every gate he had seen had been shut tight and looked strong enough to stop a herd of bulls, not to mention the dozen or so soldiers guarding very nearly every last one, in helmets and breastplates and swords at their belts. Suddenly, he blinked and squinted at the side of the stone. There was some fool climbing it, just visible as a moving shadow in the moonlight, and over halfway up already, with a drop of 70 paces to the pavement under his feet. Fool, is he?
Well, I'm as big a one, because I am going up too.
Burn me, he'll probably raise an alarm in there and get me caught. He could not see the climber any more. Who in the light is he?
What does it matter who he is?
Burn me, but this is a bloody way to win a wager.
I'm going to want a kiss from all of them, even Nynaeve.
He shifted to peer toward the wall, trying to choose his spot to climb, and suddenly there was steel across his throat. Without thinking, he knocked it away and swept the man's feet out from under him with his staff. Someone else kicked his own feet away, and he fell almost on top of the man he had knocked down. He rolled off onto the roof tiles, loosing the bundle of fireworks. If that falls into the street, I'll break their necks. Staff whirling, he felt it strike flesh, and a second time heard grunts. Then there were 2 blades at his throat. He froze, arms outflung. The points of short spears, dull so they hardly caught the faint light of the moon at all, pressed into his flesh just short of bringing blood. His eyes followed them up to the faces of whoever was holding them, but their heads were shrouded, their faces veiled in black except for their eyes, staring at him.
Burn me, I have to run into real thieves.
What happened to my luck? He put on a grin, with plenty of teeth so they could see it in the moonlight. I do not mean to trouble you in your work, so if you let me go my way, I'll let you go yours, and say nothing. The veiled men did not move, and neither did their spears. I want no more outcry than you. I'll not betray you. They stood like statues, staring down at him. Burn me, I do not have time for this. Time to toss the dice. For a chilling moment, he thought the words in his head had been strange. He tightened his grip on the quarterstaff lying out to one side of him, and almost cried out when someone stepped hard on his wrist. He rolled his eyes to see who. Burn me for a fool, I forgot the one I fell on. But he saw another shape moving behind the one standing on his wrist, and decided maybe it was as well he had not managed to bring the staff into use after all. It was a soft boot, laced to the knee, that rested on his arm. It tugged at his memory. Something about a man met in mountains. He eyed the night-cloaked shape the rest of the way up, trying to make out the cut and colours of his clothes. They seemed all shadow, colours that blended with the darkness too well to see them clearly, past a long-bladed knife at the fellow's waist, right up to the dark veil across his face. A black-veiled face. Black-veiled.
Aiel! Burn me! What a bloody Aiel doing here?
He had a sinking feeling in his stomach as he remembered hearing that Aiel veiled themselves when they killed.
"Yes,"
said a man's voice.
"we are Aiel."
Matt gave a start. He had not realized he had spoken aloud.
"You dance well for one caught by surprise,"
a young woman's voice said. He thought she was the one standing on his wrist.
"Perhaps another day I will have time to dance with you properly."
He started to smile.
"If she wants to dance, they can't be going to kill me at least."
Then frowned instead. He seemed to remember Aiel sometimes meant something different when they said that. The spears were pulled back, and hands hauled him to his feet. He shook them away and brushed himself off, as if he were standing in a common room instead of on a night-cloaked rooftop with 4 Aiel. It always paid to let the other man know you had a steady nerve. The Aiel had quivers at their waists, as well as knives, and more of those short spears on their backs with cased bows, the long spear points sticking up above their shoulders. He heard himself humming, "I'm down at the bottom of the well," and stopped it.
"What do you do here?"
the man's voice asked. With the veils, Matt was not entirely sure which one had spoken. The voice sounded older, confident, used to command. He thought he could pick out the woman, at least. She was the only one shorter than he, and that not by much. The others all stood a head taller than he or more. Bloody Aiel, he thought.
"We have watched you for some little time," the older man went on. "Watched you watch the stone. You have studied it from every side. Why?" "I could ask the same of all of you,"
another voice said. Matt was the only one who gave a start as a man in baggy breeches stepped out of the shadows. The fellow appeared to be shoeless, for better footing on the tiles.
"I expected to find thieves, not Aiel," the man went on, "but do not think your numbers frighten me."
A slim staff no taller than his head made a blur and a hum as he whirled it.
"My name is Juilin Sandar, and I'm a thief catcher, and I would know why you were on the rooftops, staring at the stone."
Matt shook his head. How many bloody people are on the roofs tonight? All that was needed was for Tom to appear and play his harp, or someone to come looking for an inn. A bloody thief-taker. He wondered why the Aiel were just standing there.
"You stalk well for a city man," the older man's voice said. "But why do you follow us? We have stolen nothing. Why have you looked so often at the stone tonight yourself?"
Even in the moonlight, this Sandar's surprise was evident. He gave a start, opened his mouth, and closed it again as 4 more Aiel rose out of the dimness behind him. With a sigh, he leaned on his slender staff.
"It seems I am caught myself," he muttered. "It seems I must answer your questions."
He peered toward the stone, then shook his head.
"I did a thing today that troubles me."
He sounded almost as though he were talking to himself, trying to puzzle it out.
"Part of me says it was right what I did, that I must obey. Surely it seemed right when I did it. But a small voice tells me I betrayed something. I am certain this voice is wrong, and it is very small, but it will not stop."
He stopped then himself, shaking his head again. One of the Aiel nodded and spoke with the older man's voice.
"I am Ruach, of the 9 Valley set of the Ta'adad Aiel, and once I was Ayathan Dor, a red shield. Sometimes the red shields do as your thief catchers do. I say this so you will understand that I know what it is you do, and the kind of man you must be. I mean no harm to you, Juilin Sandar of the thief catchers, nor to the people of your city. But you will not be suffered to raise the armed cry. If you will keep silence, you will live. If not, not."
"You mean no harm to the city?" Sandar said slowly. "Why are you here then?"
"The stone."
Ruach's tone made it plain that was all he meant to say. After a moment, Sandar nodded and muttered, "I could almost wish you had the power to harm the stone, Ruark." "I will hold my tongue." Ruark turned his veiled face to Matt. "And you, nameless youngling? Will you tell me now why you watched the stone so closely?" "I just wanted a walk in the moonlight," Matt said lightly. The young woman put her spear point to his throat again. He tried not to swallow. "Well, maybe I can tell them something of it." He must not let them know he was shaken. If you let the other fellow know that, you lost whatever edge you might have. Very carefully, with 2 fingers, he moved her steel away from him. It seemed to him that she laughed softly. "Some friends of mine are inside the stone," he said, trying to sound casual. "Prisoners. I mean to bring them out." "Alone? Nameless one?" Ruark said. "Well, there doesn't seem to be anyone else," Matt said dryly, "unless you care to help. You seem interested in the stone yourself. If you mean to go into it, perhaps we could go together. It is a tight roll of the dice any way you look at it, but my luck runs good. So far, anyway. I've run into black-veiled Aiel, and they have not cut my throat. Luck cannot get much better than that. Burn me, it would not be bad to have a few Aiel along with me in there. You could do worse than betting on my luck." "We are not here for prisoners, gambler," Ruark said. "It is time, Ruark." Matt could not tell from which of the Aiel that came, but Ruark nodded. "Yes, Gol." He looked from Matt to Sandar and back. "Do not give the arm cry." He turned away, and in 2 steps he had blended into the night. Matt gave a start. The other Aiel were gone too, leaving him alone with the thief-taker. Unless they left somebody to watch us. Burn me, how could I tell if they did? "I hope you don't mean to try stopping me either," he told Sandar as he slung the bundle of fireworks on his back again and picked up his quarterstaff. "I mean to go inside, by you or through you, one way or the other." He went over to the chimney to pick up the tin box. The wire handle was more than warm now. "These friends of yours," Sandar said, "they are 3 women." Matt frowned at him, wishing there was enough light to show the man's face clearly. The fellow's voice sounded odd. "What do you know of them?" "I know they are inside the stone, and I know a small gate near the river where a thief-catcher can gain entrance with a prisoner, to take him to the cells. The cells where they must be. If you will trust me, gambler, I can take us that far. What happens after that is up to chance. Perhaps your luck will bring us out again alive." "I have always been lucky," Matt said slowly. "Do I feel lucky enough to trust him?" He did not much like the idea of pretending to be a prisoner. It seemed too easy for pretense to become reality. But it seemed no bigger risk than trying to climb 300 feet or more straight up in the dark. He glanced toward the city wall and stared. Shadows flowed along it, dim shapes trotting. Aiel, he was sure. There must have been over 100. They vanished, but now he could make out shadows moving on the cliff face that was the sheer side of the Stone of Tyr. So much for going up that way. That one fellow earlier might have made it inside without raising an alarm, Ruark's arm cry, but 100 or more Aiel would have to be like sounding bells. They might make a diversion, though. If they caused a commotion somewhere up there, inside the stone, then whoever was guarding the cells might not pay as much attention to a thief-taker bringing a thief. I might as well add a little to the confusion. I worked hard enough on it. Very well, thief-taker. Just don't decide I am a real prisoner at the last minute. We can start for your gate as soon as I stir the ant-hill a bit." He thought Sandar frowned, but he did not mean to tell the man more than he had to. Sandar followed him across the rooftops, climbing to higher levels as easily as he did. The last roof was only a little lower than the top of the wall and ran right up to it, a matter of pulling himself up rather than climbing. "What are you doing?" Sandar whispered. "Wait here for me." With the tin box dangling from one hand by its wire handle and his quarterstaff held horizontally in front of him, Matt took a deep breath and started toward the stone. He tried not to think of how far it was to the pavement below. "Like the bloody thing is 3 feet wide. I could walk it with a bloody blindfold in my sleep." 3 feet wide, in the dark, and better than 50 feet to the pavement. He tried not to think about Sandar not being there when he came back, either. He was all but committed to this fool notion of pretending to be a thief caught by the man, but it seemed all too probable that he would return to the roof to find Sandar gone, maybe bringing more men to make him a prisoner in truth. Don't think about it, just do the job at hand. At least I'll finally see what it is like. As he had suspected, there was an arrow slit in the wall of the stone right at the end of the wall, a deep wedge cut into the rock holding a tall, narrow opening for an archer to shoot through. If the stone were attacked, the soldiers inside would want some way to stop any trying to follow this path. The slit was dark now. There did not appear to be anyone watching. That was something he had tried not to think about too. Quickly, he set down the tin box at his feet, balanced his quarterstaff across the wall right against the side of the stone, and unslung the bundle from his back. Hurriedly, he wedged it into the slit, forcing it in as far as he could. He wanted as much of the noise to be inside as he could manage. Pulling aside a corner of the oiled cloth cover revealed knotted fuses. After a little thinking, back in his room, he had cut the longer fuses to match the shortest, using the pieces to help tie all the fuses together. It seemed they should all go off at once, and a bang and flash like that should be enough to pull everyone who was not completely deaf. The lid of the tin box was hot enough that he had to blow on his fingers twice before he could pry it off. He wished he had whatever Eludra's trick had been, lighting that lantern so easily, to expose the dark bit of charcoal inside, lying on a bed of sand. The wire handle came off to make tongs, and a little blowing had the coal glowing red again. He touched the hot coal to the knotted fuses, let tongs and coal fall over the side of the wall as the fuses hissed into flame, snatched up his quarterstaff, and darted back along the wall. "This is crazy," he thought as he ran. "I don't care how big a bang it makes. I could break my full neck doing this." The roar behind him was louder than anything he had ever heard in his life. A monstrous fist punched him in the back, knocking all the wind out of him even before he landed, sprawled on his belly on the wall top, barely holding onto his staff as it swung over the edge. For a moment, he lay there, trying to make his lungs work again, trying not to think how he must have used up all his luck this time by not falling off the wall. His ears rang like all the bells in Tarvalon. Pushing himself up carefully, he looked back toward the stone. A cloud of smoke hung around the arrow slit. Behind the smoke, the shadowed shape of the arrow slit itself seemed different, larger. He did not understand how or why, but it did seem larger. He only thought for a moment. At one end of the wall, Sandar might be waiting, might be intending to take him into the stone as a pretend prisoner, or might be hurrying back with soldiers. At the other end of the wall, there might be a way inside without any chance of Sandar betraying him. He darted back the way he had just come, no longer worrying about the darkness or the drop to either side. The arrow slit was larger, most of the thinner stone at the middle simply gone, leaving a rough hole as if someone had hammered at it with a sledge for hours. A hole just big enough for a man. How in the light? There was no time for wondering. He pushed through the jagged opening, coughing at the acrid smoke, jumped to the floor inside, and had run a dozen steps before defenders of the stone appeared, at least 10 of them, all shouting in confusion. Most wore only their shirts, and none had helmet or breastplate. Some carried lanterns, some held bared swords. "Fool!" he shouted inside his head. "This is why you set the bloody things off in the first place! Light-blinded fool!" He had no time to make it back out onto the wall.
Quarterstaff spinning, he threw himself at the soldiers before they had a chance to do more than see he was there, hurled himself into them, smashing at heads, swords, knees, whatever he could reach, knowing they were too many for him to handle alone, knowing that his fool toss of the dice had cost Egwene and the others whatever chance he might have had. Suddenly, Sandar was there beside him, in the light of lanterns dropped by men clawing for their swords, his slender staff whirling even faster than Mat's quarterstaff. Caught between two staffmen, taken by surprise, the soldiers went down like pins in a game of bowls. Sandar stared at the fallen men, shaking his head. "Defenders of the stone. I have attacked defenders. They will have my head for—" "What was it that you did, gambler? That flash of light and thunder breaking stone. Did you call lightning?" His voice fell to a whisper. "Have I joined myself to a man who can channel?" "Fireworks," Mat said curtly. His ears were still ringing, but he could hear more boots coming, running boots thudding on stone. "The cells, man! Show me the way to the cells before any more get here!" Sandar shook himself. "This way!" He dashed down a side hall, away from the oncoming boots. "We must hurry! They will kill us if they find us!" Somewhere above, gongs began to sound an alarm, and more thundered echoes through the stone. "I'm coming," Mat thought as he ran after the thief-taker. "I'll get you out or die. I promise it." The alarm gongs sent echoes crashing through the stone, but Rand paid no more attention to them than he had to the roar that had come before, like muffled thunder from somewhere below. His side ached. The old wound burned, strained almost to tearing by the climb up the side of the fortress. He gave the pain no heed either. A crooked smile was fixed on his face, a smile of anticipation and dread he could not have wiped away if he had wanted to. It was close now, what he had dreamed of. Calendor. I will finish it at last, one way or another. It will be done with. The dreams finished, the baiting and the taunting and the hunting. I'll finish it all. Laughing to himself, he hurried through the dark corridors of the Stone of Tyr. Egwene put a hand to her face, wincing. Her mouth had a bitter taste, and she was thirsty. Rand? What? Why was I dreaming about Mat again, all mixed with Rand and shouting that he was coming? What? She opened her eyes, stared at the grey stone walls, one smoky rush torch casting flickering shadows, and screamed as she remembered it all. "No! I will not be chained again! I won't be collared! No!" Nynaeve and Elaine were beside her in an instant, their bruised faces too worried and fearful for the soothing sounds they made to be believed. But just the fact that they were there was enough to still her screams. She was not alone. A prisoner, but not alone, and not collared. She tried to sit up, and they helped her. They had to help her. She ached in every muscle. She could remember every unseen blow during the frenzy that had all but driven her mad when she realized, "I will not think about that. I have to think about how we are to escape." She slid backwards until she could lean against a wall. Her pains fought with weariness. That struggle when she had refused to give in had taken every last scrap of her strength, and the bruises seemed to sap even more. The cell was absolutely empty, except for the three of them and the torch. The floor was bare and cold and hard. The door of rough planks, splintered as if countless futile fingers had clawed at it, was the only break in the walls. Messages had been scratched in the stone, most by unsteady hands. "The light have mercy and let me die," one read. She blanked that out of her head. "Are we still shielded?" she mumbled. Even talking hurt. Even as Elaine nodded, she realized she had not had to ask. The swollen cheek on the golden-haired woman, her split lip and black eye were answer enough, even if her own pains had not been. If Nynaeve had been able to reach the true source, they surely would have been healed. "I have tried. Nynaeve said despairingly. I have tried and tried and tried. She gave her braid a sharp tug, anger seeping through despite the hopeless fear in her voice. One of them is sitting outside. Amico, that milk-faced chit, if they have not changed since we were thrown in here. I suppose one is enough to maintain the shielding once it has been woven. She barked a bitter laugh. For all the pains they took, and gave, to take us, you would think we were of no importance at all. It has been hours since they slammed that door behind us, and no one has come to ask a question, or look, or even bring a drop of water. Perhaps they mean to leave us here until we die of thirst. Bait. Elaine's voice quavered, though she was obviously trying to sound unafraid, and failing miserably. Leandrin said we are bait. Bait for what? Nynaeve asked shakily. Bait for who? If I am bait, I'd like to shove myself down their throats till they choke on me. Rand. Egwene stopped to swallow. Even a drop of water would be welcome. I dreamed about Rand. And Callandor. I think he is coming here. But why did I dream of Matt? And Perrin? It was Wolf, but I am sure it was him. Do not be so afraid, she said, trying to sound confident. We will escape them somehow. If we could better the Shaunchan, we can best Leandrin. Nynaeve and Elaine exchanged looks over her. Nynaeve said, Leandrin said 13 Myrddraal are coming, Egwene. She found herself staring at that message scratched on the stone wall again. The light have mercy, and let me die. Her hands clenched into fists, her jaws cramped with the effort of not screaming those words. Better to die, better death than being turned to the shadow, made to serve the Dark One. She realized that one of her hands had tightened around the pouch at her belt. She could feel the 2 rings inside, the small circle of the great serpent and the larger, twisted stone ring. They did not take the Ter Angreal, she said wonderingly. She fumbled it out of her pouch. It lay heavily on her palm, all stripes and flecks of colour, a ring with only one edge. We were not even important enough to search, Elaine sighed. Egwene, are you certain Rand is coming here? I would much rather free myself than wait for the chance of him. But if there is anyone who can defeat Leandrin and the rest of them, it must be him. The Dragon Reborn is meant to wield Callandor. He must be able to defeat them. Not if we pull him into a cage after us, Nynaeve muttered. Not if they have a trap set he does not see. Why are you staring at that ring, Egwene? Teleran Riod will not help us now. Not unless you can dream a way out of here. Perhaps I can, she said slowly. I could channel in Teleran Riod. Their shielding won't stop me reaching it. All I need to do is sleep, not channel. And I am surely weary enough to sleep. Elaine frowned, wincing as it pulled her bruises. I will take any chance, but how can you channel even in a dream cut off from the true source? And if you can, how can it help us here? I do not know, Elaine. Just because I am shielded here does not mean I am shielded in the world of dreams. It is at least worth a try. Perhaps, Nynaeve said worriedly. I will take any chance too. But you saw Leandrin and the others the last time you used that ring, and you said they saw you too. What if they are there again? I hope they are, Egwene said grimly. I hope they are. Clutching the Ter Angreal in her hand, she closed her eyes. She could feel Elaine smoothing her hair, hear her murmuring softly. Nynaeve began to hum that wordless lullaby from her childhood. For once she felt no anger at it at all. The soft sounds and touches soothed her. Let her surrender to her weariness. Let sleep come. She wore blue silk this time, but she barely noticed more than that.
Soft breezes caressed her unbruised face and sent the butterflies swirling above the wildflowers. Her thirst was gone, her aches. She reached out to embrace Saidar and was filled with the One Power. Even the triumph she felt at succeeding was small beside the surging of the power through her. Reluctantly, she made herself release it, closed her eyes, and filled the emptiness with a perfect image of the heart of the stone. That was the one place in the stone she could picture aside from her cell. And how to distinguish one featureless cubicle from another. When she opened her eyes, she was there. But she was not alone. The form of Joya Bayir stood before Calendor, her shape so insubstantial that the surging light of the sword shone through her. The crystal sword no longer merely glittered with refracted light. In pulses it glowed, as if some light inside it were being uncovered, then covered and uncovered again. The Black Sister started with surprise and spun to face Egwene.
How? You are shielded. Your dreaming is at an end.
Before the first words were out of the woman's mouth, Egwene reached for Saidar again, wove the complicated flow of spirit as she remembered it being used against her, and cut Joya by ear off from the source. The Dark Friend's eyes widened, those cruel eyes so incongruous in that beautiful, kindly face. But Egwene was already weaving air. The other woman's form might seem like mist, but the bonds held it. It seemed to Egwene that there was no effort involved in holding both flows in their weaving. There was sweat on Joya Bayir's forehead as she walked closer.
You have a Te Angreal.
Fear was plain on the woman's face, but her voice fought to hide it.
That must be it. A Te Angreal that escaped us, and one that does not require channeling. Do you think it will do you any good, girl? Whatever you do here, it cannot affect what happens in the real world. Teleran Riod is a dream. When I wake, I will take your Te Angreal from you myself. Be careful what you do, lest I have reason to be angry when I come to your cell.
Egwene smiled at her. Are you certain you will wake, Dark Friend? If your Te Angreal requires channeling, why did you not wake as soon as I shielded you? Perhaps you cannot wake so long as you are shielded here. Her smile faded away. The effort of smiling at this woman was more than she could bear. A woman once showed me a scar she received in Teleran Riod, Dark Friend. What happens here is still real when you wake. The sweat rolled down the Black Sister's smooth, ageless face now. Egwene wondered if she thought she was about to die. She almost wished she were cruel enough to do that. Most of the unseen blows she had received had come from this woman, like a pounding of fists, for no reason more than that she had kept trying to crawl away, no reason more than that she had refused to give up. A woman who can give such beatings, she said, should have no objections to a milder one. She wove another flow of air quickly. Joya Bayir's dark eyes bulged in disbelief as the first blow landed across her hips. Egwene saw how to adjust the weaving so she did not have to maintain it. You will remember this and feel it when you waken, when I allow you to waken. Remember this too, if you ever even try to beat me again, I will return you here and leave you for the rest of your life. The Black Sister's eyes stared hate at her, but there was a suggestion of tears in them too. Egwene felt a moment of shame, not at what she was doing to Joya. The woman deserved every blow, if not for her own beating, then for the deaths in the tower. Not that, not really. But because she had spent time on her own revenge, while Nynaeve and Elaine were sitting in a cell hoping against hope that she might be able to rescue them. She tied off and set the flows of her weavings before she knew she had done it, then paused to study what she had done. 3 separate weavings, and not only had it been no trouble to hold them all at once, but now she had done something so they would maintain themselves. She thought she could remember how, too. And it might be useful. After a moment, she unravelled one of the weavings, and the Dark Friend sobbed as much from relief as from pain. "I am not like you," Egwene said. "This is the second time I have done something like this, and I do not like it. I'm going to have to learn to cut throats instead." From the Black Sister's face, she thought Egwene meant to start learning with her. Making a disgusted sound, Egwene left her standing there, trapped and shielded, and hurried into the forest of polished redstone columns. There had to be a way down to the cells somewhere. The stone corridor fell silent as the final dying scream was cut off by young Bull's jaws closing on the two-leg's throat, crushing it. The blood was bitter on his tongue. He knew this was the Stone of Tyr, though he could not say how he knew. The two legs lying around him, one kicking his last with Hopper's teeth buried in his throat, had smelled rank with fear as they fought. They had smelled confused. He did not think they had known where they were. They certainly did not belong in the wolf dream, but they had been set to keep him from that tall door ahead with its iron lock. To guard it, at least. They had seemed startled to see wolves. He thought they had been startled at being there themselves. He wiped his mouth, then stared at his hand with a momentary lack of comprehension. He was a man again. He was Perrin, back in his own body, in the blacksmith's vest, with the heavy hammer at his side.
"We must hurry, young Bull. There is something evil near."
Perrin pulled the hammer from his belt as he strode to the door.
"Fail must be here."
One sharp blow shattered the lock. He kicked open the door. The room was empty, except for a long stone block in the middle of the floor. Fail lay on that block as if sleeping, her black hair spread out like a fan, her body so wrapped in chains that it took him a moment to realize she was unclothed. Every chain was held to the stone by a thick bolt. He was hardly aware of crossing the space until his hand touched her face, tracing her cheekbone with a finger. She opened her eyes and smiled up at him. "I kept dreaming you would come, blacksmith."
"I will have you free in a moment. Fail."
He raised his hammer, smashed one of the bolts as if it were wood. "I was sure of it, Perrin." As his name faded from her tongue, she faded too. With a clatter, the chains dropped to the stone where she had been.
"No!"
he cried.
"I found her!" "The dream is not like the world of flesh, young Bull. Here, the same hunt can have many endings."
He did not turn to look at Hopper. He knew his teeth were bared in a snarl. Again, he raised the hammer, brought it down with all his strength against the chains that had held Fail. The stone block cracked in two under his blow. The stone itself rang like a struck bell.
"Then I will hunt again,"
he growled. Hammer in hand, Perrin strode out of the room with Hopper beside him. The stone was a place of men. And men, he knew, were crueler hunters than ever wolves were. Alarm gongs somewhere above sent sonorous clangs down the corridor, not quite drowning out the ring of metal on metal, and the shouts of fighting men rather closer. The Aiel and the Defenders, Matt suspected. Tall golden lampstands, each with 4 golden lamps, lined the hall where Matt was, and silk tapestries of battle scenes hung on the polished stone walls. There were even silk carpets on the floor, dark red on dark blue, woven in the Tyran maze. For once, Matt was too busy to put a price on anything. "This bloody fellow is good," he thought as he managed to sweep a sword thrust away from him, but the blow he aimed at the man's head with the other end of the staff had to turn into another block of that darting blade. I wonder if he is one of these bloody high lords. He almost managed a solid blow at a knee, but his opponent sprang back, his straight blade raised on guard. The blue-eyed man certainly wore the puffy-sleeved coat, yellow with thread of gold stripes, but it was all undone, his shirt only half tucked into his breeches and his feet bare. His short, cropped, dark hair was tousled, like that of a man roused hastily from sleep, but he did not fight like it. 5 minutes ago he had come darting out from one of the tall carved doors that lined this hall, a scabbardless sword in his hands, and Matt was only grateful the fellow had appeared in front of them and not behind. He was not the first man dressed so that Matt had faced already, but he was surely the best. "Can you make it past me, thief-catcher?" Matt called, careful not to take his eyes off the man waiting for him with blade poised to strike. Sandar had insisted irritably on thief-catcher, not thief-taker, though Matt could not see any difference. "I cannot," Sandar called from behind him. "If you move to let me by, you will lose room to swing that oar you call a staff, and he will spit you like a grunt." "Like a what?" "Well, think of something, tyrant. This ragamuffin is grating my nerves." The man in the gold-striped coat sneered. "You will be honoured to die on the blade of the High Lord Darlin peasant, if I allow it so." It was the first time he had deigned to speak. "Instead, I think I will have the pair of you hung by the heels and watch while the skin is stripped from your bodies." "I do not think I'd like that," Matt said. The High Lord's face reddened with indignation at being interrupted, but Matt gave him no time for any outraged comment. Quarterstaff whirling in a tight double-loop weave, so quick the staff blurred at the ends, he leaped forward. It was all a snarling Darlin could do to keep the staff from him. For the moment. Matt knew he could not keep this up very long, and if he was lucky then, it would all go back to the strike and counterstrike, if he was lucky. But he had no intention of counting on luck this time. As soon as the High Lord had a moment to set himself in a pattern of defence, Matt altered his attack in mid-whirl. The end of the staff Darlin had been expecting at his head dipped instead to sweep his legs out from under him. The other end did strike at his head then, as he fell, a sharp crack that rolled his eyes back up in his head. Panting, Matt leaned on his staff over the unconscious High Lord. "Burn me, if I have to fight one or two more like this, I'd bloody well fall over from exhaustion. The stories do not tell you being a hero is such hard work. Nynaeve always did find a way to make me work." Sandar came to stand beside him, frowning down at the crumpled High Lord. "He does not look so mighty lying there," he said wonderingly. "He does not look so much greater than me." Matt gave a start and peered down the hall where a man had just gone trotting across along a joining corridor. "Burn me, if I did not know it was crazy, I would swear that was Rand." "Sandar, you find that—" he began, swinging his staff up onto his shoulder, and cut off when it thudded into something. Spinning, he found himself facing another half-dressed High Lord, this one with his sword on the floor, his knees buckling, and both hands to his head where Matt's staff had split his scalp. Hastily, Matt poked him hard in the stomach with the butt of the staff to bring his hands down, then gave him another thump on the head to put him down in a heap on top of his sword. "Luck, Sandar," he muttered. "You cannot beat bloody luck. Now, why don't you find this bloody private way the High Lords take down to the cells?" Sandar had insisted there was such a stairway, and using it would avoid having to run through most of the stone. Matt did not think he liked men so eager to watch people put to the question that they wanted a quick route to the prisoners from their apartments. "Just be glad you were so lucky," Sandar said unsteadily, "or this one would have killed us both before we saw him. I know the door is here somewhere. Are you coming? Or do you mean to wait for another High Lord to appear?" "Lead on." Matt stepped over the unconscious High Lord. "I am no bloody hero." Trotting, he followed the thief-catcher, who peered at the tall doors they passed, muttering that he knew it was here somewhere. Chapter 55. What is Written in Prophecy. Rand entered the chamber slowly, walking among the great polished redstone columns he remembered from his dreams. Silence filled the shadows, yet something called to him. And something flashed ahead, a momentary light, throwing back shadow. A beacon. He stepped out beneath a great dome and saw what he sought. Calendor. hanging hilt down in mid-air, waiting for no hand but that of the dragon reborn. As it revolved, it broke what little light there was into splinters, and now and then it flared as if with a light of its own, calling him, waiting for him. If I am the dragon reborn, if I am not just some half-mad man cursed with the ability to channel, a puppet dancing for Moraine and the White Tower. Take it, Luz Therin. Take it, Kinslayer. He spun to face the voice. The tall man with close-cropped white hair who stepped from the shadows among the columns was familiar to him. Rand had no idea who he was. This fellow in a red silk coat with black stripes down its puffy sleeves and black breeches tucked into elaborately silver-worked boots. He did not know the man, but he had seen him in his dreams. "You put them in a cage," he said. "Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine, in my dreams. You kept putting them in a cage and hurting them." The man made a dismissive gesture of his hand. "They are less than nothing. Perhaps one day, when they have been trained, but not now. I confess surprise that you cared enough to make them useful. But you were ever a fool, ever ready to follow your heart before power. You came too soon, Luz Therin. Now you must do what you are not yet ready for, or else die. Die, knowing you have left these women you care for in my hands." He seemed to be waiting for something, expectant. "I mean to use them more, Kinslayer. They will serve me, serve my power. And that will hurt them far more than anything they have suffered before." Behind Rand, Callandor flashed, throwing one pulse of warmth against his back. "Who are you?" "You do not remember me, do you?" The white-haired man laughed suddenly. "I do not remember you either. Looking this way. A country lad with a flute case on his back. Did Ishamael speak the truth? He was ever one to lie when it gained him an inch or a second. Do you remember nothing, Luz Therin?" "A name," Rand demanded. "What is your name?" "Call me Betlal." The Forsaken scowled when Rand did not react to the name. "Take it," Betlal snapped, throwing a hand toward the sword behind Rand. "Once we rode to war side by side, and for that I give you a chance. A bare chance, but a chance to save yourself. A chance to save those 3 I mean to make my pets. Take the sword, countryman. Perhaps it will be enough to help you survive me." Rand laughed. "Do you believe you can frighten me so easily, Forsaken? Baalzamon himself has hunted me. Do you think I will cower now for you? Grovel before a Forsaken when I have denied the Dark One to his face?" "Is that what you think?" Betlal said softly. "Truly, you know nothing." Suddenly, there was a sword in his hands, a sword with a blade carved from black fire. "Take it. Take Callandor. 3,000 years while I lay imprisoned, it has waited there, for you. One of the most powerful Sa'angreal we ever made. Take it. And defend yourself, if you can." He moved toward Rand as if to drive him back toward Callandor, but Rand raised his own hands. Saidin filled him, sweet rushing flow of the power, stomach-wrenching vileness of the taint, and he held a sword wrought from red flame, a sword with a heron mark on its fiery blade. He stepped into the forms Lan had taught him, till he flowed from one to the next as if in a dance, parting the silk. Water flows downhill, wind and rain. Blade of black fire met blade of red in showers of sparks, roars like white-hot metal shattering. Rand came back smoothly into a guard stance, trying not to let his sudden uncertainty show. A heron stood on the black blade, too. a bird so dark as to be nearly invisible. Once, he had faced a man with a heron-marked blade of steel, and barely survived. He knew that he himself had no real right to the Blade Master's mark. It had been on the sword his father had given him, and when he thought of a sword in his hands, he thought of that sword. Once, he had embraced death, as the warder had taught, but this time he knew his death would be final. Belal was better than he with the sword, stronger, faster, a true Blade Master. The Forsaken laughed, amused, swinging his blade in quick flourishes to either side of him. The black fire roared as if swift passage through the air quickened it. "You were a greater swordsman once, Lews Therin," he said mockingly. "Do you remember when we took that tame sport called swords and learned to kill with it, as the old volume said men once had? Do you remember even one of those desperate battles, even one of our dire defeats? Of course not. You remember nothing, do you? This time, you have not learned enough. This time, Lews Therin, I will kill you." Belal's mockery deepened. "Perhaps, if you take Calendor, you might extend your life a little longer. A little longer." He came forward slowly, almost as if to give Rand time to do just that. Turn and race to Calendor, to the sword that cannot be touched, to take it. But the doubts were still strong in Rand. Calendor could only be touched by the Dragon Reborn. He had allowed them to proclaim him so for 100 reasons that seemed to leave him no choice at the time. But was he truly the Dragon Reborn? If he raced to touch Calendor in truth, not in a dream, would his hand meet an invisible wall while Belal cut him down from behind? He met the Forsaken with the sword he knew, the blade of fire wrought with Sidene, and was driven back. The falling leaf met watered silk. The cat dances on the wall, met the boar rushes downhill. The river undercuts the bank, nearly lost him his head, and he had to throw himself inelegantly to one side, with black flame brushing his hair, rolling to his feet to confront the stone falls from the mountain. Methodically, deliberately, Belal drove him back in a spiral that slowly tightened on Calendor. Shouts echoed among the columns, screams, the clash of steel, but Rand barely heard. He and Belal were no longer alone in the heart of the stone. Men in breastplates and rimmed helmets fought with swords against shadowy, veiled shapes that darted among the columns with short spears stabbing. Some of the soldiers formed a rank. Arrows flashing out of the dimness took them in the throat, the face, and they died in their line. Rand hardly noticed the fighting, even when men fell dead within paces of him. His own fight was too desperate. It took all of his concentration. Wet warmth trickled down his side. The old wound was breaking open. He stumbled suddenly, not seeing the dead man at his feet until he was lying on his back atop his flute case on the stone floor. Belal raised his blade of black fire, snarling, "Take it. Take Calendor, and defend yourself. Take it, or I will kill you now. If you will not take it, I will slay you." "No!" Even Belal gave a start at the command in that woman's voice. The Forsaken stepped back out of the arc of Rand's sword and turned his head to frown at Moraine as she came striding through the battle, her eyes fixed on him, ignoring the screaming deaths around her. "I thought you were neatly out of the way, woman. No matter. You are only an annoyance, a stinging fly, a bite me. I will cage you with the others and teach you to serve the shadow with your puny powers." He finished with a contemptuous laugh and raised his free hand. Moraine had not stopped or slowed while he spoke. She was no more than 30 paces from him when he moved his hand and she raised both of hers as well. There was an instant of surprise on the Forsaken's face, and he had time to scream, "No!" Then a bar of white fire, hotter than the sun, shot from the Aes Sedai's hands, a glaring rod that banished all shadows. Before it, Belial became a shape of shimmering motes, specks dancing in the light for less than a heartbeat, flecks consumed before his cry faded. There was silence in the chamber as that bar of light vanished. Silence, except for the moans of the wounded. The fighting had stopped dead. Veiled men and men in breastplates alike standing as if stunned. He was right concerning one thing, Moraine said, as coolly serene as if she were standing in a meadow. You must take Callandor. He meant to slay you for it, but it is your birthright. Better by far that you knew more before your hand held that hilt. Yet you have come to the point now, and there is no further time for learning. Take it, Rand. Whips of black lightning curled around her. She screamed as they lifted her, hurled her to slide along the floor like a sack until she came up against one of the columns. Rand stared up at where the lightning had come from. There was a deeper shadow up there, near the top of the columns, a blackness that made all other shadows look like noonday, and from it, 2 eyes of fire stared back at him. Slowly, the shadow descended, resolving into Ba'alzamon, clothed in dead black like a Murdral's black. Yet even that was not so dark as the shadow that clung to him. He hung in the air, 2 spans above the floor, glaring at Rand with a rage as fierce as his eyes.
Twice in this life I have offered you the chance to serve me living.
Flames leaped in his mouth as he spoke, and every word roared like a furnace.
Twice you have refused and wounded me. Now you will serve the great Lord of the Grave in death. Die, Luz Therin Kinslayer. Die, Rand al'Thor. It is time for you to die. I take your soul!
As Ba'alzamon put forth his hand, Rand pushed himself up, threw himself desperately toward Callandor, still glittering and flashing in mid-air. He did not know whether he could reach it, or touch it if he did, but he was sure it was his only chance. Ba'alzamon's blow struck him as he leapt, struck inside him, a ripping and crumpling, tearing something loose, trying to pull a part of him away. Rand screamed. He felt as if he were collapsing like an empty sack, as if he were being turned inside out. The pain in his side, the wound taken at farm, was almost welcome, something to hang on to, a reminder of life. His hand closed convulsively on Callandor's hilt. The one power surged through him, a torrent greater than he could believe, from Saidin into the sword. The crystal blade shone brighter than even Moraine's fire had. It was impossible to look at, impossible any longer to see that it was a sword, only that light blazed in his fist. He fought the flow, wrestled with the implacable tide that threatened to carry him, all that was really him, into the sword with it. For a heartbeat that took centuries, he hung, wavering, balanced on the brink of being scoured away like sand before a flash flood. With infinite slowness, the balance firmed. It was still, as though he stood barefoot on a razor's edge above a bottomless drop. Yet something told him this was the best that could be expected. To channel this much of the power, he must dance on that sharpness as he had danced the forms of the sword. He turned to face Ba'alzamon. The tearing within him had ceased as soon as his hand touched Callandor. Only an instant had passed, yet it seemed to have lasted forever.
"You will not take my soul!"
he shouted.
"This time, I mean to finish it once and for all! I mean to finish it now!"
Baalzamon fled, man and shadow vanishing. For a moment Rand stared, frowning. There had been a sense of folding as Baalzamon left, a twisting, as if Baalzamon had in some way bent what was. Ignoring the men staring at him, ignoring Moraine crumpled at the column base, Rand reached out through Calendor and twisted reality to make a door to somewhere else. He did not know to where, except that it was to where Baalzamon had gone. "I am the hunter now," he said, and stepped through. The stone shook under Egwene's feet. The stone shook. It rang. She caught her balance and stopped, listening. There was no more sound, no other tremor. Whatever had happened, it was over. She hurried on. A door of iron bars stood in her way, with a lock as big as her head. She channeled earth before she reached it, and when she pushed against the bars, the lock tore in half. She walked quickly across the chamber beyond it, trying not to look at the things hanging on the walls. Whips and iron pincers were the most innocuous. With a small shudder, she pushed open a smaller iron gate and entered a corridor lined with rough wooden doors, rush torches burning at intervals in iron brackets. She felt almost as much relief at leaving those things behind as she did at finding what she sought. But which cell? The wooden doors opened easily. Some were unlocked, and the locks on others lasted no longer than that larger lock had earlier. But every cell was empty. Of course. No one would dream themselves in this place. Any prisoner who managed to reach Tel-Aran-Riod would dream of a pleasanter place. For a moment she felt something close to despair. She had wanted to believe that finding the right cell would make a difference. Even finding it could be impossible, though. This first corridor stretched on, and others joined it. Suddenly, she saw something flicker just ahead of her. A shape even less substantial than Joya Bair had been. It had been a woman, though. She was sure of that. A woman seated on a bench beside one of the cell doors. The image flickered into being again, and was gone. There was no mistaking that slender neck, and the pale, innocent-appearing face with its eyelids fluttering on the edge of sleep. Amiko Nguyen was drifting toward sleep, dreaming of her guard duties, and apparently toying drowsily with one of the stolen Angreal. Egwene could understand that. It had been a great effort to stop using the one Verin had given her, even for a few days. She knew it was possible to cut a woman off from the true source, even if she had already embraced Saidar. But severing a weave already established had to be much harder than damming the flow before it began. She set the patterns of the weaving, readied them, making the threads of spirit much stronger this time, thicker and heavier. A denser weave with a cutting edge like a knife. The wavering shape of the Dark Friend appeared again, and Egwene struck out with the flows of air and spirit. For an instant, something seemed to resist the weaving of spirit, and she forced it with all of her might. It slid into place. Amiko Nguyen screamed. It was a thin sound, barely heard, as faint as she herself was, and she seemed almost like a shadow of what Joya Bair had been. Yet the bonds woven of air held her. She did not vanish again. Terror twisted the Dark Friend's lovely face. She seemed to be babbling, but her shouts were whispers too soft for Egwene to understand. Tying and setting the weaves around the Black Sister, Egwene turned her attentions to the cell door. Impatiently, she let earth flood into the iron lock. It fell away in black dust, in a mist that dissolved completely before it struck the floor. She swung open the door, and was not surprised to find the cell empty, except for one burning rush torch. But Amiko is bound, and the door is open. For a moment, she thought of what to do next.
Then she stepped out of the dream and woke, to all her bruises and aches and thirst, to the wall of the cell against her back, staring at the tightly shut cell door. Of course, what happens to living things there is real when they wake. What I did to stone or iron or wood has no effect in the waking world. Nynaeve and Elaine were still kneeling beside her. "Whoever is out there," Nynaeve said, "screamed a few moments ago, but nothing else has happened." "Did you find a way out?" "We should be able to walk out," Egwene said. "Help me to my feet, and I will get rid of the lock. Amico will not trouble us. That scream was her." Elaine shook her head. "I have been trying to embrace Saidar ever since you left. It is different now, but I am still cut off." Egwene formed the emptiness inside her, became the rosebud opening to Saidar. The invisible wall was still there. It shimmered now. There were moments when she almost thought she could feel the true source beginning to fill her with the power. Almost. The shield wavered in and out of existence, too fast for her to detect. It might as well have still been solid. She stared at the other two women. "I bound her. I shielded her. She is a living thing, not lifeless iron. She must be shielded still." "Something has happened to the shield set on us," Elaine said. "But Amico is still managing to hold it." Egwene let her head sag back against the wall. "I will have to try again." "Are you strong enough?" Elaine grimaced. "To be blunt, you sound even weaker than you did before. This try took something out of you, Egwene." "I am strong enough there." She did feel more weary, less strong, but it was their only chance that she could see. She said as much, and their faces said they agreed with her, however reluctantly. "Can you go to sleep again so soon?" Nynaeve asked finally. "Sing to me." Egwene managed a smile. "Like when I was a little girl. Please?" Holding Nynaeve's hand with one of hers, the stone ring clasped in the other, she closed her eyes and tried to find sleep in the wordless, humming tune. The wide door of iron bars stood open, and the room beyond seemed empty of life, but Mat entered cautiously. Sandar was still out in the hall, trying to peer both ways at once, certain that a High Lord, or maybe 100 defenders or so, would appear at any moment. There were no men in the room now, and by the looks of the half-eaten meals on a long table they had left hurriedly, no doubt because of the fighting above, and from the looks of the things on the walls, he was just as glad he did not have to meet any of them. Whips in different sizes and lengths, different thicknesses, with different numbers of tails. Pincers and tongs, and clamps and irons. Things that looked like metal boots, and gauntlets, and helmets, with great screws all over them, as if to tighten them down. Things he could not even begin to guess the use of. If he had met the men who used these things, he thought he would surely have checked that they were dead before he walked away. "Sandar!" he hissed. "Are you going to stay out there all bloody night?" He hurried to the inner door, barred like the outer but smaller, without waiting for an answer, and went through. The hall beyond was lined by rough wooden doors and lit by the same rush torches as the room he had just left. No more than 20 paces from him, a woman sat on a bench beside one of the doors, leaning back against the wall in a curiously stiff fashion. She turned her head slowly toward him at the sound of his boots grating on the stone. A pretty young woman. He wondered why she did not move more than her head, and why even that moved as if she were half asleep. Was she a prisoner? Out in the hall? But nobody with a face like that could be one of the people who uses the things on those walls. She did look almost asleep, with her eyes only partly open, and the suffering on that lovely face surely made her one of the tortured, not a torturer.
"Stop!" Sandar shouted behind him. "She is Aes Sedai! She is one of those who took the women you seek!"
Matt froze in the middle of a step, staring at the woman. He remembered Moraine hurling balls of fire. He wondered if he could deflect a ball of fire with his quarterstaff. He wondered if his luck extended to outrunning Aes Sedai.
"Help me,"
she said faintly. Her eyes still looked nearly asleep, but the pleading in her voice was fully awake.
"Help me, please."
Matt blinked. She still had not moved a muscle below her neck. Cautiously, he stepped closer, waving to Sandar to stop his groaning about her being Aes Sedai. She moved her head to follow him. No more than that. A large iron key hung at her belt. For a moment he hesitated. "Aes Sedai," Sandar said. "Why doesn't she move?" Swallowing, he eased the key free as carefully as if he were trying to take a piece of meat from a wolf's jaws. She rolled her eyes toward the door beside her and made a sound like a cat that had just seen a huge dog come snarling into the room and knew there was no way out. He did not understand it, but as long as she did not try to stop him opening that door, he did not care why she just sat there like a stuffed scarecrow. On the other hand, he wondered if there was something on the other side worth being afraid of. If she is one of those who took Egwene and the others, it stands to reason she's guarding them. Tears leaked from the woman's eyes. Only she looks like it's a bloody half-man in there. But there was only one way to find out. Propping his staff against the wall, he turned the key in the lock and flung open the door, ready to run, if need be. Nynaeve and Elaine were kneeling on the floor, with Egwene apparently asleep between them. He gasped at the sight of Egwene's swollen face and changed his mind about her sleeping. The other two women turned toward him as he opened the door. They were almost as battered as Egwene. "Burn me! Burn me!" looked at him and gaped. "Matrim Courson," Nynaeve said, sounding shocked. "What under the light are you doing here?" "I came to bloody rescue you," he said. "Burn me if I expected to be greeted as if I had come to steal a pie. You can tell me why you look as if you'd been fighting bears later, if you want. If Egwene cannot walk, I'll carry her on my back. There are Aiel all over the stone, or near enough, and either they are killing the bloody defenders, or the bloody defenders are killing them, but whichever way it is, we'd better get out of here while we bloody well can. If we can." "Mind your language," Nynaeve told him, and Elaine gave him one of those disapproving stares women were so good at. Neither one seemed to have her full attention in it, though. They began shaking Egwene as if she were not covered with more bruises than he had ever seen in his life. Egwene's eyelids fluttered open, and she groaned. "Why did you wake me? I must understand it. If I loose the bonds on her, she will wake, and I'll never catch her again. But if I do not, she cannot go all the way to sleep, and I—" Her eyes fell on him, and widened. "Matrim Courson! What under the light are you doing here?" "You tell her," he told Nynaeve. "I am too busy trying to rescue you to watch my lap." They were all staring beyond him, glaring as if they wished they had knives in their hands. He spun, but all he saw was Juilin Sandar, looking as if he had swallowed a rotten plum whole. "They have cause," he told Matt. I betrayed them, but I had to." That was addressed past Matt to the women. "The one with many honey-coloured braids spoke to me, and I had to do it." For a long moment, the three continued to stare. "Liandrin has vile tricks, Master Sandar," Nynaeve said finally. "Perhaps you are not entirely to blame. We can apportion guilt later." "If that is all cleared up," Matt said, "could we go now?" It was as clear as mud to him, but he was more interested in leaving right then. The three women limped after him into the hall, but they stopped around the woman on the bench. She rolled her eyes at them and whimpered. "Please, I will come back to the light. I will swear to obey you. With the oath rod in my hands, I will swear. Please do not." Matt jumped as Nynaeve suddenly reared back and swung a fist, knocking the woman completely off the bench. She lay there, her eyes closed all the way, finally. But even lying on her side, she was still in exactly the same position she had been in on the bench. "It is gone," Elaine said excitedly. Egwene bent to rummage in the unconscious woman's pouch, transferring something Matt could not make out to her own. "Yes! It feels wonderful. Something changed about her when you hit her, Nynaeve. I do not know what, but I felt it." Elaine nodded. "I felt it too. I would like to change every last thing about her," Nynaeve said grimly. She took Egwene's head in her hands. Egwene rose onto her toes, gasping. When Nynaeve took her hands away to put them on Elaine, Egwene's bruises were gone. Elaine's vanished as quickly.
"Blood and bloody ashes," Matt growled. "What do you mean, hitting a woman who was just sitting there? I don't think she could even move."
They all three turned to look at him, and he made a strangled sound as the air seemed to turn to thick jelly around him. He lifted into the air until his boots dangled a good pace above the floor.
"Oh, burn me, the power! Here I was afraid that Aes Sedai would use the bloody power on me, and now the bloody women I'm rescuing do it. Burn me!"
"You do not understand anything, Matrim Cawthon," Egwene said in a tight voice. "Until you do understand," Nynaeve said in an even tighter, "I suggest you keep your opinions to yourself." Elaine contented herself with a glare that made him think of his mother going out to cut a switch. For some reason, he found himself giving them the grin that had so often sent his mother off to that switch.
Burn me, if they can do this, I don't see how anybody ever locked them in that cell in the first place. What I understand is that I got you out of something you couldn't get yourselves out of, and you all have as much gratitude as a bloody Tyrant ferryman with a toothache."
"You are right," Nynaeve said, and his boots suddenly hit the floor so hard his teeth jarred. But he could move again. "As much as it pains me to say it, Matt, you are right." He was tempted to answer something sarcastic, but there was barely enough apology in her voice as it was.
"Now can we go? With the fighting going on, Sandar thinks he and I can take you out by a small gate near the river."
"I am not leaving just yet, Matt," Nynaeve said. "I mean to find Liandrin and skin her," Egwene said, sounding almost as if she meant it literally. "All I want to do," Elaine said, "is pound Joya by ear till she squeals. But I will settle for any of them."
"Are you all deaf?" he growled. "There is a battle going on out there. I came here to rescue you. And I mean to rescue you."
Egwene patted his cheek as she walked by him, and so did Elaine. Nynaeve merely sniffed. He stared after them with his mouth hanging open.
"Why didn't you say something?" he growled at the thief-catcher. "I saw what speaking earned you," Sandar said simply. "I am no fool." "Well, I am not staying in the middle of a battle," he shouted at the women. They were just disappearing through the small barred door. "I am leaving! Do you hear?"
They did not even look back.
"Probably get themselves killed out there. Somebody will stick a sword in them while they're looking the other way."
With a snarl, he put his quarterstaff across his shoulder and started after.
"Are you going to stand there?" he called to the thief-catcher. "I did not come this far to let them die now."
Sandar caught up to him in the room with the whips. The three women were already gone, but Matt had a feeling they would not be too hard to find.
Just find the men bloody hanging in mid-air. Bloody women.
He quickened his pace to a trot. Perrin strode down the halls of the stone grimly, searching for some sign of Fail. He had rescued her twice more now, breaking her out of an iron cage once, much like the one that had held the Aiel in Remen, and once breaking open a steel chest with a falcon worked on its side. Both times, she had melted into air after saying his name. Hopper trotted by his side, sniffing the air. As sharp as Perrin's nose was,
The wolf's was sharper. It had been Hopper who led them to the chest. Perrin wondered whether he was ever going to free her in truth. There had not been any sign in a long time, it seemed. The halls of the stone were empty, lamps burning, tapestries and weapons hanging on the walls, but nothing moved except himself and Hopper.
Except I think that was Rand.
It had only been a glimpse, a man running as if chasing someone.
It could not be him. It couldn't. But I think it was.
Hopper quickened his steps suddenly, heading for another set of tall doors, these clad in bronze. Perrin tried to match the pace, stumbled and fell to his knees, throwing out a hand to catch himself short of dropping on his face. Weakness washed through him as if all his muscles had gone to water. Even after the feeling receded, it took some of his strength with it. It was an effort to struggle to his feet. Hopper had turned to look at him.
You are here too strongly, young bull. The flesh weakens. You do not care to hold on to it enough. Soon, flesh and dream will die together.
Find her,
Perrin said.
That is all I ask. Find Fail.
Yellow eyes met yellow eyes. The wolf turned and trotted to the doors.
Beyond here, young bull.
Perrin reached the doors and pushed. They did not budge. There seemed to be no way to open them. No handles. Nothing to grip. There was a tiny pattern worked into the metal, so fine his eyes almost did not see it. Falcons. Thousands of tiny falcons.
She has to be here. I do not think I can last much longer.
With a shout, he swung his hammer against the bronze. It rang like a great gong. Again he struck, and the peal deepened. A third blow, and the bronze doors shattered like glass. Within, 100 paces from the broken doors, a circle of light surrounded a falcon chained to a perch. Darkness filled all the rest of that vast chamber. Darkness and faint rustlings as of hundreds of wings. He took a step into the room, and a falcon stooped out of the murk, talons scoring his face as it passed. He threw an arm across his eyes. Talons tore at his forearm and staggered toward the perch. Again and again the birds came, falcons diving, striking him, tearing him, but he lumbered on, with blood pouring down his arms and shoulders, that one arm protecting the eyes he had fixed on the falcon on the perch. He had lost the hammer. He did not know where, but he knew that if he went back to search, he would die before he found it. As he reached the perch, the slicing talons drove him to his knees. He peered up under his arm at the falcon on the perch, and she stared back with dark, unblinking eyes. The chain that held her leg was fastened to the perch with a tiny lock, shaped like a hedgehog. He seized the chain with both hands, careless of the other falcons that now became a whirlwind of cutting talons around him, and with his last strength, snapped it. Pain and the falcons brought darkness. He opened his eyes to stinging agony, as if his face and arms and shoulders had been sliced with 1,000 knives. It did not matter. Fail was kneeling over him, those dark, tilted eyes filled with worry, wiping his face with a cloth already soaked in his blood. "My poor Perrin," she said softly. "My poor blacksmith. You are hurt so badly." With an effort that cost more pain, he turned his head. This was the private dining room in the Star, and near one leg of the table lay a wooden carving of a hedgehog, broken in half.
Fail,
he whispered to her.
My falcon.
Rand was still in the heart of the stone, but it was different. There were no men fighting here, no dead men, no one at all but himself.
Abruptly, the sound of a great gong rang through the stone, then again, and the very stones beneath his feet resonated. A third time the booming came, but cut off abruptly, as if the gong had shattered. All was still.
Where is this place? He wondered. More important, where is Baalzamon?
As if to answer him, a blazing shaft like the one Moraine had made shot out of the shadows among the columns, straight toward his chest. His wrist twisted the sword instinctively. It was instinct as much as anything else that made him loose flows from Sidene into Callandor, a flood of the power that made the sword blaze brighter even than that bar streaking at him. His uncertain balance between existence and destruction wavered. Surely that torrent would consume him. The shaft of light struck the blade of Callandor and parted on its edge, forking to stream past on either side. He felt his coat singe from its near passage, smelled the wool beginning to burn. Behind him, the two prongs of frozen fire, of liquid light, struck huge red stone columns. Where they struck, stone ceased to exist, and the burning bars bored through to other columns, severing those instantaneously as well. The heart of the stone rumbled as columns fell and shattered in clouds of dust, sprays of stone fragments. What fell into the light, however, simply was not anymore. A snarl of rage came from the shadows, and the blazing shaft of pure white heat vanished. Rand swung Callandor as if he were striking at something in front of him. The white light, obscuring the blade, extended, blazed ahead, and sheared through the red stone column that hid the snarl. The polished stone sliced like silk. The severed column trembled. Part of it tore loose and dropped from the ceiling, smashing into huge, jagged chunks on the floor. As the rumbling faded, he heard beyond it the sound of boots on stone. Running. Callandor at the ready, Rand hurried after Baalzamon. The tall archway leading out of the heart collapsed as he reached it, the entire wall falling in clouds of dust and rock as if to bury him. But he threw the power at it, and all became dust, floating in the air. He ran on. He was not sure what he had done, or how, but he had no time to think on it. He ran after Baalzamon's retreating footsteps, echoing down the halls of the stone. Murdral and Trollocs leaped out of thin air, huge bestial shapes and eyeless faces distorted with a rage to kill in hundreds, so they jammed the hall before him and behind, scythe-like swords and blades of deadly black steel seeking his blood. Without knowing how, he turned them to vapour that parted before him and vanished. The air around him suddenly became choking soot, clogging his nostrils, shutting off breath, but he made it fresh air again. A cool mist. Flames leaped from the floor beneath his feet, spurted from the walls, the ceiling, furious jets that flashed tapestries and rugs, tables and chests to wisps of ash, flung ornaments and lamps ahead of them as drops of molten burning gold. He smashed the fires flat, hardened them into a red glaze on the rock. The stones around him faded almost to mist. The stone faded. Reality trembled. He could feel it unravelling. Feel himself unravelling. He was being pushed out of the here, into some other place, where nothing existed at all. Callandor blazed in his hands like the sun, till he thought it would melt. He thought he himself would melt from the surge of the one power through him, the flood that he somehow directed into sealing up the hole that had opened around him, into holding himself on the side of existence. The stone became solid again. He could not even begin to imagine what it was that he did. The one power raged inside him till he barely knew himself, till he barely was himself, till what was himself almost did not exist. His precarious stability teetered.
To either side lay the endless fall, obliteration by the power that coursed through him into the sword. Only in the dance along the razor's sharp edge was there even an uncertain safety. Callandor shone in his fist until it seemed he carried the sun. Dimly within him, fluttering like a candle flame in a storm, was the surety that holding Callandor, he could do anything. Anything. Through endless corridors he ran, dancing along the razor, chasing the one who would slay him, the one he must slay. There could be no other end this time. This time one of them must die. That Baalzamon knew it as well was clear. Always he fled, always staying ahead of sight, so that only the sounds of his flight drew Rand on. But even fleeing, he turned this stone of Tyr that was not the stone of Tyr against Rand, and Rand fought back with instinct and guesses and chance, fought and ran down that knife edge in perfect balance with the power, the tool and weapon that would consume him utterly if he faltered. Water filled the halls from top to bottom, thick and black as the bottom of the sea, choking off breath. He made it air again, unknowingly, and ran on, and suddenly the air gained weight until it seemed every inch of his skin supported a mountain, squeezing in from all directions. In the instant before he was crushed to nothingness, he chose tides out of the flood of power raging through him. He did not know how or which or why. It was too fast for thought or knowing. And the pressure vanished. He pursued Baalzamon, and the very air was abruptly solid rock encasing him, then molten stone, then nothing at all to fill his lungs. The ground beneath his boots pulled at him as if every pound suddenly weighed 1,000. Then all weight vanished, so that a step left him spinning in mid-air. Unseen maws gaped to rip his mind from his body, to tear away his soul. He sprang each trap and ran on. What Baalzamon twisted to destroy him, he made right, without being aware of how. Vaguely, he knew that in some way he had brought things back into natural balance, forced them into line with his own dance down that impossibly thin divide between existence and nothingness. But that knowledge was distant. All his awareness lay in the pursuit, the hunt, the death that must end it. And then he was in the heart of the stone again, stalking through the rubbled gap that had been a wall. Some of the columns hung like broken teeth now, and Baalzamon backed away from him, eyes burning, shadow cloaking him. Black lines like steel wires seemed to run off from Baalzamon into the darkness mounding around him, vanishing into unimaginable heights and distances within that blackness.
"I will not be undone!"
Baalzamon cried. His mouth was fire. His shriek echoed among the columns.
"I cannot be defeated! Aid me!"
Some of the darkness shrouding him drifted into his hands, formed into a ball so black it seemed to soak up even the light of Callandor. Sudden triumph blazed in the flames of his eyes.
"You are destroyed!"
Rand shouted. Callandor spun in his hands. Its light roiled the darkness, severed the steel-black lines around Baalzamon, and Baalzamon convulsed. As if there were two of him, he seemed to dwindle and grow larger at the same time.
"You are undone!"
Rand plunged the shining blade into Baalzamon's chest. Baalzamon screamed, and the fires of his face flared wildly.
"Fool!" he howled. "The great Lord of the Dark can never be defeated."
Rand pulled Callandor's blade free as Baalzamon's body sagged and began to fall, the shadow around him vanishing. And suddenly, Rand was in another heart of the stone, surrounded by columns still whole, and fighting men, screaming and dying, veiled men and men in breastplates and helmets. Moraine still lay crumpled at the base of a red stone column, and at Rand's feet lay the body of a man, sprawled on its back with a hole burned through the chest. He might have been a handsome man in his middle years, except that where his eyes and mouth should have been were only pits from which rose tendrils of black smoke. "I have done it," he thought. "I have killed Ba'alzamon, killed Shaitan. I have won the last battle. Light! I am the dragon reborn, the breaker of nations, the breaker of the world. No, I will end the breaking, end the killing. I will make it end." He raised Kalendor above his head. Silver lightning crackled from the blade, jagged streaks arching toward the great dome above. "Stop!" he shouted. The fighting ceased. Men stared at him in wonder, over black veils, from beneath the rims of round helmets. "I am Rand al'Thor!" he called, so his voice rang through the chamber. "I am the dragon reborn!" Kalendor shone in his grasp. One by one, veiled men and helmeted, they knelt to him, crying, "The dragon is reborn! The dragon is reborn!" Chapter 56. People of the Dragon. Throughout the city of Tyr, people woke with the dawn, speaking of the dreams they had had, dreams of the dragon battling Ba'alzamon in the heart of the stone. And when their eyes rose to the great fortress of the stone, they beheld a banner waving from its greatest height. Across a field of white flowed a sinuous form like a great serpent scaled in scarlet and gold, but with a golden lion's mane and 4 legs, each tipped with 5 golden claws. Men came, stunned and frightened, from the stone to speak in hushed tones of what had happened in the night, and men and women thronged the streets, weeping as they shouted the fulfillment of prophecy. "The dragon!" they shouted. "al'Thor! The dragon! al'Thor!" Peering through an arrow slit high on the side of the stone, Matt shook his head as he listened to the chorus rising out of the city in waves. Well, maybe he is. He was still having a hard enough time coming to grips with Rand really being there. Everyone in the stone seemed to agree with the people below, or if they did not, they were not letting on. He had seen Rand just once since the night before, striding along a hall with Kalendor in his hand, surrounded by a dozen veiled Aiel and trailing a cloud of Tyrans, a knot of defenders of the stone and most of the few surviving High Lords. The High Lords, at least, seemed to think Rand would need them to help him rule the world. The Aiel kept everyone back with sharp looks, though, and spears, if need be. They surely believed Rand was the dragon, though they called him He Who Comes with the Dawn. There were nearly 200 Aiel in the stone. They had lost a third of their numbers in the fight, but they had killed or captured 10 times as many defenders. As he turned from the arrow slit, his eyes brushed across Ruark. There was a tall stand at one end of the room, carved and polished upright wheels of some pale dark striped wood with shelves slung between them, so all of the shelves would stay flat as the wheels were revolved. Each shelf held a large book, bound in gold, covers set with sparkling gems. The Aiel had one of the books open and was reading. Some sort of essays, Matt thought. Who would have thought an Aiel would read books? Who'd have thought an Aiel could bloody read? Ruark glanced in his direction, all cold blue eyes and level stare. Matt looked away hastily before the Aiel could read his thoughts on his face. At least he is not veiled, thank the light.
Burn me, that Avienda nearly took my head off when I asked her if she could do any dances without spears.
Bane and Chiad presented another problem. They were certainly pretty and more than friendly, but he could not manage to talk to one without the other. The male Aiel seemed to think his efforts to get one of them alone were funny, and for that matter, so did Bane and Chiad. Women are odd, but Aiel women make odd seem normal. The great table in the middle of the room, ornately carved and gilded on edges and thick legs, had been meant for gatherings of the High Lords. Moraine sat in one of the throne-like chairs, with the crescent banner of Tyr worked into its towering back in gilt and polished carnelian and pearl shell. Egwene, Nynaeve, and Elaine sat close by her. "I still cannot believe Perrin is here in Tyr," Nynaeve was saying. "Are you sure he is all right?" Mat shook his head. He would have expected Perrin to have been up in the stone last night. The blacksmith had always been braver than anyone with good sense. "He was well when I left him." Moraine's voice was serene. "Whether he still is, I do not know. His companion is in some considerable danger, and he may have put himself into it also." "His companion?" Egwene said sharply. "What? Who is Perrin's companion? What sort of danger?" Nynaeve demanded. "Nothing that need concern you," the Aes Sedai said calmly. "I will go and see to her, as I may, shortly. I have delayed only to show you this, which I found among the Ter Angrial and other things of the power the High Lords collected over the years." She took something from her pouch and laid it on the table before her. It was a disk the size of a man's hand, seemingly made of 2 teardrops fitted together, one black as pitch, the other white as snow. Mat seemed to remember seeing others like it. Ancient, like this one, but broken, where this was whole. 3 of them he had seen, not all together, but all in pieces. But that could not be. He remembered that they were made of Coendiar, unbreakable by any power, even the One Power. "One of the 7 seals Luz, Therin Kinslayer and the 100 companions put on the Dark One's prison when they resealed it," Elaine said, nodding as if confirming her own memory. "More precisely," Moraine told her, "a focus point for one of the seals. But, in essence, you are correct. During the breaking of the world, they were scattered and hidden for safety. Since the Trolloc Wars, they have been lost, in truth." She sniffed. "I begin to sound like Verin." Egwene shook her head. "I suppose I should have expected to find that here. Twice before Rand faced Baalzamon, and both times at least one of the seals was present. And this time unbroken," Nynaeve said. "For the first time, the seal is unbroken. As if that mattered now." "Do you think it does not?" Moraine's voice was dangerous in its quiet, and the other women frowned at her. Mat rolled his eyes. They kept talking about unimportant things. He did not much like standing not 20 feet from that disk now that he knew what it was, no matter the value of Coendiar, but— "Your pardon?" he said. They all turned to stare at him as if he were interrupting something important. "Burn me! Break them out of a prison cell, save their lives 6 times between them before the night is done, and they glower as hard as the bloody Aes Sedai. Well, they did not thank me then either, did they? You'd have thought I was sticking my nose in where it wasn't wanted then, too, instead of keeping some bloody defender from putting a sword through one of them." Aloud, he said mildly, "You do not mind if I ask a question, do you? You have all been talking this Aes Sedai, business, and no one has bothered to tell me anything." "Mat," Nynaeve said warningly, tugging her braid, but Moraine said, in a calm, only just touched with impatience, "What is it that you wish to know?" "I want to know how all of this can be." He meant to keep his tone soft, but despite himself he picked up intensity as he went along. "The Stone of Tyr has fallen. The prophecies said that would never happen till the people of the dragon came.
Does that mean we are the bloody people of the dragon? You, me, Lan, and a few hundred bloody Aiel? He had seen the warder during the night. There had not seemed to be much edge between Lan and the Aiel as to who was the more deadly. As Ruark straightened to stare at him, he hastily added, Sorry, Ruark. Slip of the tongue. Perhaps, Moraine said slowly. I came to stop Belal from killing Rand. I did not expect to see the Stone of Tyr fall. Perhaps we are. Prophecies are fulfilled as they are meant to be, not as we think they should be. Belal. Matt shivered. He had heard that name last night, and he did not like it any more in daylight. If he had known one of the Forsaken was loose, and inside the stone, he would never have gone near the place. He glanced at Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine. Well, I'd have come in like a bloody mouse anyway, not thumping people left and right. Sandar had gone scurrying out of the stone at daybreak, to take the news to Mother Guenna, he claimed, but Matt thought it was just to escape those stares from the three women, who looked as if they had not yet quite decided what to do about him. Ruark cleared his throat. When a man wishes to become a clan chief, he must go to Ruidian, in the lands of the Gen Aiel, the clan that is not. He spoke slowly and frowned often at the red-fringed silk carpet under his soft boots. A man trying to explain what he did not want to explain at all. Women who wish to become wise ones also make this journey, but their marking, if they are marked, is kept secret among themselves. The men who are chosen at Ruidian, those who survive, return marked on the left arm. So. He pushed back the sleeves of his coat and shirt together to reveal his left forearm, the skin much paler than that of his hands and face. Etched into the skin as if part of it, wrapped twice around, marched the same golden scarlet form as rippled on the banner above the stone. The Aiel let his sleeve fall with a sigh. It is a name not spoken except among the clan chiefs and the wise ones. We are. He cleared his throat again, unable to say it here. The Aiel are the people of the dragon. Moraine spoke quietly, but she sounded as close to startlement as Matt could remember ever hearing her. That I did not know. Then it really is all done, Matt said, just as the prophecies said. We can all go on our way, with no more worries. The Amelin won't need me to blow that bloody horn now. How can you say that? Egwene demanded. Don't you understand? The Forsaken are loose. Not to mention the Black Aja, Nynaeve added grimly. We took only Amico and Joya here. 11 escaped, and I would like to know how. And the light alone knows how many others there are that we do not know. Yes, Elaine said in a tone just as hard. I may not be up to facing one of the Forsaken, but I mean to take pieces out of Leandrin's hide. Of course, Matt said smoothly. Of course. Are they crazy? They want to chase after the Black Aja and the Forsaken? I only meant the hardest part is done. The stone has fallen to the people of the dragon, Rand has Kalendor, and Shaitan is dead. Moraine's stare was so hard that he thought the stone shook for a moment. Be quiet, you fool, the Aes Sedai said in a voice like a knife. Do you want to call his attention to you? Naming the Dark One. But he's dead, Matt protested. Rand killed him. I saw the body. And a fine stink that was, too. I never thought anything could rot that fast. You saw the body, Moraine said with a twist to her mouth. A man's body. Not the Dark One, Matt. He looked at Egwene and the other two women. They appeared as confused as he. Ruark looked to be thinking of a battle he had thought was won,
and now learned had not even been fought. "Then who was it?" Matt demanded. "Moraine, my memory has holes big enough for a wagon and team, but I remember Baalzamon being in my dreams. I remember. Burn me, I do not see how I can ever forget. And I recognised what was left of that face."
"You recognised Baalzamon," Moraine said. "Or rather, the man who called himself Baalzamon. The Dark One yet lives, imprisoned at Sheol Ghul, and the shadow yet lies across the pattern." "The light illumine and protect us," Elaine murmured in a faint voice. I thought the Forsaken were the worst we had to worry about now." "Are you sure, Moraine?" Nynaeve said. "Rand was is certain that he killed the Dark One. You seem to be saying Baalzamon was not the Dark One at all. I don't understand. How can you be so sure? And if he was not the Dark One, who was he?" "I can be sure for the simplest of reasons, Nynaeve. However fast decay took it, that was a man's body. Can you believe that if the Dark One were killed, he would leave a human body? The man Rand killed was a man. Perhaps he was the first of the Forsaken freed, or perhaps he was never entirely bound. We may never know which. I may know who he was." Egwene paused with an uncertain frown. "At least, I may have a clue. Verin showed me a page from an old book that mentioned Baalzamon and Ishamael together. It was almost high chant and very nearly incomprehensible, but I remember something about a name hidden behind a name. Maybe Baalzamon was Ishamael." "Perhaps," Moraine said. "Perhaps it was Ishamael. But if it was, at least 9 of the 13 still live. Lanfear, and Samael, and Ravine, and... Pah! Even knowing that some of those 9 at least are free is not the most important thing." She laid a hand atop the black and white disc on the table. 3 of the seals are broken. Only 4 still hold. Only those 4 seals stand between the Dark One and the world, and it may be that even with those whole he can touch the world after a fashion. Whatever battle we won here, battle or skirmish, it is far from the last. Matt watched their faces firm, Egwene's and Nynaeve's and Elaine's, slowly, reluctantly, but determinedly too, and shook his head.
"Bloody women. They're all ready to go on with this, go on chasing the Black Aja, trying to fight the Forsaken and the bloody Dark One. Well, they needn't think I am going to come pull them out of the soup pot again. They just needn't think it. That's all."
One of the tall paired doors pushed open while he was trying to think of something to say, and a tall young woman of regal bearing entered the room, wearing a coronet with a golden hawk in flight above her brows. Her black hair swept to pale shoulders, and her dress of the finest red silk left those shoulders bare, along with a considerable expanse of what Matt noted as an admirable bosom. For a moment she studied Ruark interestedly with large dark eyes. Then she turned them on the women at the table, coolly imperious. Matt she appeared to ignore completely. "I am not used to being given messages to carry," she announced, flourishing a folded parchment in one slim hand. "And who are you, child?" Moraine asked. The young woman drew herself up even more, which Matt would have thought was impossible. "I am Berelain, first of Mayenne." She tossed the parchment down on the table in front of Moraine with a haughty gesture and turned back to the door. "A moment, child," Moraine said, unfolding the parchment. "Who gave this to you? And why did you bring it, if you are so unused to carrying messages?" "I do not know." Berelain stood facing the door. She sounded puzzled. "She was impressive." She gave herself a shake and seemed to recover her opinion of herself. For a moment she studied Ruark with a small smile. You are the leader of these Aielmen? Your fighting disturbed my sleep. Perhaps I will ask you to dine with me. One day, quite soon. She looked over her shoulder at Moraine. I am told the dragon reborn has taken the stone. Inform the Lord Dragon that the first of Mayenne will dine with him tonight. And she marched out of the room. Matt could think of no other way to describe that stately, one-woman procession. I would like to have her in the tower as novice. Egwene and Elaine said it almost like echoes, then shared a tight smile. Listen to this, Moraine said. Lewis Therin was mine. He is mine, and he will be mine forever. I give him into your charge to keep for me until I come. It is signed, Lanfear. The Aes Sedai turned that cool gaze on Matt. And you thought it was done. You are Taviran, Matt, a thread more crucial to the pattern than most, and the sounder of the Horn of Valir. Nothing is done for you. Yet. They were all looking at him. Nynaeve sadly, Egwene as though she had never seen him before, Elaine as if she expected him to change into someone else. Ruark had a certain respect in his eyes, though Matt would just as soon have done without it, all things considered. Well, of course, he told them. Burn me. I understand. I wonder how soon Tom will be fit to travel. Time to run. Maybe Perrin will come with us. You can count on me. From outside, the cries still rose, unceasing.
The dragon! Althor! The dragon! Althor! The dragon! Althor! The dragon!
And it was written that no hand but his should wield the sword held in the stone, but he did draw it out like fire in his hand, and his glory did burn the world. Thus did it begin. Thus do we sing his rebirth. Thus do we sing the beginning. From Doin Toldarate, Songs of the Last Age, Quarto 9, The Legend of the Dragon. Composed by Boana, songmistress at Taralan, the Fourth Age. The end of the third book of The Wheel of Time. This is Rosamund Pike. We hope you've enjoyed this production of The Dragon Reborn, a Macmillan audio production for Tor Audio. This title was produced by Guy Oldfield, directed by Caroline Friend, recorded and engineered at Sound Square Prague by Tomasz Oramus and Martin Milek, post-production by 2020 Recordings London. Text copyright 1991 by Bandersnatch Group, Incorporated. Production copyright 2023 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved. For more information about Macmillan audiobooks, please visit